Hey everyone, welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I've got a doozy and Phil First here from BB Team and they're going to answer some questions. Guys, I feel like the biggest thing to first and foremost talk about is you guys were overdue a major LAN victory and you guys got it at PGS 8. So first of all, congratulations. I feel like this is the kicker, right? It can go one of two ways now. So in one way, it's like a weight off your shoulders now and you're like, oh, we've got that major LAN victory. Now we can get momentum going into the next tournament. Or you get added pressure to perform at every single event that you go into now because everyone's watching you as champions. Which way do you think it's going to go, Aduzi?
I think usually for everyone it's going to be add more pressure, but not for us because I already told to my boys like we have to forget it because it was like 3 months ago and it's we already celebrated. So this doesn't mean anything because everyone still keep playing, keep practicing, and we just have to think about new tournaments. When we're coming to the LAN tournaments, we're not expecting to win a tournament or like dreaming about the championship. We're just playing our game, doing what we practice at home, and like watching the result at the finish of the tournament. That's it.
Ice cold, I like it. Now, thinking about the next tournament, we're here, it's EWC. This is the next major event. Do you feel that the improvements that you guys have had over the past year, because let's face it, 14th place last year, EWC, it's not what you guys wanted, but now you're on a roll and you're performing really well. What do you think is the reason for all of this improvement for you guys as a team?
I think the key thing we changed the player because like a year ago here we was in different roster. We like had another player, so now with new player we feeling better. He's like fit our team pretty well.
Are there any teams that you feel like, oh, they could be pretty difficult if we run into them? I know you play them throughout the year, but you know, who are you looking out for?
I think DNF from Korea, they actually just dominated the region. Top 5 of power ranking, like 17, Falcon, Twisted, they still, I think, good and gonna show some good results on EWC.
That has been BB Team. I'm Barney Banks. See you in the next one.
Howdy, y'all. We've got ourselves a good setup to do some 1v1 action for today. I've got myself Tiggleton as well as H-Win, and we're doing an old school Western style 1v1. Who do you think's going to win this 1v1?
H-Win's going to win because he's from Texas.
All right, who is the better man? Get ready to draw. 3, 2, 1. Rounds kicking off.
Let's go. Here ain't nothing, see.
Okay, I gotta reload,
He's reloading, push.
It's a bayonet rush.
You got him. Go for it, go for taps.
I was winning before you even conceived.
H-Win takes round number 1. He's presently riding out. Let's see. Oh. Back. There's the bounce back.
No, just broke my finger. I'm cooked. EWC's over.
All right, here we go. Getting a bit more aggressive now. Not doing just the straight up duels. Just running straight in. Oh!
He's 1 HP. No, he's got to be 1.
Yo, how many times did I hit you?
Right up and smoke Sonny Jim. You win nothing.
2-1. It is going to be Tiggleton that takes the round. And the cowboy hat comes out. The Texan couldn't win the Western duel. This is just round number 1, though. We've got a ton of different teams that we're going to be walking through. So make sure you stay tuned. We've got another one coming up in a second.
当时可能会就情绪会自己在想，当时自己的心里可能在想，这波被神经枪了或者怎么样导致死的，然后感觉下次应该不会碰到这种情况，感觉自己很倒霉，然后后面可能自己会反思一下或者怎么样，是不是没有避枪线啊或者怎么样。
It's always happening. I don't know, just rest, just getting revive and play next.
따로 극복하는 건 없고 그냥 웃어 넘길 것 같습니다.
You have to put your ego aside and just say, I didn't see him. So it was not my fault. And by putting my ego aside, I mean the complete opposite, just to be clear. And just having a huge ego and saying he would not have done that if I was looking at him. I mean, it's just the game. You can't take things personal, you know? It's just sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you don't see somebody, sometimes you do.
ก็น่าจะหายใจเข้าลึกๆก็คือมีสติก็คือแบบทำสมาธิ
200 meters it's not so far. Sometimes somebody can shoot you from 600 meters and give you a headshot. It's unhappy thing. I don't know, it's kind of professional to be prepared to this situation.
ก็ต้องหาที่หลบก่อนครับหาที่หลบก่อนแล้วก็หาที่ปั๊มยาตั้งหลักก่อนแล้วก็ค่อยหาตัวว่าอยู่ตรงไหน
Hi guys, I'm Bella and I'm sitting here with FM Pochan, Zenith and Americano. We are here to play a little PUBG buzzer game, and so here are the rules. I will ask you a PUBG related question, and if you want to answer, you hit this buzzer right here on the table and you have 5 seconds to answer. If you get the answer right within 5 seconds, you get a point, and if not, the point goes to your teammate sitting by you. First question, name 3 weapons that use a 9mm ammo.
지금 바로 시작이에요?
네. 오.
아 지금 바로 말해야 돼요?
응.
아.
Oh, boop, Zenith gets the point. That wasn't easy.
아니 말하자마자 바로 one point.
One point. Okay. All right. Second question, name 3 of the top 4 teams from EWC 2024.
TL 팀 리퀴드 지금 TSM 현재 TSM.
Okay. 근데 T가 없습니다.
탈락이야.
5 seconds over, and TE was not on that list. All right. How long does it take to use a first aid kit?
6초.
Okay.
6초.
Yes, you made it in time. You got the correct answer. Good job. 2-1. Okay. Number 4. Name 3 weapons the bullet loops can attach to.
S686. 더벨 펌프 카고팔.
Okay. 3-1. All right. This is good. Oh. Zenith, your last chance.
No genius.
Not a genius? Okay. How much more capacity does the level 3 backpack have over the level 2 backpack?
오 이거는
Real tiebreaker. It's not a tiebreaker, but guys, what?
저 2개 중에 하나인데
고민하는 척하고 영원아 해라.
Okay.
100.
100? Baby, you get a point.
150인가요? 아 예?
50.
예? 50이요? 이래까지 살릴까봐
Americano is a true teammate because he gave Zenith all the points. This is amazing. Thank you guys for joining me today. That was really, really fun. 3-2. Americano, you take the win against Zenith. Congratulations. All right. Well, I hope you guys the best of luck here at EWC, and thank you for joining me. Let's say bye.
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 The most obvious answer would be the recent international that you've won, because every year the competition gets harder and harder and the players get better and better. And the last competition that we won was the Esports World Cup last year. So that would be my answer, because it's just such a big tournament compared to every other tournament that we're at. You come here and you see all the best players from every esport there is, and the names here are huge, and you know the competition doesn't get any more fierce than this. So
my favorite moment was 3 months ago. We won PGS 8 in China. It was the first tournament I won. I was speechless at the moment when we just won and did the final stage interview.
ชอบเวลาตอนที่ได้เป็นแชมป์2 สมัยติดครับช่วง PCS 5 PCS 6ครับได้แชมป์มาก็รู้สึกชอบที่สุดแล้วณตอนนั้น
작년 24년도에 PGC에서 좀 좋은 성적을 거둬서 그때가 제일 행복했던 것 같습니다.
When we won World Tournament, I was very happy to win this, and that's like a dream.
因为刚来 CTG 不久，就我刚转回到 CTG， 然后跟队员磨合只有1个多月的时间，然后就开始打那个 EWC 预选赛嘛，然后当时也没有就是抱有希望，感觉也没有那么容易打进，然后当时打决赛，然后当时决赛的时候，第1天、第2天，然后分数很高，然后感觉很有希望，然后当时感觉很开心。
ผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นทัวร์ PGIS ครับที่ผมเคยไปแข่งที่เกาหลีตอนนั้นก็คือแข่งนานมาก3 เดือนรู้สึกว่าเป็นทัวร์ที่ประทับใจแล้วก็ดีที่สุดตั้งแต่เคยแข่งเกมนี้มาเลยครับ
Hi guys, I'm here at the EWC official merch store to see what is packed here, and as soon as I enter, I see these beautiful t-shirts, black, sand, white, you name it, and it's here. To be honest, I am a practical girl, so my pick would be this sandy hoodie. I love this, and well, I know you sock collectors are out there, so make sure to come and grab your sock collection. It's kind of cute. We have the keys and the mascot doll, some bags, some pants, some towels, you name it, it's all in here. And to the right, I could see some beautiful, cute hats. And hey guys, I'll try one for you. This is Swag Bella. Well, the dolls and the hats aside, my favorite part of this store would hands down be the beautiful golden snowball. Here's a closer look. And look, boop, boop, boop. It's raining golden glitter. How miraculous is this? Since we can't all be pro gamers, we could take a snowball home, and make sure to come stop by here at the EWC official merch store and get your fair share.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back. It is time for day 3, the last day of the group stages here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 2025.
Today, we're going to be taking 8 teams' keys and crush their dreams. We have 6 more games of the group stage. It's the last chance of a shot of the $2 million prize pool.
And for those 8 teams, this will be the last time that they'll be going through these legendary halls of EWC to qualify for the grand finals. That being said, let's go.
Yo, sup? Coming to you live from the Boulevard, guys. Ready for a recap of what happened here on day 2. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and we were in for an exciting day. The final day of Group A yesterday, Poro.
Yeah, we were. We started off hot with Virtus Pro, coming in late into the circle on Erangel, and getting just a boatload of kills. It was a great start for Europe, and that continued in game number 2, where we saw Twisted Minds find a win.
Exactly. Over to the Wild Cup maps and Rondo of Tago we went, and with that, the Expendables got themselves a great start, but surpassing that was Theraton 5. On both their games of Tago and Rondo, they had themselves incredible performances all across the board. Headed back on over to Miramar.
Theraton 5 was 60 points on the day, but Europe was not to be denied once they got past FN, after FN Ponchion won the first game on Miramar, but it was all down to Na'Vi and Twisted Minds for the final victory of the day. Twisted Minds secured it, but Na'Vi might have secured themselves a spot in the grand final.
Exactly. Exactly. It all came down to that final game. And with that, the leaderboard looks very, very interesting now. Group A, as we said, they're done. They're going to be sat back watching. And there are some teams down there in the bottom portion of it that I'm, worried about. Of course, teams that are out for sure. Full Sense, Buram, I think we can count them out. But some teams right on the cutoff as well.
They're going to be sweating. And sweating is a thing we do around here in this heat. But it's going to be an exciting day. So make sure you guys tune in for every last second.
All right, day number 3 here as we have got ourselves an opportunity for groups B and C to finally put some more points on the board, and we will have dreams crushed at the end of today. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, and we have got ourselves one more chance here for all of these teams to try and get into that grand final. Joining me to my left-hand side to start off the day, we have a guest, but we do have Avenger, we have Toffees, and Navi's Alrain is going to be joining us to talk about how things have gone here so far for the Esports World Cup, one of the most grandest stages of them all. So Alrain, thank you for joining us here. I guess my first question to you is, how much were you sweating before that last game?
Thanks a lot for inviting me. My pleasure. Well, the boys, they always come with the best performance in the last match, you know? So we have the mentality that we can win until the very last game. So. Yeah. The game is never over until it's over for us.
Fair. Avenger, Toffees, do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a question here. First of all, it's always great to be here. You watching the last day and like, okay, we're qualified, it's fine. But coming into this event here, like it's a difficult event because there's so much in the line for you guys. Like, what was your kind of preparation compared to the other globals that we've been playing so far this year?
For this event especially, yeah, we made some different preparation. We came to Warsaw, Poland for a boot camp for 10 days. It was very productive. We worked a lot on our mental state because basically the last year we didn't perform well enough just because of the mental part of the game, I can say, yeah. So individually, team is really good, and the mental part definitely improved. So I hope it will be enough.
When we talk about making improvements to the team, we added a new player with Extends. Can you tell us what does he really bring to the roster, or what have you guys found is working that he's brought to that fore?
Kirill Extends, yeah, he's a new addition to our team, and with him coming to the roster, we actually changed roles pretty much because he's more experienced guy, even though he didn't play on LAN and stuff, but he has keen mind, I can say so, yeah. So he's co-GL right now. He's helping Fairist with decision making and stuff, yeah. So Soset moved a little bit to the role of shooter, fragger, basically, yeah, helping Hakatari with stuff, preparing crucial moves for our team. So, yeah, he's still working and getting experience right now. I mean, Extends, but I think in a few tournaments he will fit in perfectly.
What were the goals or expectations coming in as we take a look at the numbers from what was going on for the past 2 days? Because obviously you've been at quite a few internationals with, like, say, 75% of this roster or 100% of the roster, and you've gone for some hot drops, you've gone for some challenges, but here that's not to be. So what are your goals and expectations for EWC as a whole?
For sure, this tournament means a lot for us as players, as a team, but for an organization, Navi, for sure, because we are in the club championship race and stuff. Yeah, so we understand it and we know how to cope with it, how to manage pressure, how to manage all these expectations, and we'll just try to perform the best we can and hopes for the best, something like this.
All right, well, thank you very much, Alrain, for joining us here. We are getting ready to get into our Gadia top plays, so let's take a look at everything that's gone down across the last days and things like that, as we now also welcome Godspeed back on whilst we talk about these top plays as a whole. But, of course, Avenger, looking at how things went down yesterday, what a day it was, really, for Therathon 5 to be able to get back-to-back wins and then into another big game. They looked spectacular throughout the day.
Yeah, they really stepped up. They had some insane games, and I gotta say, like, it's been closer than ever in this group stage. We expect chaos, but it's been extremely close so far in this group stage here, and I expect more of that here coming the last 6 games.
I mean, I think group stage heroes when it comes to T5. They put out some good numbers. They do this in the group stages. But again, they're sort of thriving on, I think, some other teams dropping the ball in both of those groups. That's my issue with when we see them in the grand final, but it's always been my issue when we get to the grand final, is it becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think, by the way, hello, I think for a team like T5, if they can somehow, I feel like we say this every single time, if they can somehow carry this momentum into the grand finals, they're going to be unstoppable, because that roster truly is strong, but it's the chaos. You're absolutely right. They thrive in the chaos, and when we get to a lobby that's more, let's say, fundamentally sound, there's going to be less opportunities for them to do so.
The side note of that, though, Martin, is I feel like some of our fundamentally sound teams have been struggling in the group stages. Yeah. And so there's a very good chance that with what we've been seeing sort of rolling down the pipeline with teams like Gen G sort of just popping off, that it might not be as fundamentally sound a grand final as we thought.
Well, the Expendables #1 at the moment, Na'Vi, as we've just had Alrain on, 73 points for him so far, and them, the boys, I should say, whilst we have 17 Gaming at third place. So those three, I mean, to be fair, up to T1 as well here, Avenger, pretty much confirmed for the final.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, then we have Rock Esports and Thurston 5 competing today here. They, I feel like, will be pushing the boundary. Like, they are the ones to kind of take the helm of this, along with maybe Gen G, Falcons here. Twisted Mind's also great. But full sentence, 46 points is not going to be enough. There's going to be plenty of teams that's going to be coming into this. We're talking about a hypothetical cutoff in the 60 to 65 range.
Yeah, I just think that the cutoff today is going to be so razor tight. I mean, all these teams are so close. There was no team that sponged up points throughout this entire group stage. We normally have that. And so I think it's going to be so dangerous for the teams that are going to be dropping games today.
Well, let's take a look at the Bravia top reactions as well, coming on in, because we've had many emotion riding high, understandable, because Esports World Cup means a lot to these players, Toffees.
It does mean a lot, and I think that for those teams that, you know, you saw in the intro when Martin was standing by that wall saying we're crushing 8 dreams, not just, you know, their trophies tonight. And I think that is a very big deal for some of these. And I think that cutoff is going to be really tough where Toyo sits right now up to GSW. It's a very real world where that 3-point difference is really the difference between playing for the big money and not.
We mentioned it yesterday, but crazy that Toyo could potentially be the cutoff despite getting 2 wins. I think, I can't remember a time on International Godspeed we've had that scenario go down. Normally, if you've got 2 wins, you should be a shoo-in for the finals.
Yeah, it goes back to the fact that they didn't get big impact kills. They didn't get a lot of kills in those wins, so they didn't really garner the points that we normally see. And yeah, thinking back in recent memory, I don't think I can remember a time when we've had a team win 2 games and not qualify.
No. Well, let's move on to what is going to be here for day number 3. The Jamil Motorsports arrival for all of these teams from B and C to get ready. Do bear in mind there's one more opportunity, and as mentioned here, the bubble has never been closer. So every single one of these teams is going to be coming in razor focused to try and get this done. And Jax, apparently, geez Louise,
needs a tan.
He brought the guns out for the last day, you know what I'm saying? He had to do what he had to do. I mean, that's the story of a bunch of different teams walking in. You can see the smiles on Rock's face, you see the smile on Falcon's face. The Birds are at the top of their game right now. Liquid walking in front, very, very different. ALGL as well. Their faces showing that maybe they're a little bit stressed out. They have a very big order. This is one of the biggest events of the year, especially if you are branded with the team that is in the race, and this is a tough day to play.
Here's groups B and C, of course, as we said. C coming in had heavy hitters across the board. One of those names, of course, was Team Liquid, but I think they've got to be sweating as well, Avenger, all things considered from yesterday.
Yeah, on 25 points, but their focus is just get to 16 right now. 16 is only 36. Like, it's 11 points. One good game to start things with in the first 2 games, and you're actually in the top 16. Then you just need consistency for the rest of the day.
I want to believe it, but I ran into Extreme earlier and I said, "Are we good today, man?" And he said, "I hope so." And so I don't know if that was just, I don't know if that was sad extreme.
Vault mission.
I don't know if that was sad extreme or not, but it was one of those moments where it's tough for them. I know that they're here with the back of that game champion, the EWC championship for clubs on their back. It's going to be really a tough situation.
All right, well, one team that's probably not going to be sweating coming into today after their amazing day 1 performance, it is Rock. Let's hear from them.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with Rock Esports. How are you feeling? How are you guys doing? Good day?
Good day, good day.
Good day. All right, wonderful. Well, RB, you guys had a great first day. You topped the leaderboard with 63 points, I believe. How was that, topping that leaderboard?
Vocês tiveram excelente dia, vocês lideraram com 63 pontos. E o que vocês acharam da performance de vocês? Foi muito boa. O que vocês têm a dizer sobre isso?
Acho que foi dia muito bom. A gente conseguiu aproveitar
algumas das oportunidades que a gente teve, mesmo que com alguns erros individuais, então ficamos muito felizes com a nossa performance no primeiro dia.
It was a great day. We have many opportunities, and as individuals, we could perform really well. So we are really happy with the results.
Yeah, and that was only day one for you, but now today is your second day here at EWC 2025. You had a day off yesterday. Well, how did you guys spend that time? Biel, talk to me.
Bom, a gente veio pra cá, a gente assistiu os jogos daqui e depois a gente passou um tempo conhecendo o lugar aqui, toda a estrutura da EWC. So we came here yesterday. We were watching all the games, and we took a walk around the boulevard, to see the other installations. And yeah, it's looking pretty nice.
A little bit of a chilling day for Rock Esports. All right, well, you guys saw groups A and C play yesterday. Did any of the teams catch your eyes? Sin, can you tell us?
Vocês viram o grupo A e o C jogarem, né? Tem alguma equipe que vocês estão mais de olho, que vocês viram que é bem forte?
Uma equipe que eu vi que é bem forte é a Twisted Minds, eles estão sempre no topo. Eu acho que é isso, vamos tentar deixar os caras de fora aí.
So yeah, Twisted Minds, they're looking pretty strong, and we're gonna try to kick them off. So yeah.
You're gonna try to kick them up? All right, well, lovely. Best of luck to you guys today. I hope you guys have fun. Keep killing it. All right, bye. Say bye.
All right, well, that's not Rock. That's Na'Vi.
It's a good team.
Their stats were so good, we wanted to see them twice.
They're overwhelming the day one champions.
But actually, to take away from that, if we were to actually look at Rock stats, they are obviously better than what we were seeing overall from Na'Vi if you were to average things out. They've only played 6 games. They had a blinder of a day, Avenger did, Rock. And it's going to show here, hopefully, when we actually see it.
And imagine you come in and you play one day and you have 63 points. You're already qualified. You're like, yeah, let's just chill. We have 2 more days to kind of watch and play. And now, of course, coming in here to close things out. There's no way they're not going into the finals. But the question is, are they going to come in and sponge up the points from everyone else? And have an impact? Or are they going to chill and only get, 10, 20 points, as we see often from the teams that have big
days? The funny thing is, before their actual win or pop-off, it felt like they weren't really doing much, but it felt like that snowball then became an avalanche. They actually just ride with the momentum so well.
I just think everyone underestimates their sneakiness is the issue, right? They sort of sit outside for a little while, they get good underpasses when other teams are fighting, they get to the center, and they hold it very well. And you can't underestimate their sneakiness anymore. I do think they need to make some moves now, because other teams are going to start to watch them, watch their tape, and they're not going to get away with what they get away with as they have in this event. But that said, though, I think I'm super hyped for BL and Syntastico, because it's been 2 years since they were on Pachao together, trying to find the recipe to do this, and to finally have that group growing together has got to be pretty exciting for them.
They look great. They look great. And of course, we have another team that needs to change their plan here coming into today. It's All Gamers Global.
Em nghĩ khó khăn nhất đó là team em ạ, vì team em vì mới thôi, nên là bọn em phải chen nhiều cũng như giao tiếp với nhau nhiều, nên là đôi lúc sẽ có những khúc mắc.
If all gamers get knocked out here, which again, like I said, is a very real possibility, that rotation not looking good for Tycon. I think he's cooked.
Và bọn em đã giải quyết thành công và giành vé tới EWC.
We have our 4 EWC qualified teams.
Sau giải vừa rồi thì mọi người đã đánh giá cao em, nhưng mà từ cuối năm ngoái cho đến giữa năm nay thì em đã không có những thành tích tốt, thì em thấy khá là nuối tiếc. Thì từ tháng 7 vừa rồi thì em đã lấy lại được phong độ, và có lẽ đây sẽ là một hành trình tiếp theo của em. Em nghĩ là nếu muốn giỏi hơn team địch thì mình phải giỏi hơn team người ta, và sẽ tập luyện nhiều hơn team người ta để có thể đánh bại. Đây là giải mà bọn em sẽ lấy lại hết tất cả những gì mà bọn em đã bỏ lỡ. Bọn em đến đây vì chức vô địch thôi.
Well, that's All Gamers Global. There's a lot of potential pressure on these guys to perform. Big names here, Godspeed, looking to attain a high placement.
Yeah, and their big issue with day one really was Destroy and Haisaki barely getting... They had 5 kills combined total, right? We saw Tycon pop off in Miramar. We saw Himas pop off, obviously, but a symptom of that was them going out early. But yeah, those two definitely have to step up if they want a chance, Martin.
Yeah, they're definitely going to step. We're going to see the Tycon turn on today, that's for sure.
I hope so. I think the other thing is what I'm seeing right now with Himas and Taikon, as you bring up, is they've got that 1-2 punch. They're the left and the right, but they need the footwork. It's just not there with the rest of the team.
It's a club championship rankings at the moment. We're going to get updates probably through the day as well, considering there's other games going on. There's other points that are being accumulated. Falcons still not in number 1. They're hoping that the Falcons boys can pop off today, Avenger.
Yeah, they need a top 8 to get points here, but right now a 500-point lead is huge. But if Liquid doesn't make it to the grand finals, they are out of the running for this.
No, absolutely. And speaking of Liquid, we can actually hear from them coming into today. It's an important one.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with Team Liquid's man, Purdy. Hello, guy. Well, with Team Liquid out of the run on TFT, the pressure is now onto your team to keep that club championship spot. How are you guys planning to handle the pressure and, divert on the responsibilities?
To be honest with you, the club championship, not on my mind at all. PUBG's on my mind, and one game at a time is on my mind. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's a really healthy mindset to make sure you come out on top. Well, for today, it's slow start for Team Liquid, and we all know that Ayla wasn't feeling so well. What do you think got in the way, though, for it to not really work out very well?
I don't want to use any excuses, so I won't. Ayla not feeling well has nothing to do with it. We got in our own way a little bit, kind of getting the rust off a little bit. We haven't been to LAN for a while, so we'll be back tomorrow, no doubt.
What do you think, what do you want to do tomorrow to make sure that you bounce off and, secure your spot in the playoffs? Finals?
Just get stronger footing. Just play more confident and play more direct. Stop trying to do a little too much driving.
And we all know how powerful Team Liquid can be. All right, best of luck to you, Purdy, and thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, that was after last night here, and not to mince words here. Yesterday was bad, Toffees. They need to do more.
You can see the pain in the way that he was standing. I don't have to be a scientist to know that he was frustrated with the day.
But you are a scientist.
I'm a PUBG scientist, and I look at him and I say he's frustrated. And I like what he said. We're going to do a little less driving. I think they spent too much time trying to find that right spot a little too late.
There's a few times where it's like nothing you can do by like getting third parties. Like you're going to get pulled up on. You're going to have this impact here. That one good game they could have won, maybe it kind of slipped a little bit from them. T5 was just looking really strong after that win before that.
Yeah, and to Avenger's point, they really just had a lot of those games did kind of chalk down to bad luck. Sure, a lot of it was driving too much, but they just could not, as Kurt said it himself, they just couldn't get their footing. So
to the Aramco Power Rankings we go. We haven't really changed too much from this here, Toffees, as all of these teams are pretty much in a similar position, but our contender of Team Liquid, they need to justify themselves today.
Yeah, Team Liquid needs to make a big push up. AGAL, as a reminder, they're a surprise in a bad way. They fell far farther than we thought they would, so they also need to step up and make some big moves. And then, of course, Rock and Gen G, two teams that have been absolutely just a pleasant surprise to watch, refreshing.
No, of course. And let's take a look now at our Saudi National Bank head-to-head, because we have got Falcons and Twisted Minds, two of the fan favorites, not only of this region, of the world when it comes to the rosters here, Avenger. Both of them, 49 points versus 48 points per day, now in the same lobby. Exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to watch these guys go head-to-head here. Not that many points needed here, but they're coming into the group stage to show that they're here to play. They want to get the first place. It's actually quite close, 30 points that they're going to get into ahead of the teams that have already played 12 games.
Yeah, and on top of that, I will say, coming into today with some of these teams having their last chance and not being as high as Falcons and Twisted, we could just have a mess of a lobby. Teams just, it could be just a smorgasbord of craziness.
100%. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get day number 3 underway. The bubble has never been closer. We will potentially see big names fall out here in day 3 and not make it to the finals of EWC.
8 teams have given their all, and now all they can do is sit, watch, and wait. The quality of our competitors here is truly out of this world, so prepare to watch and learn. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and welcome to the final day of the group stage for PUBG at the Esports World Cup. And it's like I said on day one, you truly have to set the bar for yourself and the rest of your competition. Make them realize that they should have never stood anywhere near you on the map. And so with that being said, it's time to introduce your teams to the main stage, starting with BB Team. They are a doozy, Bestalotch, Phil First, and Molodoct. All Gamers Global. They are Tycon, Hisaki, Destroy, and Himas. FN Pochon. They are Star-Lord, Zenith, Americano, and Karen. Petrichor Road. They are Aches Left, Ming Ming, Chewy, and Nan. Change the game. They are Tian Tian, Wenboa, Hang 2Y, and Aries. Sharper Esports. They are Earth Zapalui, Excrazit, Thunders, and Jedi. Geek Esports. They are PWDD, Quizzy, Spyro, and Dithx. TDT Esports. They are Huang F, Jun, Wang Yi, and Ziyu1. Twisted Minds. They are Batulins, Lou, Perfectix, and Example. ROC Esports. They are RBN, Souls, Santastico, and BL. DN Freaks. They are Gumin, Heaven, Salute, and Deal. Theraton 5. They are Rossiter Jr., Patompong, Fluky, and Ranger X. Virtus Pro. They are Lucarux, Nixie, Beamy, and Corexi. Gen G. They are Tosi, Bean, Orca, and Flame. Team Liquid. They are Alo, Luke, Sparking, and Purdy Curty. And lastly, Team Falcons. Shrimsy, Kickstart, H-Win, and Tiggleton. It all comes down to this. 16 teams, 6 maps, all battling for a spot in our finals. And just remember, everybody, keys are being crushed today, so the pressure is on. So welcome to the Battleground, because there's only one rule up here, and it is be the last one alive. Let's do this!
Urgency is imperative here on day number 3 of the group stage, and rapidity is the name of the game. Who is going to be able to ascend? Who is going to be able to rise? Out there in the crowd, you can already hear the emotions riding high for those two teams in particular. Falcons fans in abundance. They do not want Team Liquid to be the ones to ascend. Joining me, Toffees, Godspeed, Avenger, day number 3 of the group stage. It's down to the wire here, Avenger.
If there's someone you don't want to cheer against, it's Sparking. And I heard that loudly in the crowd. He's going to get fired up and he's going to frag out today. I guarantee that.
That might be a mistake. I mean, Sparking fired up is the last thing you want, because he will turn into an absolute animal, even more so than he already is. And again, Team Liquid desperately need to right the ship. That was the mistakes they made yesterday.
So maybe that's the motivation they need. I think that's going to be a watch point, is does Liquid turn it around? I think another one here is, as we look at the Falcons, if Twisted Minds is the brains, we saw Tig walk in. This is the bronze of PUBG, right? So it's two very different styles of play. They're going to go head-to-head all day today, and they are going to be slugging versus out-thinking, and I'm going to enjoy watching them match it up.
Teams in the danger zone that we think shouldn't be there. GK, BB, Team Liquid, All Gamers Global technically, but it feels like Land Rust does exist for that roster. Godspeed, when you see like our EMEA teams really not doing very well, they should be higher.
GK was a big surprise, I think, for all of us. I did not expect GK to struggle the way they did. They were losing team fights that I don't think they should have lost. Granted, they still have another 6 games, but that's another topic for today. None of these teams that are in that kind of struggle zone can afford to have a bad game. They really can't. They have to salvage every single point. Even if they get wipes or 2 or 1 are left, they have to make sure they at least get placements, maybe a couple kills, steal as much as they can.
Diffx doesn't look both physically and playfully as he did last year, and I think that's the big problem, is that he's coming in and he missed the PGSs. It's a little bit maybe rust on there, and it's showing.
Yeah, I mean, I still gotta say this though, like, this is gonna be the day where if we're gonna see targeted kind of kills, third parties, this is gonna be the day. Like, if you want someone not to be in the finals because you are afraid, or you want to take the loot spot, or deny a competitor that is a fierce competitor in the finals, this is today to do it. So that's what I'm really worried for the teams that are currently in the bottom.
You can see the players smiling, and I think that sort of energy is in there right now, not only because of, 8 are getting knocked out after this, but also this is the first time that we've seen, blue chips in this level of competitive play. How will that affect teams that are on the chase? Will they go more aggressive trying to find points? And I think a lot of the teams are kind of, I talked to VP, like, we don't really know how that's going to come into play when we get into those late games.
That's a good team to bring up, though, Virtus Pro, right? I think 35 points or so at the moment. Another team that, considering they've just brought Curexi on here, Avenger, we're expecting more of them, especially being our EMEA brethren. They should be able to perform with this kind of roster, but 35 isn't the wheelhouse we thought they'd be in.
No, they started the day on a high note, and it kind of silenced off a little bit quite quickly. They got the kills, but still, 35. They got to do exactly the same today. Like, they got to have 35 again, or at least 30, just to get in that mid-60s to push them ahead of some of the teams that are not playing today. GameStop win 64, Toyo as well in our early 60s. Like, that's going to be around where the cutoff point is going to be today.
To that point, where do you think the cutoff is? What were you saying, Avenger, there?
I think, the teams are going to be aiming for 64. I think potential is going to be 62.
Okay.
I think, anywhere that Martin had said earlier, between 60 and 65 will be the cutoff.
Do you support that, Toffees?
Yeah, I think right between that Toyo GSW is what we're looking for, and I think because so many teams are bunched up in that 30 to 40 pack, it's going to be a pretty wild chase to get there.
The other thing that's super scary is for the teams that did do well in their first day of play and now coming into this, they, as you said, could dictate if they have 1 or 2 good games here, they shoot past that threshold we think is going to be the cutoff. They can go around and do whatever they want to any of the teams around them. Like you said, target a team they don't want to qualify because they're already struggling, like a Team Liquid.
There's some very fiery personalities in this lobby coming up, and I wouldn't be surprised if something like that did happen, Toffees, especially considering it's not just the rivalries that exist here at Esports World Cup, it's rivalries that could persist through to next tournaments. There's also PGS points on the line, don't forget.
100%, but if there was ever a time to build bad blood, it's when there's $650,000 on the line. We can be friends in PGS, but when it comes to EWC and PGC, all bets are off, and we can figure it out later.
I mean, you could be friends throughout the entire year, but if I can make sure that my competition going into grand finals is going to be weaker and I have to knock you out for it, I'm going to do it. I mean, it's part of the game, right? And friends or not, this is life-changing money.
I just think the risk of vengeance is always there, right? Like the bad blood persists. 17 will hate Na'Vi for a very long time just because they've been annoyed by them for so long. And I just think when there's this much money on the line, a team doesn't process that vengeance risk. It's worth it right now.
We didn't see that yesterday, though. Like 17 didn't really target Na'Vi. We didn't see him like, oh, you guys are kind of annoying. But like coming into this here, like there's going to be teams that's going to be on the cusp on the last 2-3 games that's going to be like, okay, we have 2 third parties, the team we don't want in or the team that's going to be a different team that doesn't really matter to us. Who are we going for a third party? The team that we don't want in the finals is, of course. So it's going to be more kind of silent. It's not going to be as obvious maybe as hot drops until maybe the last 2 games. If there's something that's completely obvious to a team, like, okay, we can hot drop them, we can deny them of a spot. It's not going to happen until, last 2 games.
On the flip side of that, for the teams that just don't do well and pretty much are out of contention while this last day is going on, they can cause havoc as well, right? If they have nothing left to lose, why not just go for a team they, as you said, may not like or may have some vengeance towards?
Which I think we say at every event, the idea that those last 2 or 3 games are when you don't want to be in the race. You need to come out here. You need to have a good game, 1 or 2. And I think that for a lot of teams, we're looking at Liquid right now. You can see the look on their faces. They have a big recovery to put. They got booed when they came out. They got fired up a little bit. But they have to make that move in the first game or 2 because once we get to 3, 4, 5 and teams are now set in stone, that catch-up potential falls off dramatically. Good news, like you said, Martin, it's not very far to get up to 16th right now.
I'm not too worried about Liquid. Like, they've tried having fans going against them for multiple reasons in the past. Like, they're going to come through this. And if there's someone cheering against them in the crowd, as I said, Sparking's going to get fired up. I think he's dropping double digits in terms of kills today. These guys are going to be fine. Like, that level of experience is kind of unparalleled in some of the other rosters, to be honest.
Well, and that's a really good aspect to talk about as well. I mean, we heard Allrain talking about it, mental, right? That's something that they worked on almost exclusively when they went for the boot camp. A team like Liquid has that mental. A team like Na'Vi, as a newer team, granted they're not, in the struggle zone, but that says a lot about how difficult and how much pressure can be on a tournament like this.
BB team in the danger zone to potentially, Martin, do you think that they should be able to kind of buck up their ideas considering that our most recent international champions?
Yeah, it's scary things for them, like 22 points. That's a long road ahead of them. We're talking, 45 points for them to feel safe. That's a big day when you're going up against competitors that are have shown, extremely fierce. We're talking Falcons here, we're talking Twisted Minds, we're talking freaks that are in this lobby here that is going to be coming in here with something to prove. This is their last kind of warm-up day before we start the finals, right? They're coming into frag, they're coming to third party, their strategy is going to be in a high level here. It's scary to be a team that's currently behind.
Well, you're also describing all these top teams, but then you throw on top of that like Rock and Gen G, who we wouldn't normally put in that category, but actually dominating on day 1, also being in this lobby, makes it actually very scary because it was a juggernautic lobby prior to Rock and Gen G showing up being like, hey, forgot about us, boys.
No, absolutely. I came into this tournament, and I think we all did, thinking, all right, like 8 teams could win this, no problem. And now suddenly there's been a lot of kind of spanners thrown into the works here, Godspeed, where our top teams are suddenly, okay, there's a 9th, there's a 10th, there's an 11th.
Well, and that's the thing for a team like Rock. I spoke about it the other day. Can they maintain that momentum? Can they still maintain the amount of control that they were able to have in that first group stage day in this group with the Freaks, right? With Twisted Minds? Is that going to be something that they can actually hold down, or have other teams studied them and found a way to punish, maybe.
It's scary no matter what. Even though if they maintain a level and they get the same amount of points, like Rock, do they get 60 points? No, but they're already qualified, so they're a team that's going to commit everything against you when you go in a fight. Like, if you pull up on one of their compounds and they're in a 2-2 split, there's going to be two guys flying in with Panzers and bikes and C4s on you just to get back at you, because they're already in there. That's the scary thing. Even for Gen G, like 15 points is nothing. For the Freaks, like 20 points is nothing. Like, it's going to be so easy for these teams to come in and have a decent game today.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And time for the drums of war to sound and the sirens blare. We have got one more day of the group stage. Will 4 minds act as one and qualify for the grand final?
Hello, PUBG fans around the world. Here we are getting ready for game number 1 of the group stage. Today, 8 teams will have their hearts, dreams, and keys crushed. But destiny is in their own hands if they can grab it for themselves.
No doubt about it. This is the day when the big players, the big teams step up. You could hear there's fans there that have their favorites, the ones they're rooting for, and teams that are going to be under that pressure, under that gun to see if they can get it done today. And you've got a lot of big names in this lobby, and you've got a lot of teams that still have some work to do to make sure that they are going to be able to get into that grand finals. Nothing is guaranteed just yet. There is still a lot to play for.
So many stakes that we're looking at. We've got PGC points, we've got club championships. We still haven't even tackled the grand finals yet. So it is full on pressure. You can handle it or you cannot. We heard it from Team Liquid. They were struggling on day 1, but no excuses. They know that if they fail, if they succeed, it's due to them and no one else.
Precisely, Matt. It is all onto you now. It's how you play today. It's how you come through in these big moments, in these big games. We're going to get kicked off for the last day of the group stage on Erangel. The grassy pastures is where we will find ourselves. And there's so much going on in this lobby. It's actually insane. I mean, so many amazing teams, surprises here and there. Real quick, I have to touch on the fact that after FN Pulchon had such a good day yesterday, they have to come in with a sub today. Not exactly sure what happened there, but that's brutal to lose Rex, who is in this lobby in terms of like their group, I should say, that has only played one day. He is one of the best. Like, he is 13 kills, and there are only a couple other players in that category with him, one of them being Shrimsy. So to lose Rex today is a big deal for a team that was a surprise yesterday and has a real shot to get into that grand final.
I mean, the desk was talking about it. We've had so many teams just step up. It's been hard to kind of figure out what is like the group of death as we're going through the group stage, because we've had so many curveballs and we've seen so many teams that are really, they need big days today. I mean, Team Liquid, we were talking about a second ago, AGAL, they need to step up. These are 2 squads that we definitely know can do it. Centered Circle, going to make it a lot easier for these guys. Not quite so crazy. Rock, the only team that opted to go down towards military base itself, but they have easy pathings to make it back into the main island, so nothing to be concerned with just quite yet. Interestingly, though, we've got Potato as a do-up center point, and not a lot of teams really dancing around it just quite yet. But we do have Tiggleton that is already stretching and getting pretty close to death row.
Yeah, this is a nice early start for the Falcons. They are really stretched out, going to have a lot of zone control early in the center here, and they are trying to do their best to just get into the center, get those points, get further into this game. AGAL, another team that really needs a big day. You're expecting, especially with the star-studded squad that they have, that they're going to be able to find some more points, find some better situations, and this circle could be an opportunity for that.
I mean, there's nothing too crazy, no big curveballs as far as way we're looking with circles. But with having Falcons already in a good position to kind of regroup and get into the circle, we also have AGAL just closing the other side of Death Road. We've got Gen G, who's been on their own mini tear. They're over in Pachinki very, very close, and then Petrichor Road up on top of it. That means that the Cinder has already got a lot of very strong fraggers, especially whenever we count in the Freaks are just to the north of that. So teams where we're looking at VP, TL,
this is going to be a hard rotation for these guys to potentially deal with. Geeke, the squad that the desk was talking about that had a lot of expectations coming into this one, they're all the way up in Zarki, and this is going to be a really tricky one for them because the way that the circle is playing, and it's playing a bit further to the south, and it's got a little bit of that military in it, means the river is just right up against the northern part of the circle, denying a lot of decent rotating paths.
No, you're exactly correct. I mean, there is worlds where you're going to be able to drive all the way down through Sosnovka to get back up in towards the northern part of the circle through like the eastern side bridge that BL is crossing right now. But yeah, it is really difficult. So teams that can play edge well are going to not be too fussed by this, like VP. I think they're perfectly fine seeing a circle like this because it does lend itself to their play style. But for a team like Geeke, yeah, you have concerns. Maybe they're comfortable with it, maybe not, but the first day didn't look comfortable. So that's where you're kind of worried about a team of their caliber that we've seen be very strong in the past. So now we do have a quick look into Rock, who's making their rotations out of Novo. They're going to be crossing the northern bridge, and they're granted a lot of space. There's nobody that's going to be up there near Milta or Farm, really. So they've got a lot of room to at least get into the circle comfortably.
Oh, I love the fact that Rock, you could see the reaction. Crowd loving their performances coming off of their day one. On top of that, being a bit of a hometown team right now, getting a ton of support on LAN, and you could see the reaction from the players. They were like, hey, this is what we need. You know, we're talking about some boos that have been going on. Rock, who has been performing incredibly well, now getting some chance, getting some energy being thrown behind them. I can't wait to see what they do today.
Right there with you. I'm really happy that Rock is getting some support, and it's well-deserved after how well they played on the first day of the groups. This is
Love
a team
me Fantastico.
Yeah, dude, I mean, yeah, Fantastico, BL, I mean, RBN as well. Like, these guys are great. Souls is having solid performances, but really it's kind of that duo of Fantastico and BL that you feel like are going to lead the charge for Rock. But I liked the once they got confidence, once they had that one good game, then they just took off running. Then they were taking more aggressive fights. You know, once you got to that rondo and they played well, then they were just putting up points. They're putting up kills. They're making aggressive maneuvers to capitalize on teams that were in bad situations. So it's things like that that kind of can be turning points for a team in a tournament where they can learn very quickly what they need to do and how they need to adapt.
Well, we've been watching just an evolution of Rock just over the last couple of PGSs into EWC, and it's just so cool to see them coming more into their own, finding out how they want to play, because that's one of the core things I love about PUBG is there's so many different ways to play the game, and what worked for you in the last event may not as a meta changes up, so you're constantly having to ball who you are, and Kurt manages to get a good shot onto Ranger X and just drop him out of that car.
Oh my god, that is filthy, Kurt. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Boo Team Liquid some more. It doesn't look like it's going to phase them too much.
Yeah, man. That is nice. But we've seen this from Liquid yesterday where they get an early kill, they get an early pick, and then they're not able to really use that to springboard into further situations where they can find some damage, find some kills. You know, it was a pretty grindy day for them. 25 points is way less than I would have expected.
I think that everybody is kind of shocked by that. But, I mean, they did miss out on the PGSs. There is something to be said about coming back into LAN and how that kind of like can burn you a bit. You know, you're kind of having to knock back off the LAN jitters a bit. And I know they'll keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Liquid's in first in the club championship right now. It's fine. It doesn't matter that we missed the PGSs, and now PGC points are going to be a lot harder for us to get. But you know, it's in the back of their heads. Just every single time they're trying to do something.
I call BS, yeah.
Yeah, you know it's there. I don't care. I know you, Kurt. I know you can't have all of the content that you push out where it's just like brutal, honest, truth content and be like, oh yeah, there's no pressure that Team Liquid's in first right now. Yeah, it's fine.
If he told me he wasn't nervous, I'd be like, yeah, sure. But it's going to be in your head.
Yeah.
It's inescapable. You just have to have those things going on as a competitor. You know the situations because people are going to be talking to you about it, whether you like it or not. You know, it could be people in your own organization.
You saw in the interview whenever Bella was like, hey, and he was just like,
yeah.
Your mouth says one thing, but your eyes say a different thing. So there's Geeke making their long rotation over from Zarki. They have T5 pretty close to them. T5 on a tear of their own. I mean, they were popping off pretty big, so good job on scouting this out and getting some distance away from them. Team Liquid that we were talking about still has looped up on Everest. That's going to be south of the river. The other member is going to be rotating pretty close to the red zone, but everybody else pretty settled right now. Not too much dicey going on, which is surprising because we have been seeing the start of every single game for the other 2 days being way more violent.
Yeah, generally we've been seeing some either rotation traps or kind of early scuffles over vehicles or something like that, but this one seems to be pretty fair and square. But this is a much more fair circle, to be honest, compared to some of the ones we've got. So this one kind of feels like everybody has a pretty good idea early of what they want to do, what their opponents are trying to accomplish, and you can see just a few little movements here and there on the map with FN Polchon trying to make a bit of a rotation. Geeky finally coming in from the northern side. T5 wants to, I believe, get that res going for themselves, is my assumption why they're chilling around the crashed plane up there. So everybody just going to be doing a little vibing, it seems. You do have Virtus Pro watching their flank. They should see Geeky coming, so they can play a little bit of defense in terms of thwarting them away.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of momentum that hinges on this very first game for these squads. Specifically, whenever we look down and we can see AGL kind of down from that. I mean, you can kind of even put VP in there, but I mean, if you're holding about 30 to 35 points, you're holding the average from yesterday, and you really just kind of have to replicate that. Sure, 30 to 35 points isn't the best, but you're on target. It's down below that where pressure is going to be mounting. I mean, we have the last PGS champions in BB team. They're going to be one of their members inside of a red zone right now, but they've got compounds, so they should be fine. They're going to be playing over in the southeast. EK's long wrap is going to go around Yasnaya. That's going to put them potentially kind of close to Falcons, most likely VP. So they should be okay as well because they've got plenty of space to play around for the time being.
Yeah, anybody underneath, TDT is certainly aware of their situation, certainly aware that they need to have pretty big days, and you'd love to just kind of get through with a nice, generous kill chicken dinner. Ooh, we're going hard to the east there towards Milta, towards Farm.
That's big for Rock. BB team twisted as well, so BB is going to have pretty much center control for the time being. Claps is going to be much more up into the north and the western sides. That AGL not going to have the cleanest sight lines from their positioning, so that's going to be a reprieve for some of these teams. Gen G going to be rotating very close to it. TDT is going to be down next to Rock. FN looks like they're opting for a much longer rotation around. Curious to see on how they do that. They might be eyeing maybe going to military base, wrapping through. VP catching some airtime and a little bit of a roll, but manages to dodge out the borders. That roll probably just saved Nixie's life.
Yeah, Lucarux did lose a tire there, though. Not exactly sure. It might be a doozy from BB team, and he's going to get the knock even from downtown. A doozy finding some damage there, and AGAL already in trouble early, destroyed down. Flame gets the knock with the grenade. Petrichor Road trying to take advantage of all the chaos to make a rotation through a bunch of fire.
Just got to get through the cars. All right, you're fine, you're fine. So, pause off for just 1 second. Who would have thought whenever we see a crash between Gen G and AGL, it's going to be Gen G that has the momentum inside of it. You can see what's going on the map. There's a lot of shifts back and forth just because of the crossfire positions that are set up. We've got Falcons that are going to be into the north of it, and then over into the east, it's going to be twisted. And it is just a meat grinder in the middle.
All right, hear me out. I'd love to see Petrichor Road try to crash this compound that BBT is in. They've only got 3 players. They lost one early, and maybe if they can figure out that there's only 2 here, because you do not want to be in this Wizard House. It is very, very dangerous as the game rolls on, and a lot of teams are going to be kind of funneled into that direction, assuming the circle just kind of keeps centering up a bit.
We just had Ranger X get dropped back off, but he's pretty far away from everybody. The rest of the squad has yet to come in, so we did see a blue chip come in and be a factor. VP, it's just a struggle, man. They can't find anywhere to stop. Like they thought that they had a good point, and then it's just been trying to do damage control, and it is just not happening.
Yeah, and that's another team that very much could be in contention for the club championship, but they need a win in an event. They don't have a win in any of the games here at EWC, so they can't technically qualify to win because you need to at least have the
European specialty. Just get there off of placement.
Yeah, but they need a win here, so they need to do well today. Not the start they wanted, losing too early. Going to be tough for them, kind of stuck in that shelter unless the circle just is very generous to them to get much going. Team Liquid going to be coming in very, very late to this, and they're going to be coming around the backside of Geeky, who fortunately maybe for Team Liquid is making a bit of a rotation up around the southern side of the prison, trying to get closer into the lumberyard.
I mean, the fans might be able to get a bit of what they want. It's going to be pretty close to Falcons as well, so Geeky twisted Falcons all the gatekeeping positions on this one. Team Liquid feeling that pressure, being much slower, being very methodical trying to make sure that they scout everything. But as you start making your way up that hill, you're going to start losing a lot of vision and really driving blind. And I think that we can see that Geek has one of the members around Prison that might be able to spot it out. Gen G, right on the edge of the red zone. They've got themselves a Sharper that's going to be close. And yes, Bonjon did actually go all the way down and around, so being a bit slower in their approach.
Yeah, they had Star-Lord watching from the northern coast of Sosnovka Island to make sure that the gas station was open and that they could make this rotation across the bridge relatively safely. Now, bad news for them, I would say, is considering what we saw in the early part of yesterday, is TDT is there, and they were really fearsome in some of their individual moments, so might be a team, very likely be a team you're going to have to fight if you want to get into this next circle, or unless they try something a little crazy, if they can maybe scout that some of the farm might be available for themselves, but going to be tough as TDT is making a rotation in towards Milta, might be looking to play that northwest corner of the city. Petrichor Road still just chilling in that wizard tower, kind of trading barbs back and forth with BB team, and T5 trying to get Ranger X back in the mix.
That's my thing about it is T5 up into the north is not going to have any pathing. I mean, just look at the wall that's just over there. We still have Gen G that's going to have to brute force their way yet again. It looks like they might be leaning more into that sharper side. FN, I think, is going to be pretty content just to get a stop off right here. They're inside the safe zone. They have no information on anything that's going on except for the fact that TDT just crossed in front of them. And it's going to be kind of hard to get information over here, as really the closest thing you're going to be able to see is Rock and Farm, and that's a strong position for this circle.
It really is. You like Farm here, you like BB Team's position, you like CTG. Those spots right there tend to be kind of funnels for action, where you can just keep things set up defensively, hold the line. As we do have, I believe that's a recall there for Tosi, trying to get back with the rest of Gen G as they're still kind of trailing AGAL. Tosi, he should be A-okay to get back down, just depends on what's left in that house for him.
I think that we've seen 2, maybe 3 different teams kind of pass around this location, so I don't know what Tosi is even going to have available. Maybe the other guys for Gen G left some stuff behind for him. We have seen that kind of be the way you handle it. Yeah, there's the crate right there, so they marked out a point where somebody was going to be dead. Probably his own crate, maybe. I think that might have been right.
I think it is. I think it is, yeah.
So he should be pretty good. I mean, he's going to take some blue damage early, but he should be fine. Only problem with it is if you pick up the loot from whenever you died, all your armor and helmet is wrecked.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, better than nothing.
It is better than nothing. That is absolutely the case.
By like 20%, I guess.
Yeah, but what's interesting is they've had Bean kind of trying to silently trail AGAL to make sure that Gen G could set up for their next maneuver if they need to. Let's see if they're just going to want to try to crash this. Bean tries to spring into action, does a ton of damage. I think this is just a fight waiting to happen.
Okay, how bad do you want it, Gen G? I mean, they've been vibing. Being set up, and here it comes. Big push coming up from Gen G. They're just going to crash in hot and heavy, but look at the read. Tycon Isaki already finds 2. Flamin' Orca down. Himas doesn't have the angle that he wanted onto it, but you can see Gen G instantly regretting. Tosi coming in back behind it, and this has been full-on stopped.
A bit curious here for Bean. Oh, what a grenade. Himas making quick work of it, but Bean did not throw out a smoke early as he is going to go down. Gen G wiped right out the gate. A team that came out so hot is going to go out early, but I'm surprised he didn't throw some smokes there to set up for that push.
Interesting fact, AGAL at 5 kills, all of them Gen G.
That's true. You are 100% correct.
I haven't seen that one before, I don't know. So, all right, Sharper, you're over here in the north. You're having to contend up against Freaks, but Salute already down is going to make that way easier. With the way the circle popped, Farm's going to be pretty much centered up. Into the north, we also have a couple of small skirmishes that are going to be brewing. T5 is going to be in the thick of everything as Twisted's going to be gatekeeping him due south. Luke's going to be on the other side, as well as sparking Curdy for Team Liquid. Falcon's kind of eyeing this one, but I don't think that they want too much out of it. Team Liquid realizing that getting some kills early can really feed them up that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game here as Liquid, you're looking to do some damage and then maybe make a easterly rotation. But they're losing tires and their vehicles are getting beat up here by Twisted Minds, who's also angling in this direction. Falcons taking advantage of T5 being in a prone position in a spot where they just can't really do much. And yeah, I don't think T5 is long for this lobby.
Yeah, hey, the matter is just going to be who gets the kills on it. Team Liquid wants them bad. Falcons, though, looks like they've been trying to see what they can salvage off of it. Twisted wants to get inside the circle, so that's going to open up more pathing options for Team Liquid, as well as maybe T5 if they can weather the storm of bullets that are raining down on their heads. Team Liquid's going to be coming in this pretty late. I do like, though, that we are seeing Team Liquid realize, okay, we need every point, and we need every point early. We're going to start playing more aggressive for it. This is a squad that is very heady, but often can sometimes be their own detriment. Instead of just realizing, dude, we can frag the world. Let's just frag the world.
Right. Sometimes you get caught up in these situations where you overthink things and you make decisions and you're like, this should be safe, and what you should actually be thinking is we should be taking some fights. In this case, Team Liquid, I think, making a good decision. Yeah, Falcons, but X-Grizzit hits a headshot with the SKS. Only one more bullet, can't get it to connect. H-Win, a little bit of a reprieve there to get behind the buggy.
But Perfectix does hit a shot onto Shrimzy. That does stall out a bit more. Oh, Tiggleton drops in right on top of that Molotov.
That was kickstarts.
That's a problem. And now Falcons, they are firm gate kept by Twisted as well as Sharper. And this is going to be a very difficult rotation. They do have one of their down teammates. They're going to try to roll through. There's not a lot of options, and there's nowhere to go. Jedi reads that one perfectly.
Well, I think this is about done and dusted for the Falcons as well. Twisted Minds angling in this direction. There's a random player from Pero here. Ming Ming must have got stuck in transition, couldn't get to the rest of his team, and he's going to go down. Twisted able to deal with him. Batulin's the only one lost so far. Lou in a battle with H-Win out in the blue, and actually Lou gets taken down by the blue itself, so H-Win did enough to at least get the knock, has that blue zone bag for just a bit longer.
Falcons are in trouble, but they haven't gone down just quite yet, and that's created a lot of problems. Petrichor Rhodes hopped inside their vehicles, and they're just roaming right over here. Nexus, now Twisted has to be cautious of this new angle of approach. T5 still outside the blue, up into the northeast. They have no pathing options now as there's been a new contender that's holding them out. Meanwhile, Team Liquid trying to keep the rampage rolling as they've spotted out tail end of this, pick up another one, but it is going to come at cost of losing Alo.
You know, could go for a res. It's not too far away, but you got to deal with this fight first. TDT has the blues up on the hill, throwing out some mollies there, trying to see if they can keep that player trapped in there. And they do catch some damage. Hello, GK is going to just box these two teams in.
So we can see everything setting up. This is going to be a Herculean task for Team Liquid to have to move forward. Let's get a listen in to see how they're going to navigate it.
Can we saw the smoke one? Yeah, I threw one smoke and I threw a cover flare as well. Loot these bodies real quick. I think they might have left this yellow. I think I'm just gonna.
I think they might be playing the ball. You alone, Luke.
Okay. My sun went out. I'm gonna just
They're getting knocked by GK.
Yeah. Okay, one up.
Should we take blue?
They got knocked from the ball, okay?
There's a gas here, be careful.
Okay, we need to kill main yellow, guys. Yeah, let's go. Push the yellow right now. Again. He's inside. Right?
That could be a knock there.
Front left. There's two there. C4 here.
Guys, I think we need to take blue right now.
People on the ball.
In front of GK. That's what I'm doing.
Bolt it out, guys. Front of yellow.
He's dead. Can you play heals maybe?
I'm gonna try.
They're getting knocked in the back. We might be able to fucking kill them right now.
There's a body here, 2 bodies here, Petty. And I have first aids. Drop first aids.
Okay, that didn't go the cleanest. And while they have been picking up a lot of firefights, Team Liquid needs to get points, only sitting on 3 kills right now. They're going to take those shots at GK, force them away, but while this is going on, Ponchon has moved into the circle and now is kind of holding out the new position. So Team Liquid, GK both in some trouble. Sparking wants to make something happen, but man, this is a hard hill to push up right now.
Yeah, I mean, Sparking getting a little bit of help though from FN Pochon. They've done some damage to GK. He's looking for some damage into BB Team, who's gotten beat up by CTG up on the northern side of the circle. In fact, they're just wiped out. So Sparking there, you know, wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, wanted to see if they could counter rotate, get ahead of GK. And he's trying his damnedest to get there. Still DL as well here for the Freaks, looking to see if he can go fishing through the smokes. Perfectix alive in the blue. Pretty Curdy as well had a ton of first aids and trying to shimmy his way forward.
Okay, this is mounting up. We were talking about the early game being pretty chaotic. Nope, mid-game this time around, not a lot of options to work with. Sparking does pick up at least 1 kill for this one. He's right in the face of Diffx, though, as the smoke's going to be between them. 23 alive. Sparking needs to move forward. 1 HP. No, he's going to go down. A little bit of damage going to be enough combined in with the blue zone. So Sparking trapped out in the blue zone right now, and I think it's changed the game. That might have spotted him out, taking shots, slowing his approach.
Yeah, Diffix trying to get a heal through himself, but hard to imagine he's going to survive much longer. Tons of bullets raining in, and yeah, the blue is just going to finish what a bunch of other players started. Pretty Curdy is still out there, still out in the blue. I mean, FN Polchon, they've got a great foothold here in farm. They've got Zenith even close to Rock's positioning on the northern half of the farm, right outside of a fence there. Perfectix just trying to hang on as long as he can. AGL taking some of those ditches that are out to the west of farm. That's about all you have to work with. Not much going on in the circle, and DL has the shack.
I mean, we're looking at this in-game circle just being the bowl of the valley coming down into farm itself. So Rock getting this position early, great for them. They've been able to defend it up. Nobody's been able to really encroach in. I mean, Zenith is getting pretty close over there, but it's just teams coming in absolute tatters and shambles right now. As you can see, Purdy Curdy trying to creep his way in. AGAL does have some control over the western side. Perfectix in a similar position to Purdy Curdy trying to come in from the north. Change the game. Kind of the odd team out is there's no real easy path down that hillside. There you go. Kurt spotted out. Does go down, but at least managed to pick up some points.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Karan that he couldn't get that kill. The blue ends up being what finishes Purdy off. Perfectix, 2 more first aids. Still quite a ways to go, actually. I don't know if he's going to be able to get there. Jedi does get Hung Tuai in transition. More players falling for CTG. They have to make a dangerous rotation. There's just too many angles on them, and they're getting cut apart.
Shocked that they managed to make it into the circle with the amount of teams that were going to try to make something happen there. While this is going on, AGAL does shift into the south. Perfectix is still alive up into the north and has spotted this. Tian still being alive over here, just trying to slow down anything coming up from Sharper, but just too many different angles. Perfectix does spot him in that high ground, so picks up another point. And Perfectix just looks down that hillside. 9 kills right now for Twisted, and Perfectix can potentially get more, looking right into Sharper. But here comes Rock, here comes AGAL. Everybody sees him. He took that one shot, and now 3 different teams are trying to pop him as the last member up for Twisted.
Yeah, he's just trying to survive as long as he can here, seeing if maybe he gets lucky and, you know, another player falls somewhere along the way, but has to go out into the blue and just going to concede. No points given over to anybody else. Knew he was dead to rights at that point. This next circle, very important here though, Matt, because with Rock's compound going to be in no matter what, kind of depends on which way it shifts, who can kind of hold the line, who has to make a move, because if it shifts like northeast, then maybe somebody like AGL or FN Polchon has to make a move to try to contest Rock's space inside of this farm, because right now they have full zone control.
Polchon's going to be in a weird spot right now with this 2-1-1 split. Zenith is right next to Rock, so that does open up an opportunity for them to actually take a later game fight with Rock. AGAL is on the outside of it though, but AGAL is kind of leaned more down into the south. Ooh. Circle Pops actually leans more into the AGAL favored position, so really bad news for DL. Poor Bob saying head's going to have to make a long run with Polchon kind of looking at him. Sharper, I think, only really has to move a couple of meters, but that couple of meters means the fact that there is no cover to be had.
Yeah, this is difficult for Sharper. Is there enough room in some of these rolling hills that you can tuck in and avoid the sightlines of Rock? It's going to be tricky. Otherwise, you just got to think about making a crash towards AGL and trying to take the other side of the hill that they're holding on to. But AGL is lined up and kind of looking ready for a fight. You know, I could see Himas very keenly aware of Sharper's position. So it's just going to be a difficult maneuver that they're going to have to try to make. You're going to have Rock shooting at you. And the real question is what does DL do? What does FN do?
Also, AGAL, at the amount of kills that they've got right now is absolutely crazy if we think about it. This is the start of the last day of groups for a squad that we know can frag, and coming out the very first game, finding kills, starting to find more comfort inside of these firefights, now getting a bit of circle love as well. This could be pretty big. FN making the push. They're just going to roll right it. This is open. They know it. It's safe. Does manage to stop off. So with this, Star-Lord is very far back behind it. They're watching. Sharper's going to try to use the distraction that was set up down in the south to see if they can manage to get into the circle. Garland seeing if maybe he can hold off Santastico is going to get enough. But look, now everybody from Rock is being pulled 2 different directions. That's giving more control to AGAL.
Yeah, this is very nice for AGAL. Sharper just trying to kind of slowly creep forward here, find little hillsides, use some of that cover that they're able to create, but that's a big knock on to Star-Lord as he's trying to get through the fields. Knocked by BBL, so that's going to slow down FN. Karan there going to be tasked with trying to provide cover, but AGAL has found an angle into this fight. Zenith gets knocked. He's flushed. FN Polchon in trouble.
Rock doing a good job on their defense. They've become the focal point for so much. Polchon in so much trouble right now as here comes the collapse. Rock actually surrendering a lot of the north just to go ahead and finish out make sure that nobody is harassing them down into the south. They're just going to run down into this when they know exactly where he's at. Just going to chase them all. That's it. Pochon now out. Rock's now going to be able to focus in more into the west, but this has allowed Sharper as well as AGAL to set up a much better defense than I thought was going to happen.
That's fantastic defense there by Rock. I mean, yeah, they get a little help from AGAL, but they're proactive in that defense. Once they realize that FN is weak, especially after that second knock, they just pounce. They start throwing stuns and frags, and they just identify where those players are and completely wipe them off the board. That is very well handled by them, and just, again, showcasing how good they have been in this group stage. Now, Sharper still has a little bit of room, but you can see there that Earth is trying to find an angle, and he's just enough outside of the circle that he's going to have to scooch forward one way or another, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do so safely. Hard to say.
I mean, I don't even know what you do here. There's not much that Sharper has to work with. They've got that ridgeline kind of near the road, but it is so right along the edge of the zone. It doesn't give you much in Phase 8 because you're going to instantly have to move forward already. Rock, with the compounds, of course, has some safety for now, but they can get pretty close to the circle. Everybody's not in a comfortable position to really assault and take control of the center of the circle.
You're exactly right. The center of the circle is on a plateau.
Yeah.
It's just in a really uncomfortable spot. So you got to just kind of hold your line and kind of wait for somebody to have to make a move and hope that they have to make the move before you and you can punish that. Is Himas just going to use that foldable shield? This is a great example of why you would love to keep one of these things in your car, in your backpack for these late game scenarios, because in open circles like this, it gives you a little bit of an extra advantage. He's going to shift it just a little bit further forward, trying to find a better angle into Sharper, hoping that once these smokes wear out, him and Haisaki can make quick work of these two players up on their north.
AGL realizing the threat and the problem. Sharper leaning more west with two of their members means AGAL has an assault problem right next door to them, where Rock only really has to deal with the solo next to Rosette. So they have a much bigger opportunity. Multiple members from Rock have already actually left the compound. They're starting to dance around the lower section of that hill. You can see RBN. They've got that ridge line that's right at the top of your screen that you can see over there. Everybody leaned back. This is your center dot. Nothing to be had. There's a small ridge a bit close to Rock that they can use, and a tree that AGAL can use. Sharper's got nothing. They've got their car, they've got their hopes and dreams, and Jedi trying every mind trick that he can do. These are not the headshots you were looking for, as now Himas wants to go. He's got the nade up, but he takes too much damage. He goes down. Nade goes a bit far too. That's a problem for AGALs. Now Rock might be trying to backstab.
That's a pretty big mistake there from Himas. Couldn't get the damage that he needed. Exquisite finds the knock on to Santastico as she's trying to get out there, but BL able to respond with a grenade there, and that's the flank player, the solo player for Sharper down. Two players stuck on this western edge, trying to use smokes to just take the fight against AGAL. Maybe get second place here. You're going to have a tough time taking a fair fight against Rock.
I mean, all right, Sharper, you guys are trying to take this. You have nothing, and you're fighting tooth and nail for everything you can get. There is no easy die in these guys right now, but only one up, trying to see if he can get something more out of it. Not going to be able to find a Haisaki. Runs out of the blue zone, narrowly makes it back in, but he is actually going to go down to a Molotov. Rock now steamrolling through it. They're going to pick it up and continue to just string together all the points that you can in this lobby.
Oh, what a just unbelievable group stage for them. They're just continuing the momentum. By the way, it was Jedi's Molly that got the last two kills onto AGAL. I just caught it in the kill feed.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Rock they're set. They don't need those extra kills. They're just happy to get some wins, happy to get the crowd pumped up.
This is also big because Rock coming in, picking up points. Anybody that's at the top of the leaderboard getting more points means the cutoff is going to get weird, because whenever we have sponges at the top eating everything, it means that there's less for everybody else. Therefore, the cutoff could move down a bit. So if we see continual control coming out from these top squads, that's going to be problematic. But AGAL making it in the later stages and fragging out in the first game, that's scary.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is something that a lot of people aren't going to be happy to see that are playing in this lobby. Fans at home going to love it. You want to see Himas. You want to see that fragger, who's one of the best on the planet right now, in that grand finals.
So many moving factors in that game. I mean, Team Liquid being very proactive at the earlier sections, couldn't find a way to get into the later stages. But I mean, I like what we saw coming out from them. They were putting out damage. They just couldn't get the points converted over the way that they wanted. I hope that they still try to continue being proactive in that, see what we can get from them. BB was just kind of caught in an awkward spot off on the edge of the zone. That's going to be very detrimental for them. So much going into our game number 1 as we still have 5 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. Don't you go anywhere.
everyone. Welcome to the STC Club Championship Updates News with Bella. I have 4 grand newses to share with you, so hang in there. First up is going to be TFT playoffs kicked off with the contender group, Virtus Pro, looking to make strides. They're the only team still left running in the club championship points, so we don't know what they'll end on. On the other side, there's Weibo and T1 still playing in the playoffs as well. They're looking to climb their ranks in the standing as well. Next up, PUBG. This is the final day of group stage. It's going to be groups B and C, and we have the important contenders all going head to head. It's going to be Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, and Virtus Pro. Well, as of now, Team Falcons and Twisted Minds are in the lead, and Team Liquid and Virtus Pro really need to have a good day to secure their spot in the finals and make sure they are still in the race for the club championship. Third up, it's Tekken. Well, second day phase 1 group stage has started. Well, no upsets yesterday because it was only the opening day, but we are going to have 8 more eliminations and 8 more players moving on to the phase 2 group stage. Last but not least, Rocket League. Group stage kicks off today. It's going to be Falcons, Vitality, Virtus Pro, and Twisted Minds all looking to overtake Team Liquid in their first standing, and this is the title where they're missing out, so we have no idea how this is going to go. No eliminations today as it's only the opening match. Well, that is the club championship update for you, and thanks for joining me.
Yes, thank you, co-anchor Bella. And now breaking news coming in as well.
Whoa.
Virtus Pro in TFT has apparently defeated Wolves and moved through into the semi-finals, which is actually big for those club championship points because Virtus Pro is yet to get a championship under their belt, and to be able to be eligible to win the club championships, you need to have at least 1 championship. So moving into the semi-finals, very important. Let's look at the club championship points. Martin, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, they're guaranteed that many points. Being in 4th right now, and obviously Virtus Pro already have a player players in other games as well have a team here. They need to get into the finals here to get some points. You need to get top 8 to get any, but it's pretty exciting, obviously, with how the teams are playing today and with that many teams and our organization is this close. Like, the championship team is still not close.
I'm really sad because BMW M Team, Redline, Red Bull, Sim Racing has almost dropped out of the top 13. So
and it was so much fun to say. Like Earth's up.
They got those 1,000 points at the very beginning in Ren Spot, and they've been there ever since every tournament I'm covering. But anyway, we have got ourselves. Where were we going? I can't even. I'm having too much fun.
This is PUBG.
It was devastating.
Look at the team coach winning moment here from good old Rock.
Yeah, now they're catching just here after 7 games. Going to be in first place. That's pretty impressive.
Puxa ele, vamos roubar, Gal. The thing with Rock...
Eu vou fazer nade lá. Eu tenho 2 bang, guys.
Tchau.
Bate os 2. Vamos bangar.
Pera, eu tenho nade.
Um knock.
Vamos lá.
Vamos puxar. Rouba aqui.
Ai,
Vamos, caralho!
All right, we're back on track. We have got ourselves the victory here from Rock. And my question to you guys is, I'll start with you, Toffees. Are Rock now just god gamers, apparently?
They predict well. I don't know if they catch circle. I don't know what they're doing, but these nests that they're building, they fight out of it, guys. But I think that's something that you have observed is really nice that they're doing.
So let's call it what it is. They caught 9 there, right? They were there pretty much from the beginning. That being said, they flexed out. They actually were proactive. They're getting kills. We've seen multiple teams now at this point in the group stages not flex out, not be proactive, not get the kills they should be getting when they're winning games. That's not necessarily the case with Rock, and that's what I love to see from these boys.
You know what was most exciting in this game for me is that Sharper Esports now also was to a top 3 position. But that 15 points from the start of the day, and now, coming in here and getting points is huge for them.
It's nice to put up a big number. Also, I think if everyone in the lobby is going to agree, if there is a team that they're okay with sort of catching 9 and getting free points, it's Rock, who's essentially already qualified,
that's
right?
Fine with it,
It's not a team that's sort of on the cusp and could knock you out at this point. So I think that's good. You kind of want them to sponge if you're one of those teams in the mid-pack.
Also, all gamers actually had a banger game, and Haisaki was able to bang out some kills for himself as well. We see them celebrating, but that's a big game for AJL.
More kills now for Haisaki today in this game than the entirety of the 6 games prior.
All right, well, the points coming in. 18 points go the way of Rock, as you say. The sponging will continue on. Toffees.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Rock and the fans. So you've heard them when they walked in. There was cheering. You heard the cheering when they got the win. There was a huge Furia contingent outside, a brand that has countrymen in Rock. And it seems like all of the fans who are here are like, hey, let's go ahead in there and get behind Rock. And it's really cool. And you can see the guys responding to that saying, hey, man, it's really nice to have support.
But as you were mentioning here, Avenger, Sharper Esports, this is such a big game for them. 12 points coming in. They lost Thunders early. But then from there, the 3 were able to make it work into that later game.
And they almost doubled their points. They got 12 in this game. They had 15 prior to this. Again, they need a huge day to kind of jump into it. But remember, when we started this, we had 35 points was the cutoff. 36 points was the cutoff for 16th.
Absolutely, and I think, getting the numbers up there, having one big game is going to be something that takes you up to that next level, and because the cutoff, as you said, is so tight, just having one big jumper could push you through. Is this a team that I think we're going to see multiple big games one after another from? As of now, I'm not willing to say yes, but I think seeing them being proactive, seeing them being willing to take a little more fight, that speaks to, maybe desperation. It's a good start.
Do you need more earth-shaking performances, more thunderous performances, Godspeed, from this team?
I mean, the problem is they need to keep this consistency up throughout the entire day. And I'm not sure if they can do it. That doesn't mean I don't think they can do it, but I'm just not sure. For VP, though, that's a team that I was just about to bounce on. Off your point, that was a really disjointed game. It looked like there was a lot of indecision in Shelter. We saw them lose Beamy, and then they lost Nixie in like a weird 2-2 split where they were trying to recover, and it didn't look good. It didn't look good for the first game.
Well, let's take a look at the overalls then, because we're going to be keeping very close eyes throughout the day on the cusp. Who is going to be down towards those 16th positions? But Rock, yes, you've already. Good job, guys. Jeez Louise, calm down. All right, you're in number 1.
Wow,
good stuff.
we get it.
we get it, guys. All right. So this is really exactly where we're focusing. Where we are focusing is exactly here. All Games Global moves into 15th spot here, Avenger, and is now shoring up some defenses.
Yeah, that's big for them. Obviously, we talked talked about it. You just need one decent game to start things with. You're going to be into the top 16 now. You need to defend. You need to continue.
I think for me, one of the things to watch is Gen G. They're sitting at that 55. It's not a safe cutoff yet, and they don't have Rex. They've got Orca in, subbing right now, and so I do think that's a situation. Excuse me?
Carvin.
Yeah, Carvin, sorry. Subbing right now, and that is a situation that could be problematic. They had a really good day one, but when you mix up the team like that, you still have to find 20 points somewhere today.
Yeah, somebody said he was not feeling well, I think.
I believe so.
That's the rumor. I don't know for sure what's going on.
That is rough, though, right? Because they had such a good day one Godspeed. So to adjust anything from that, you just think to yourself, coming into your second day, okay, let's just do what we did then. But I guess wishy-washy that.
And then you also have someone who has less experience, right? That's going to be huge. You can't really rely on him the way you would on Rex, and so that causes their own issues. But, I mean, you want to talk about issues, at least for a team like Liquid, right? VP didn't necessarily get any points. Liquid at least managed to walk out with 5 in that one in a very desperate endgame for them.
No, definitely.
Yeah, all the circles literally just going away from them continuously, right? But there's a great pull-up. They had tried to get into the fight with T5. They tried to get in to get some points there. They had a C4. I saw Sparking pull out a C4, almost putting in the car, putting it down there. That could have been two or three guaranteed points, but like, okay, we might have a chance to get in. Circle went west twice. Like, they had to pull up and fight TDT. Still got some points from it. Actually managed to heal off to get into top 8 as well after the C4 from GK.
Yeah. I mean, they're a team with a long history of circle Teflon about them, right? These circles consistently just seem to slide away from these guys every time they feel like they've got a good spot. To get 5 on the salvage, great news for them, but they need to they need a rock game, for crying out loud, to go the way of Liquid, because they need just to have one game where they can get their heads in the right place and say, oh, that went the way that we wanted it to.
Yeah, they just need to say that once.
They just need to be just one time, yeah, right? I mean, Sparking's angry. You can see it. You saw him go out for those kills. He wants it.
Yeah, no, I was going to bring up exactly that. It felt like as soon as there was a little bit of a spark lit underneath these boys here, Godspeed, there were some kills there and there, but again, the circle's really not kind.
Yeah, they got caught between, as Martin was saying, TDT and GK, right? And GK was gatekeeping both of those teams already in the yellows on the east, and that was just kind of an issue, so...
GK here as well. Obviously, they need big points as well, Martin. And they
currently on 20. 20 is that's a long shot. You have 5 games to do it. We need 2 big games for them to have them in the kind of contest of our top 16 kind of 60s, and then they need to kind of close it out on the last ones.
It's getting tough that we keep saying that we keep coming to these teams that we expected to do relatively well. We're like, well, they need 2 more good games. There's only 5 left, and 2 of those are Tego and Rondo, which are kind of anything can happen situations.
It does make me wonder what the problem is for GK, right? Because of course, yes, they get Diffex back on land finally here, and then before that, yes, they won Europe, but that wishy-washy PGS 7-8 because they didn't have him. So my question is why is it not working? Is the honeymoon period over because they seem to be in such a good mental state at the beginning of what was going on after they won Europe? Godspeed. It's not clicking for me. I can't figure out what's wrong.
What's odd is it's their team fights. They're losing team fights, which again doesn't make any sense for this roster, right? You look at the pedigree. You have Spyro, PWD, Quizzy, again Diffex. We've talked about him ad nauseum at this point.
Yeah,
and we haven't seen what we expect from them, Martin.
I think specifically Diffex. I just don't think, we're used to talking about him constantly. We're not seeing any pops.
Yeah, we need to see him kind of level up to what we know that he's capable of, right? I think the 36 kills in the qualifiers. Like, he's insane. 34 maybe it was. That's like, he's such a good player, right? But then again, you come in here, there's an immense amount of pressure on the team. Like, we just need to make it to finals. Like, there's no double elimination. It's just the group stage. You got a best of 12. You got to focus up. Here, in this game specifically, we can deep dive a little bit into that. The third party onto TDT with Liquid, like, that's perfect. The circle went away for them. They're like, okay, let's try to get the points that are actually ahead of us before we try to maybe make a move to try to get into the circle. They got a few points here and there, like, but it's not enough. Like, we need to see these 6-7 point games of the games where they're not winning, where they're not getting double digits.
I feel like after cleaning that up, normally we'd see them push onto like the compound of rock or just go for a crash, right? Go for that game-winning play. We're not seeing that from them. And again, that is confusing to me, especially given how well they did in quals.
It feels like they came in with a just make 16 mentality, and now that they're at 20, they just haven't changed their play style. Like, that's the problem with the just make 16. If you don't hit early, you have to totally reprogram your planning for this event, and that doesn't happen overnight.
You want to see a mindset of, let's go in and win this thing here.
Absolutely.
Let's show everyone what we're capable of in the group stage so we can go into the finals and replicate that again, rather than, it's just top 16. It's only the bottom 8 that goes out. Like, I see that. I like that mentality, and that could be the problem for many of these guys, on top of the kind of pressure that is like, okay, we're here now, we need to perform because this is one of the biggest events of the year.
I mean, as you look across the faces, Quiz is the kind of guy that actually would be quite jovial sometimes when their team's doing well. But look, just No jovialness about that. Really trying to focus, trying to figure out, trying to solve the puzzle almost here, Toffee.
Well, they've lived in the justification pocket after PGS of, well, DiffX wasn't here, right? And so you've sort of built this of when he's back, everything's going to be great. And then qualifiers, he is, and it is. Cool. Then you get here, and it's not. And it's just, I don't know how you sit down and figure out how to fix it.
Fist bumps go out. You know what that means. Time for our last grassy pastures of the group stage here between all of these teams. Groups B versus C at the moment. There is teams very much in the danger zone. You've got to make it happen now.
One team slated to make their way into the grand finals, taking nothing for granted, and Rock doing such a phenomenal job just rocking their way up at the top of the leaderboard right now. But there are so many moving factors moving into this one, as this is, I mean, we haven't even really seen Petrichor Road pop off. I mean, we've had, there was that one game.
The Rondo was pretty fun. They had some fun in that game. I mean, you could see, though, Aches left is all smiles, Ming Ming too. I mean, they're still, you know, chilling. They're still vibing, having fun. Kind of, again, a weird situation for them, but a lot of teams there with that western shift back towards the farm in tricky positions where they have to take fights, they have to make moves.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous day for a lot of teams. And yes, club championship points are important, but PGC points are so important as well. So much on the table for these teams, and it's just continuing to get more and more crazy as we're getting in. That mid-game on Erangel was crazy. I mean, what, 30 people alive in Circle 5 in a farm game is nuts.
It is. It was just a very tight ending in terms of what you had left to play and who could do what. So that's, you know, another problem when teams are having to come east to west in that circle, is there's so many teams that are just tucked in as tightly as they can, so you don't have the ability to say go for a crash onto the farm, because you're just going to get cut down trying to drive through. We saw that with a couple teams like CTG that tried to drive into the circle and just got wrecked, mostly by Sharper, who had a phenomenal game for themselves, really giving themselves some hope to maybe do something here and get into that grand finals. But yeah, this plane path is not so good.
Interesting. So remember, Rock did drop in Novo last time and did the shift into farm with an early read on Circle, so paid up big for them. This can kind of go wherever. It does, I mean, if you're going off the plane path, you do feel like maybe this is going to lean a bit over the military base island. But I mean, we could have a peninsula ending over there into the east. There's a lot to really look at. AGAL also finding some kills inside that last game, getting a lot more active. That's going to be pretty scary. Circle goes, no, none of those places. Wow. We're going to go up next to Yasnaya Fields again, still keeping Stolber. Although this plane path, still having Stolber in Circle is kind of surprising.
It is. It is about as north as you can go in some ways. You can, of course, go more north, but it's pretty up there. So for teams that are on Sosnovka Island, that are going to be in Primorsk, like, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a bunch of them try to get those early E-pickups and get in the air and get towards that northern edge, maybe Kameshki, up towards that road, west of Yasnaya, to try to grab some vehicles and set yourself up for the mid to late game. FN's already on the move.
Well, that's what I was kind of noticing, is we've got kind of a mad dash up next to that Georgia Pole area. So FN, I'm curious if they're just going to go all the way up to North George. Team Liquid's going to be following them back behind them because they're going to be going over to Georgia Pole. Rotating a bit longer in the circle isn't the worst, given the fact that you still have so much of that northern area and Stolber and the Badlands west to it, even having Kameshki inside the circle. So a lot of rotation options that you can have for you. VP still just chilling in that 36-point area. They're on track, but they got to have something start going their way a bit more favorably to get some momentum going.
Well, this is like danger zone for VP, because if you try to cross the eastern bridge, you have to suspect that maybe Rock is going to go for a camp, because they have nothing to lose. They can set up on that bridge and just trap rotations if they want. So you can already see Lucarux is driving away from that. It's Gatka for Team Liquid, but
this is interesting with Team Liquid. As we were kind of talking about this during the break between the two of us, Team Liquid, aka Shoot to Kill, has been like a fan favorite team for forever in PUBG. They're getting like a bit booed, you know, as competition's going on for the club championship.
Yeah.
This is the first time they're having to deal with that type of environment where they're kind of the villains of this.
A little bit, yeah. It is kind of weird to think about. I mean, just a team that's always older. And by the way, just look at the map, look at the West. So FN had already gotten ahead of Team Liquid, and they're kind of driving a little bit close to where Star-Lord is. Heaven on top of Rock, and Rock doing kind of a little bit of what I suspected they might in terms of getting to that crossroads outside of the bridge early to try to make sure that they can dictate traffic there. I assume that the Freaks just couldn't find an emergency pickup or something and are going to have to do this with vehicles, so it's going to require good scouting from Heaven.
I mean, it feels like maybe they're just trying to scout and see whenever Rock goes, then they know that they can go. This is an interesting lay of the land for them to see how this is all going to play out. Also in the Georgia Pole situation, we did have GK that finally made it up over there as well. But, yep, here's Star-Lord. This is kind of what I was expecting might happen. FN did have the inside track to get to position early and might have tried to pick up something, and that's going to be Kurt going down early, and that is not what Team Liquid wanted to start this off. But, hey, at least now he can kind of like micromanage his other players.
There you go. I like your half glass full approach to that. But this is kind of funny to me because if you think back to really old school Star-Lord, like you're thinking back to like Active Stars Red, VSG, he loved to come to North George. This is actually his old dude. This is
we used to see over in Korea.
Old drop spot for Star-Lord's teams. He's been in IGL for quite some time. He did have a bit of a journey over to Japan for a while. Now back in Korea. He was on D+ last year for a bit. But he is kind of wrapped pretty far. GK's actually wrapped over towards the Georgia Pole Bridge, and they're making their way through North Georgia as well. So a lot of unintended action because of the bad plane path, because of the bad circle, that teams are having to square up and duke it out a little bit over in a part of the map that you normally just wouldn't expect in a situation like this.
Updates on the circle itself, you can see that we're looking at T5. This is going to be pretty far north, just to the east of Yasnaya itself. Sharper's got Yasnaya footholds just down to the southeast of it. GK, you can see that this is the split that they're running over here into the North George area. FN's actually pretty close to them. It's going to be Star-Lord. He's got to be a bit cautious. The other members for Team Liquid still playing into the southern Georgia Pole area. In the circle itself, most other teams have already managed to get in there. VP has managed to find an emergency pickup, so it looks like they're just going to kind of jump across the entirety of the circle. Rock hasn't really moved yet, so that's kind of left Freaks stuck over here. So Salute looks like he's got his own goals, and DL does spout out RBN, and he is down, out, and flushed, so the door is opening for the Freaks.
Yeah, this is fantastic patience for the Freaks. They let one of the cars of Rock go, and then when they saw another, they were in a position to punish, and they're going to get that kill. Now, Guman is going to be watching the tail end of Rock. I mean, this is fantastic scouting work from the Freaks. They have had so much information up on this radar tower mountain for so long. They knew exactly when and where they could pounce on top of Rock and take advantage of them. So Guman, I don't think he's going to pull the trigger at this range necessarily, unless he's already planning on leaving this situation. Then he might just send a little damage in if he could, but looks like he's already going back to the coop. Doesn't want to reveal his position. It is tricky in that spot. When you only see one player, you're not 100% sure maybe where the other is. Just let him go. You could set up, you're going to force them to make a rotation, but BL's camping the bridge.
This is a good read, realizing the fact that with the Freaks getting that one kill onto one of the Rocks members, that means that they saw the one that crossed the bridge, knows that they're going to be holding, so that means that they have to let Rock go first. If anything, getting that kill says, okay, we have to stay here for a second.
Well,
got to let you go. Well, I say
that.
They're now in vehicles, and this might be the worst possible time for the Freaks to opt into going into this angle, unless they're just trying to gatekeep out and maybe counter bridge camp.
I think Heaven just saw Solds' position, saw the edge of that Dacia, so I think that's why the Freaks pulled up. I think they just got the information because what you were saying I think was going to be true, where they thought they might be able to make their move. But this is a bit of a positional battle here, but the Freaks are going to continue to have the advantage, not just because they have the extra player, but because they have that high ground info to make some decisions. Finally, it is going to be Heaven who starts to kind of make a move.
Well, okay, so now Solds has to come back. He's going to regroup with Santastico. BL's still on an island by himself, and by an island I mean a bridge, as the other members of Freaks now can't move forward. So the Freaks have kind of set themselves up into their own lockbox. They're the ones that kind of were proactive in trying to get the kill here, but now they know they can't move forward because I know that they spotted out BL move. I think that maybe Human spotting out that one member that was just kind of dancing around up on top of the crates and trying to get some more loot, maybe they thought that they had the timing and they thought that maybe they could just run past one member in Rock. But it's just a game of seconds in PUBG, and that 1 second that Human looked away means now back into it. Rock hops in their vehicles and they shift over. Now Rock, though, I think is just going to go, okay, they were set up, looked like they were going for the pier. Instead, they're going to go for an emergency pickup. So Biel might just be by himself. This is a great spot to be. Is he going to go for any shots? Is he going to let them pass? I think he just might say, okay, no, y'all are good. Yep. Okay. Because he has to trail by himself. The other members are going to be in the emergency pickup. He doesn't want to take the shots. He just wants them to think that he's gone.
I thought for a second they might do something bizarre like try to jump BL onto the ferry from the bridge while they're all going
I mean, he could.
It was in my mind, I'm like, maybe? Nah, no.
Style points.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted cool points. That's next level rotation strategies. But yeah, with an emergency pickup there, you're 100% taking that every time.
Quick update. Blue Chip did get picked up by Team Liquid. Kurt is doing a parachute in right now, but guess what? He's going to be
close to FN.
So, John could make their life a bit difficult. I don't know if they spotted him, but it looks like Zenith did glance back that direction. That could be an issue. Actually, multiple members of Pochon all look like they might be converging into where Team Liquid's at.
They know what that is.
It could be scary.
They know exactly what that is. That's why they're driving at Kurt. The rest of Liquid is trying to get there to back him up. There's going to be a fight going on here very soon.
Show us Kurt. He's got to have a gun. He has to have something. Everybody from Pochon is coming in here really quick over into the west. Is Team Liquid just going to go ahead and try to run the gauntlet because FN entirely turned back around on this new circle has popped. It does go down in the south. Santastico and the rest of the crew should be fine. Looks like the Freaks have also popped an emergency pickup. Everything's getting stopped off over here. Looks like Team Liquid members do manage to regroup fast enough over into the west. Shots are now starting to pop in between them. Who got it? It's going to be Zenith gets a knock onto Alo, and Luke's already got a counter knock onto Americano.
Oh, but Sparking has a BDRM. He's trying to get it to turn to crush it. The thing does not have the greatest turn radius. This one might do it. Yeah, there you go.
Look at that.
That's some nice revenge here. FN might just have to kind of take this fight and wait to try to go for a res for themselves. Zenith there trying to put some damage into Sparking, but not sure if Sparking grabbed the blue chip there momentarily.
I mean, if you're a BDRM, if you just pick it up, sure, it shows you on the map where it's at. Just kind of drive along with it. I was like, I dare you. How are you going to get me out of this thing? Get a little bit of vengeance, I guess, back. But, it did come at the cost of Alo, so mixed blessings.
It's not great for either team, to be honest. It isn't the fights you really want to be taking. I get why FN did it, though.
They're at 53. Bully Team Liquid, sure.
Oh, well, and you know who that is. You know when that player's coming in that parachute, you know 1,000,000% that's Purdy Curdy, who you killed earlier, and he's coming in with absolutely nothing, so you can punish that. I get that decision. It's just, Team Liquid was getting there really quick to help out.
Okay, so Gen G is doing a very far wrap down to the south. Rock looks like they're regrouping entirely, but they're going to be next to the Freaks yet again, who are going to be in the middle of a red zone. Pretty much center of this circle is going to be Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, Change the Game, and Falcons. We still have Lippo that's going to be inside the circle itself. Shelter, Prison, all of that fun, as well as even having Mansion, Heaven, Sky Garden, whatever you want to call it. So there's a lot of interesting ways that this could go.
Yeah, this is a nice circle here for Twisted Minds, who had to change their drop spot on this map. This event, both them and Petrichor Road kind of had an agreement. We're not going to fight over School and Power Grid. On Miramar, we are going to split it half-half. So on this map, Lipovka is the new drop spot for Twisted Minds, their main drop spot. And they're going to have nice access to some of those hills. The Freaks able to get in to the southern end of the circle. Rock there just to their west. Don't see a res coming through. Not sure if they're able to pick up that chip. I think the Freaks were able to successfully defend that kill that they got in the Crossroads compound just to the west of Novo. And FN, there was a moment there where they might have bumped into Team Liquid again. I was watching the map. I was like, oh boy, this might be round 3. But instead, FN peels back and is going to, I think, go for the res is maybe my assumption.
Yeah, Luke's making a run to what looks to be a tower.
I think they're both going for reses.
Yeah, this is potentially odd. So, actually, no, Luke ends up pulling away from the tower. So,
but I don't know if FN got the chip. That's what I was thinking.
I don't think that they could have, because they all headed to the hills. This is just kind of this is an awkward duel between two teams that just keep kind of bumping into each other. And right now it's been Pochon. They've been the ones that have been the proactive part of this. They got the knock onto Kurt, they got the flush, and then they turned back to come after him yet again. So,
okay, so I don't think they have the chip. They're not going for the tower, at least not initially. Just stopping to heal here momentarily as we look to see where. Pochon's
way over to the west. You can barely see them.
Yeah, you can just see the edge of Star-Lord's name. where is this circle going to go? Does it have to leave water just yet? Yeah, so it's going to keep some of that water in there, keep all of Lipovka proper inside of the circle, a lot of the prison area. That's going to be where Salute and the Freaks are. BB team needs a big game. They are PGS 8 winners and need to get something going in this one, and they have, at least for now, a decent-looking opportunity. There's an emergency pickup that was popped by GK, but I don't think they're all going to take it.
They might want to wish that they had, as T5 is going to be cutting right in front of them. So we're pretty much Lippo down to Pride Rock near prison. Freaks are going to be trying to hold down that Pride Rock positioning, looking down where Rock's going to be moving from. TDT is going to be right on the edge of the zone just to the west of that. Then it's going to be all on to, this is the crew that's going to be trying to get into the circle. GK, they are inside for the time being. Sharper is rotating back behind them, and that could be an issue. Twisted's going to be just on the other side of GK. But we also have AGAL that needs to go in the circle. Jin G, who's been on a tear. Team Liquid. Pochon, this is absolutely nuts. But GK, you got to be careful, man. Quizzy is coming down on a parachute, but it's going to be Sharper right up on top of you.
I'm not sure if that's lucky or not that he was up in a parachute while Sharper was driving there. He's not going to be able to really help out the rest of his team. Sure, he can give them some early warning. Divik's just immediately going for the beach, saying it's vacation time. Try to hide from Sharper, but they know he's in a really bad spot. There are no easy ways up from there, and he takes just a smidge of damage.
Earth sends Diffex down into the ocean. So, up on top, we got the Thunder potentially rolling as really GK can't wrap back into this. Remember, there's a lot of people that have this hillside with vision. So Sharper doing the stop off here means that the other members for GK can't come back up into this elevated position because Twisted's got vision on it, and even T5 as well. You could potentially lose multiple members making this wrap around. Speaking of wraps, down in the red zone, we got ourselves Rock as well as Pochon continuing their rotate. Oh, and Team Liquid is going to be rotating right into Gen G and AGL. That is its own independent mess, man. Team Liquid cannot find a path anywhere in the circle.
No, there was so much chaos going on for them. It just took so long to get into this circle. They're going to have a really tough time with it. There is a grenade from Luke 12. He's found 2 over there.
Hey, maybe some kills could be big. That's points. Team Liquid, they do manage to hold it for now. Nade goes good, lands on top of Pretty Curdy. Sparking's going to come rolling in after it. Team Liquid trying to get proactive in and of themselves, just rolls right up next to him. It's like, no, you're trapped in here with me now. Sparking's just locked him out, not letting him get anything out of it. Rolls back out, Sparking, can you run him over? It's going to be pretty hard.
He didn't have enough speed.
Didn't have enough speed, now it's going to let him go. Sparking. Is he getting the most driving kills in one game? I don't know.
He's trying. He's definitely trying. That was hilarious.
Flame's like, what do I...
Yeah.
Oh, Luke, there you go. All right, starting to get some points. Again, this isn't the way Team Liquid wants it, but they're finding points.
Yeah, man, that's good. I'm still curious about this fight with Sharper and GK now, as Sharper kept Exquisite back to watch Quizzy to make sure that he wasn't going to be able to get to the rest of his team easily. I really like that play from Sharper, but now they got to make a dive, and they're losing players quick. That's 2 down, fast and furious. Thunder's Exquisite gone from this one. Jedi trying to see if he can get behind him. He does get the knock, but it's actually Batulins from Twisted Minds from range who's going to find that knock. Earth, the only one left here, trying to claim whatever he can.
Nobody's coming out of this one clean, except for Twisted, who's just enjoying. We're pretty much just farming ADR right now. Quizzy, just going to bleed out here in just 1 second. Earth, I don't even know what you can do. I mean, Quizzy just want to make sure that he secures the kill for his squad, gets a bit more loot for it. He might be able to get the res, but I don't know what's even going to get out of that because you got PWD that's going to be down there as well as Twisted. So that's the northern part of the circle. Down in the south, we got AGAL as well as Petrichor Road roaming. TDT as well as the Freaks that are going to be right up on top of each other. Freaks going to be having the high ground on TDT, getting spotted, but Salute gets spotted in his rotate. DL, though, not going to go without a response of his own. DL having tag team it together.
That was some nifty shooting there.
Oh, in Liquid, no.
Oh, boy.
Out of all the ways to approach.
Oh, no. McEwen's so ready for it. He's got 1 down, looking to do some more damage. Sees the BDR, and he's like, nah, bro, I'm not giving you any more run over. Look at Sparky. He's got a little smile on his face. He's just loving life in this BRDM. But this is kind of a disaster for the Freaks. This is phase 4 blue. It's starting to chunk. Oh, Purdy Curdy, please, my friend. Hit that shot. Oh, just missed.
I mean, Liquid needs every point they can get. Purdy Curdy's going to go down. Team Liquid going to make him the villain, so Sparking's just going to embrace it. He's going to be bullying everybody around him that he can.
I know, it is.
It's a mess.
Oh, he found a friend!
AGAL!
They're twins!
By our powers combined, let's go run over everybody in the lobby. Why are we fighting each other? We could be friends instead.
Is this going to be like a Highlander situation? Oh, no! Oh, God! Tycon almost gets run over.
Destroyed, just pops him. AGAL, I mean, you gotta be vibing. Let's do a quick listen in with them to see how it's going.
Nó đi vòng lên em. Nó bò ra. Thằng đó trên xe em, thằng đó trên xe em ơi. Bò cho. Nó bò em ơi. Nó xưa em. Còn cuối đi luôn rồi. Cuối vòng còn hai hàng thôi. Từ đi tao đạt. Lút cái. Lút đây. Thằng lùn vòng với cả. Từ đi chưa? Liên. Mày ghép. Cố kìa. Đây bắn mình không? Bắn mình. Lên xe ngồi cái. Hãy cho sửa. Từ. Chết đó Hải. Bắn cố không biết chết.
Mortars raining down, but AGAL starting another tear of a game of their own. Falcons trying to make something happen over here as it's just going to be Evan, the last one up for the Freaks. They go down. Falcons getting control over the mansion area for the time being. They still have Sharper that's just going to be up to the north of them. AGAL, new circle pops. It leans into twisted direction, so that means AGAL, Petrichor Road, Pochon all have to make moves. Falcons just going to be the north of this. Do they want to get involved? Shrimsy and Kickstart look like they want to make some points of their own.
This is going to be really interesting. The Falcons actually looking to maybe get behind AGL. Do they have a Panzer ready for this BDRM? We did have one available earlier that took down poor Sparking there. And it was a Highlander situation. There can only be one, and it's AGAL's who's going to be the sole surviving BDRM right now. They're trying to drive ahead, but oh man, Petrichor Road. That's some disgusting spray from range there from Wenbo. That is pretty far.
AGAL just kind of looks over at people getting shot out of their cars. Peasants. We continue to drive.
Sucks to be you, nerds.
We'll just stop off here, I think. Oh, look, there's people we can shoot. BDRMs and AGAL. I'm scared.
That is a scary combo. It's just like I'm just waiting for a random Panzer to just blow them all up. And Himas, gets taken out by Ming there. Not quite ready for Petrichor Road to be coming up over that hill on foot. Tycon able to respond, so Non-Aches left alive, but very, very weak. Ming is going to get run over by Tycon. As Himas, they definitely want to get him rezzed back up and running because they have more fights brewing.
There's a ton of teams coming over here. We've got BB that's approaching on a similar vector. BP is caught up with T5 on the other side of the hill. Falcons up into the north. Looks like they were trying to assault the position just to the north of Twisted, but remember that we still have DK over there. Sharper spotted that out. Looks like they're wrapping in back behind it. So Falcons do lose one, but DK loses multiple. PWD is still back behind him, so that's its own problem that could pop off any moment. Good nade coming up from Perfectix. Drops it on two, and now it is just on to Tiggleton. PWD pops off. Falcons are eliminated.
Oh, that was a tough one for the Falcons. They almost hit a good grenade onto the roof that Perfectix was on, but it missed. It went just a bit too far, and he was able to punish the heck out of them. Grenades now making their way in towards AGL. It's BB team's turn up to bat. Bill First trying to get some shots down. Can't really connect too much damage. Meanwhile, back into the safety of that BDRM for some of these AGL players. Himas trying to use the smoke to stay obscured, to stay alive. CTG not too far from this fight too.
Oh, and VP instantly eliminates T5 just to the east of this position. BB, got to be careful as now VP has eyes. They hear this firefight. Looks like Lucarux might be eyeing it, change the game. Also might be changing an angle, seeing if maybe they can get on to AGAL, who's just been kind of bullying everything around them. They are just climbing 10 kills for AGAL. This is how we expected this team to play.
Yes, this is much more AGAL. This is much more Vietnam. They are just running and gunning and making it work. Obviously, the BDRM very helpful in this situation, but we haven't seen it be like that impactful of a vehicle really until this game, where teams have been able to find moments where they don't just get panzered out of it and get some success. VP looking for a third party, looking to see if any fights are going to kick off on that edge, but right now BB team is just tucked in together, huddled together, waiting for CTG to try to make a move. AGL is also in a similar boat.
This is going to be a really fat twist of minds. There's like 3 teams that are right over there that they're getting loot off of. Change the game. Uphill battle that they could have to be facing versus BV over here. So a couple of peaks between them. Nox could be big. AGAL already in the gatekeep position in the new circle. VP is just going to be to the east of them, so change the game. Not a lot of options. If they go to the north, they have to deal with an entrenched Twisted Minds who's just gotten fully refilled on ammo, meds, everything else along those lines, and having a compound. So change the game instead. really wants to push along this hillside. BB, though, starting to realize that they don't want to get caught in this fight. They know that AGL is already up in the north. They're going to move into the east, but that puts them into VP's line.
This should be Twisted Mind's game to win, you would think, just because of everybody else is just fighting on the south, and it's pretty unlikely that one team is going to come out with 4 up to take a fair fight against them. Iduzi, just looking around the corner, gets lit up. Tycon there laying down some earth, but Corexi actually finds Destroy, and it's Phil first.
This is really interesting. Is AGAL constantly moving their BRD just to kind of get in the right spot to block off shots from teams? So it's like a roaming piece of cover. Like, look, it just does not sit still. They do lose Tycon off it, but it was just constantly shifting from point to point to point. That was really cool. All right, so we have got Change the Game coming back behind him. BB now in trouble. They just have to send it. No options to go. BB gets eliminated, but they run right in the middle of VP. AJL now also doing the exact same thing, roaming right into it. Change the Game now has way more space to work with than they did just 1 moment ago. So AJL now kind of dealing with this rock in front of him, but VP's not going to bite. They were waiting for him to jump out. Coming alive. 12 kills out of their own. VP wants it. They want more kills, and they want to climb this leaderboard. Sitting at 52 points right now.
Himas wants to claim this kill, but he can't get the angle. So now Nixie just going to lay into this vehicle, hoping the BDRM is weak. Can see the feed. Yeah, nothing Himas can do there. That is just a tough spot to be in. Just a bit off, a little bit more than they could chew there for AGAL. But this is a massive game for Virtus Pro, up into that top 16. Currently sitting in 13th place. Now CTG's turn up to bat, but they're getting backstabbed by Twisted Minds as they try to push up towards Virtus Pro.
Twisted realizes all the fighting's happening down in the south. They're in a good position, pretty much already qualified, but they want to secure this. They want to continue the roam in. There's a lot of points that could be had. Change the Game now in a pinch position, right on the edge of the zone. Then Winbo right on the back. He gets spotted. Lucarux instantly shuts that one down. As now it's going to be VP joining in all the fun and games of a big giant truck.
They played Grand Theft Auto, and they're trying to put this to good use.
Oh no,
Tiantan, no, not like this, not like this. Oh well, something's going to kill him one way or another. Hang Tuai going to go down as well. Beamy just looking for an opportunity to do some damage himself. Dixie's driving around, hoping he can find him. Oh, so close.
Those smokes, I mean, bullets on one side, BDRM on the other side. What do you even do? Just having to juke through it all. He's still alive. And honestly, the longer he holds this up means that Twisted can get into a better spot. Beanie's already kind of held over into the east. So finally, Tian goes down, but he takes himself down. No, you cannot kill him that right.
Smart. I'm totally fine with that. But this is interesting. Now VP, for now, has a 4v4. It's not as good. You know, the high ground's going to be under Twisted Mind's control. You suspect they have a lot more util to work with based on the fact that, like you were talking about earlier, they had a bunch of bodies they could scoop up stuff off of. They have the high ground. They have the compound. They've been chilling there. They haven't had to throw out too much. So Batulin's even has level 3 gear. It's scary.
Yeah, but I mean, they're now having to walk into the circle. Chasing down those kills, trying to go after Change the Game, kind of put them behind the pacing on this. And VP, Beamy very far into the east, got that vision. Nixie looks like he's going to shift over as well, get some mobile cover that he can work with. He's going to go all the way up to the north, set up a crossfire line right along the center point. Remember, we're only in phase number 7 because we don't go to circle 8 or circle 9 sometimes anymore because we just got kills to be had.
That's right. Well, this is a circle that doesn't lend itself to longer fights because of the openness of it. And Beamy there taking some damage. Perfectix just tracking this BDRM. I'm super curious if there's a Panzer available here for Twisted Minds and if that's why they're bringing those cars up. I mean, obviously you want those cars for the cover and other stuff, for the rotation ability into this late game circle. But if you had packed one into the back of one of those cars, you have a real chance to just wipe Nixie out here, clear out an extra flank that VP isn't going to be able to hold, and make this a little bit easier for yourselves.
While kills are definitely in the favor of VP, you can see Perfectix has just been farming damage. Number 1 in the lobby right now, I think it was at like 650 somewhere around the line. Example's going to be right back behind him in 5th place. This is just, they've had a lot of control over here. Now with this split position, you can see 2 members of VP are very far down to the south. Twisted feels like they read that. They're leaning more north. They've got this dip that they can play for the time being. It's going to give them some comfort. That also means the fact that they're assaulting the weaker positioning that VP is playing from. So VP, if they spot this out, Nixie feeds the information over, VP might know that they get some more terrain that they can play with over here, but the circle yet again goes centered up, and it's going to be on to Twisted to move.
Yeah, so Twisted just set up shop right in this dip that they found. They've got a bunch of extra stuff like folding shields. I even saw a gas can in there for them to kind of use and try to situate themselves however they want to try to attack this last circle. Nixie just has to be very, very careful. It even takes a moment to breathe here, this BDRM. Look, he takes his hands off the mouse and keyboard once he gets in. He's like, yeah, I'm fine. They can't do anything about this right now, and if they have a Panzer, I'm dead anyway.
Well, the problem with it is Beanie actually does need to get into the circle, and Twisted knows exactly where he is. It feels like they're trying to punish over the smokes and go after Beanie, and yeah, you can see he knows he's kind of trapped over here. Unless something happens. I mean, Nixie has the perfect distraction, depending on how he wants to use it. The other two members for VP are still playing down to the south. I think that they've got a bit of the ridgeline that they can play, so a couple of seconds before the circle starts closing in, and all pressure is going to be onto Beanie, so Nixie getting a bit of pressure now of his own as finally the vehicle explodes. That thing's been taking a lot of bullets.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, it's about time that thing's going to blow up because it's been taking a lot of damage. There was a Panzer, but Tulin's held onto it, got the knock as well. Now they're going to use some smokes to try to scale forward into this next circle. Perfectic's going to be on Beanie duty. He's got level 3 gear. He's got a P90 in the back pocket, but Tulin does get knocked here. So now it is a lot more difficult for Twisted Mind.
They still all up together. VP is still leading into the south. They don't want to commit yet. They do have a sight line along this road, and they're hoping that they can get the shot on the Twist as that's going to open up. With the smoke wall down, that makes it a lot more complicated. Beanie going down makes this a lot easier. They run forward. They should be able to get the res. Perfectix taking some damage, so it's just going to be onto Luca Rux and Corexi way down into the south, while it's all onto Twisted Minds. Get their res back up, get their meds. Yes, there is some cover over here for VP, but remember, economy is so strong for Twisted.
Exactly. I mean, you're looking at a bunch of level 3 gear, level 3 guns, smokes, frags, a lot available still for Twisted Mind. So it is going to be very difficult. VP's just going to have to hit nasty shots as Beanie finally going to be cleaned up. 2v3 now, or 2v4, excuse me. We got the res onto Batulins, and Lucarux just looking for an opportunity. No more smoke grenades left in your smoke grenade launcher. Oh, Corexi got a knock, but Lou, quick to answer.
Okay, it's getting a bit crazy over here. Lucarux has to run into the open, right onto the road. He wanted to see if he can get some vision onto Example. He knows he is outnumbered. He can't let these fights go on for too long or it's going to be a problem. Example also in the road, so just out in the cover. Nothing to be had between them. Lucarux manages to get the knock, but there is going to be now Lou and Batulins both running down. Lucarux knows he doesn't have much time, does get his meds back up, but this is going to be a downhill battle. Corexi trying to crawl forward, seeing if he can feed some information over. He instantly gets knocked out. Batulins knows where it's at, throwing up the nades. Lucarux just trying to step forward. Nades rain down, and that is going to be all on Twisted Mind.
Oh boy, that was not easy at the end. A little bit of a wry smile from the IGL of Twisted Minds. Batulins able to win the 1v1, but man, Lucarux gave that a hell of a try. He was so close to winning that battle, but Twisted Minds able to hang on. But you got to feel good about that as VP. That is a phenomenal game.
That was big for them. Second place, I don't even remember where they ended kills, 15, something along those lines. That puts them in so much better of a position. AGAL on a tear of their own. That was just an absolutely nuts Erangel, and I didn't read any part of that coming out. I mean, we had the Team Liquid and Pochon fights at the start of this one. We've had blue chips coming in, reses back and forth, BDRMs all over the place. I'm okay. If this is how Erangel's going to play,
yeah,
I'm down for it.
It's a great game. Yeah, a lot of fun and a lot of interesting sort of butterfly effect situations. You know, like you were talking about with Team Liquid, with AGAL getting a BDRM. All these things kind of cascaded into the late game with VP having a BDRM, so they could take a much more fair fight against Twisted Minds with that 4v4. Twisted with that extra level of level 3 gear. And
scary.
Yeah, that is, when he's smiling, it's over. You're just cooked. You're done. Forget it. But yeah, that was a good one. I'll take more of that, please.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the end of Erangel for the group stages. We are going to have 4 more maps, and it's starting to see like a lot of feast or famine for our teams. Teams that desperately need points. Coming into today, we were talking about it. AGAL, we know that they're a team that can absolutely frag out. Well, feels like they're starting to find their meta on how to get there. VP, big game for them, shooting up the leaderboard. They're going to feel way more comfortable with 4 games left, but down at the bottom of the leaderboard, I know so many eyes keep looking back into Team Liquid, who just could not find any way in through the early game without a firefight.
BB Team 2 as well. They had another not great game here. They got stuck in a bad position where they were pinched between a bunch of different teams, so really tough for them.
So enough of us talking about what happened inside that round. Let's go ahead and hear it from Twisted Minds themselves.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Batulins here with me. An impressive win. You know what? Loads of points on the board. That's exactly what you want coming into the early stages of the final day of the group stage here. It got a little bit spicy at the end there, though. Luckily, you saved the day. What was it like from your point of view?
Well, first of all, I think we surprised the VP that we had 2 Panzerfaust. So basically, we couldn't win against BRDM, but the Panzerfaust made everything. And then I think all of us individually shoot well, and we won the game. So yep, nice.
You did win the game. As you're walking over here, we have the Twisted Minds fans going a bit crazy, and it's nice, isn't it? How is it now, having them here in the building, giving you that little bit of extra encouragement? How is it for you guys?
Well, first of all, I saw like hundreds of Falcons, and then I saw 3 of Twisted Minds, and then now I see 5. And I want to say thank you very much for coming here, and also thanks to all the fans who are watching from their homes. Yep.
Yeah, it's great to hear. From 3 to 5, they're louder though, let's be honest, they're louder. Now, I've got to ask you a question that's maybe a little bit more on the serious side, because when we come into this today, when you get to a point, a certain threshold of points, you're going to kind of almost be guaranteed into the finals, all right? I think you're fast approaching that anyway. When you get to that point and you guys decide as a team, you know what, like, we're good now, does the point of focus pivot towards teams that might cause you any issues in the grand finals for where you drop or like how you rotate around the map? What's your thoughts for that?
I don't know. I feel like we just focus on ourselves, like as always, as usual. And I think it's just normal game for us. We don't really care about any teams this tournament. We just it's like very short distance, and for everyone, the biggest goal is to play their game and get some circles. And I think it's the same for us. So, yep, that's all.
Keep your eyes on the prize. I love that, Batulins. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview. I'll give you a little spud there, but for now, we're going to throw to a very quick break. We're going to be back here with more action for the final day of the group stage.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
МР нет у меня.
Просто 1 хп, фул опен на дороге.
На дороге?
Да, левее шел, левее шел.
Куда левее?
Дерево.
Желтое, желтое.
Или... А, нет, это нокнулся, сори.
Желтое?
Не знаю, где-то в той области, да.
Он за деревом. Он нокнул
Да,
меня.
1 в 1.
Он за деревом, троечка.
Бежит в опене. Маленькое дерево,
Маленькое
берет
дерево.
Ты ему дал.
У тебя утилки дохуя.
Найс, хорошо.
Is it finally time? Is the MEA back? We got Virtus Pro, we got Twisted Minds in the final. Twisted Minds, one of the greatest teams of all time. They got 3-time PGS winners. They've got themselves another win here. They're going to tear apart all of them.
Bring it back.
Okay, sorry.
All right. You're okay.
What do you think about this?
What
What do you think about Twisted Minds, man?
I thought they did really well. They played out of their minds, as did
You don't have to be quiet.
Oh, sorry.
I think he's trying to calm you down a little bit.
Sorry, I apologize.
That was an absolute banger endgame between these two teams. VP and Twisted Minds, that was one of the best fights we've seen so far in group stages, and yeah, it was just a pleasure to watch. It was back and forth till the very end.
I think it was back and forth. The Twisted Minds, ultimately big brain, they get the big win. I was also impressed with VP, not just because that fight was fun to watch, but like other big brain moves. What was it? Nixie had the extra AR on his back, so he faked AGAL to get out of the BRDM while he was reloading, but had the gun switched instead. Like, VP was just playing like, man, moment by moment. So smart. It was exciting to watch.
Martin.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah!
Let's go. No, I mean, obviously, a fantastic game to watch, right? Even though, like, you can say what you want about the BRDMs, but when you go see two BRDMs go against each other, like another one pulls another one, we get the Panzer Faust coming in, like, what a great end game here. And also VP farming throughout. I mean, again, we get this 4 versus 4 to the late game there. There's just such a great show of skill.
That's actually a really good point. Based on this game, Godspeed, now, how much do you think EMEA is going to win by in the grand final?
21
look,
points.
the match rankings.
Oh, the match rankings. All right. Well, Virtus Pro here, 21 points for number 1. Actually outdoing Twisted Minds, which is an amazing feat considered. Twisted Minds playing from that north side here, Avenger, looks great, but Virtus Pro is banging right now.
Yeah, massive amount of points. I also got to say here, 27 points in 2 games, so all gamers global now.
Yeah.
You know, that's fantastic.
Huge.
They're going to be in 57 points. We're going to be seeing them in the final. It's
Virtus
huge.
Pro, though.
Dude, I have to say, though, the journey that Virtus Pro took this game, they started all the way at Millie Base. They then took a knee pickup all the way to Kameshki. They then went to Lipovka. Then they went south because the circle hadn't posted. Then it completely shut them out. Then they had to come back in from boats, by the way. I mean, it was a crazy journey all the way from Millie to the north. I mean, they pretty much did the world tour.
It was a metaphor for their journey as a team in general, right? This sort of long, meandering, trying some new things, finding some new people, and it seems to be clicking really, really well. On top of the back of the fact that their counterparts in another game are also surprising expectations and putting them up there in the club championship. I think seeing this, I mean, if I'm Virtus Pro's front office, I am losing my mind right now because the potential of this team is incredible.
Well, forgive my elation as we take a look at the head-to-head between Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. As we take a look at the numbers, 45 kills to 45 kills. Now, bear in mind, Avenger, my elation comes off the back of, I was very worried for EMEA before to start today.
That's really impressive with that, but look at the amount of placement points Twisted Mind has, more than
insane.
Virtus Pro 12 only, 33 for Twisted Minds, but then again, the amount of wins that we've seen Twisted Minds have so far is just insane, right? 3 to book with it, that's huge.
I think this is a concern, actually, to make it serious though for a moment, because we know when Twisted Minds is on, they're able to get back-to-back-to-back PGS championships, right, Toffees? So if now Twisted Minds, after showing a lackluster start to the year, who is now in second place, if they are on, they are scary for the final.
I mean, we gave EMEA a hard time yesterday and the day before. We said they're starting slow, but we also continuously said these doesn't make sense. These are consummate professionals. They know how to bounce back, and that's what we're seeing. Things were chaotic, things were tough, and they have ground their way up. Overall rankings, those, we take a look at those right now. The teams that are sort of in the chase. Freak still at 53. Yeah. I think they're fine.
Yeah.
What are you looking at right now is a risk.
Well, I mean, what I was going to talk about is Virtus Pro up to 57, really pushing themselves towards that safe spot as well here, Godspeed, for them to just kind of shore up their position.
Yeah, I think this is the second time they've started early in the day with a huge win. We saw it yesterday as well. Coming into the rest of these games, I feel like they're going to be fine. I'm not worried about VP at this point. There are some teams, though, that I am worried about. Again, another very I want to say unlucky game for Liquid.
How many times do we say this is the question?
Well, this is my point. Is I'm done talking about Liquid at this point, right? Until they put something up.
No, that's
because we're just disappointed. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm disappointed in what I'm seeing. I think they're disappointed in what's happening. Is it their fault? Not entirely. They're getting crap circles, but that's it. Until they do something, what's the point right now? Because they just keep getting bad on bad on bad.
Martin, what's your take on it?
I mean, 33 points still. They are getting, salvage points rather than the zeros and the ones. That's fine, but we need to see big games from a lineup like this, right? This is a superstar lineup. We know what they're capable of. We're talking 4th place last year at Esports World Cup. We're talking 2nd place at PGC last year. Like, this is a team capable of big things.
I'm hoping that if we look away from them, maybe they'll start to perform again.
Okay, that makes sense.
We've been watching them in the
Turn the blind eye.
We kind of ignored them last year.
Right.
They were super
That's the strategy, guys, going for.
If that's the strategy, then can we also turn a blind eye to BP Team and Geek?
I'm done with that.
I was just about to say, they actually made it so far into that late game, but then they got pinched by CTG and VP, which, I mean, VP is not one of the teams that you want to get pinched in. And then, CTG have been doing well enough. Martin's a huge fan.
Yeah, I love when they catch some of the circles compounds they're in, but they're still not able to kind of get in there. Sure, last game 9 kills, big game for them here. They're kind of crumbling when we see them go up against All Gamers Globals, BB Team, Twisted Minds, VP here. They weren't really having a big impact there, but the compound they're in obviously enabled them to get into late game, which get them a few points here. But 44 points for them so far. I don't have big expectations for them, but we need to see Petrico Road kind of step it up. We need to see Liquid step it up for them to kind of jump in ahead of them, because right now they're behind.
I think my beef with CTG is, as you brought it up, is that even if they were able to salvage this out and make it to the grand finals, what they've done here in the group stages will not play in the grand finals.
It's not going to translate.
And as a fan of PUBG as well as an analyst, I want to see the 16 best teams here go to the grand final, because that's what's fun.
Those shots of Twisted Minds just look like a weight lifted off shoulders, right? When Barney asked the question, when you get to the point threshold that would secure you, they're pretty much there, right? And Batulins and the boys know that. So just going to be happy smiles from them for the rest of the time. But at the same time, Godspeed, you've brought it up before, this now allows teams like Twisted Minds to just have impact on the rest of the lobby if they so choose.
And fortunately for everyone else in the lobby, you heard Batulin say, we're not really focused on anyone else but ourselves, which is great news.
Wouldn't you say that, though, if you were going to attack somebody?
I mean, but Batulin's, I really don't think they care. I genuinely think...
That was very sinister, Toffee.
I would love a little more sinister, but I think you're right.
But there are other teams, right, Avenger, that are in the lobby that could potentially go for those kind of, I don't want to say backstabs, but just straight up deny a grand finals appearance.
Yeah, I mean, is it the time to do it with 4 games to go? I don't really see it. I think it's going to be happening more kind of sneakily in terms of selected third partying and so far. I also got to point out, guys, 1 point for Petrico Road in 2 games is just not enough. They're currently outside the top 16. They need to step up to be able to get into that top 16.
If the lobby's lined up a little bit differently, because obviously we're going on to Rondo, if suddenly then Twisted Minds was going up against a 17 that didn't have as many points, it'd be the perfect opportunity to say, get out a test track. You know what I mean? Something like that. But even then, it's not going to materialize here for sure. As we take a look across all of these other teams and see how they're playing things out.
I think the biggest takeaway is Twisted Minds has never seen themselves as a team that will be beaten by anybody. So there's no one to keep out of the lobby, because in their minds,
that is fair.
They're the best team there. So why do I have to try to drop someone else? And I respect that.
All right. Well, of course, you guys at home can keep up to date with everything that's going on here at the Esports World Cup. Download the app and get the full experience. You can keep up to date with all of the results that are coming in. Keeping an eye on those club championships. But for now, it's time to head over to Rondo. Let's go to the casters.
It is Rondo time as we're getting into our middle maps, and it's going to be absolutely crazy. If Erangel is crazy, what are we even looking at on the middle maps?
Well, Rondo was so exciting yesterday, so kind of hoping we get a little bit of that again. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, just some fun stuff with the vehicles there, with the BRDMs.
You're looking at me directly while you're doing it. You're
no, I did it too. No, it's all me, man.
Look, I'm just like...
This is what my friends and I call it. We just call it the BDRM because it like rolls off the tongue better.
Yeah.
I guess it's okay for all you pedants out there. BRDM. You got it. I fixed it. You're welcome.
BDRM.
BRDM.
BRDM. CDR.
It's hard, dude.
Why are you doing it? You've got it in my brain. I don't know what it is anymore. Oh, all right. Stadium. Let's go to Stadium instead.
Let's do that. Let's just go into like test track. Let's just absolutely go full on Rondo and just play the most interesting part of the map, I swear.
Okay, it is time to get spicy. We've got our plane path up and in the air, ending over Jadina City. So cross your fingers, maybe we can get some love on that one. But I mean, we went very far south yesterday. This, again, beautiful map. I love it. And I love whenever we see some of the crazier, more interesting circles that we can get in it. So fingers crossed that we'll get a couple of those.
Yeah, I like the northern part of the map, and the eastern part of the map, because it plays a bit like Miramar. So for me, that's kind of fun. But usually we end up just kind of center, again, somewhere in this Bermuda Triangle that Stadium, Joutin, and Test Track create. But we did get kind of a fun one yesterday just in terms of, you know, what teams had to work with and what they had to do in some of those situations. Like the way Petrichor Road was crashing people was super fun. So just kind of looking for some more spicy.
So Twisted rampaging up at the top of this. They're a team that you can never count out. And this year has been a bit more quiet for them, and if anything, EWC could be a big statement for them, and you know the fact that they're going to look for every single opportunity. Opposing side of that, AGAL, man. Like,
yeah,
we're starting to see them find more of their comfort, more of their control. River going halfway through the circle on this one. Interessante.
Yeah, maybe Stadium-ish, like, is kind of the general vicinity, or could go north of the river. We had a bizarre one at PNC where it ended right next to the river. It was absolutely insane up in those mountains just north of where Hong F is. So kind of looking for maybe something a little spicy on this one. A lot of those teams down in the east going to have some work to do to get into this next circle.
City in the background.
What?
I said there was such a pretty city in the background.
Oh, I know.
No.
But we don't ever get that. We're not.
No.
We don't get good things, Matt.
I know. Could you imagine urban ending?
Yes.
So good.
I can. I do. I enjoy urban endings, both playing and watching.
Same. I actually really enjoy playing.
They're so fun.
Mainly because it means everybody has to get close range, where my aim isn't as bad.
I like it just because it opens up a lot of different possibilities and ways to attack a situation.
Yeah,
Speaking of...
This is an interesting drop situation that we've got going on. It's changed the game, and Sharp are right on top of each other. Sharper's a bit more separated out, so that's given Change the Game more momentum to kind of play around with this one. They are kind of spread across this hillside, so Sharper going to be to the south with Jedi as well as Thunders. Trizit going to go ahead and get spotted, and that's going to be all she wrote for the duo that's hanging out over here. So 2 easy points right off the start for Change the Game.
Yeah, this is brutal for Sharper. Looked like maybe they were going to be able to kind of get something going today after that first game, but they got knocked out pretty early in a long fight with Geeke in the Erangel game, the previous Erangel game, and this one they already lost 2 players, so going to be tough, but you never know. Blue chips are there. Maybe they can get something done with that, but nice work by CTG closing in to make sure that they get those 2 confirmed points. That's going to be nice for them as they're sitting in 17th place right below the bubble, so they would love to get a few more to get something going. Rock is fine. They are just, they are solid, and
they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a moral victory for them to be had by winning and getting in first place, but sure, qualifying, being at the top of the leaderboard, specifically for the squad, though, what I love is seeing them be much more proactive. Sometimes they could be a bit more passive in their play off of just trying to get into center, trying to get in circle control, but we always knew they could frag. Now they're getting more confidence on that international stage to do that. Squad, though, that's set up for a good game, pretty much centered up right now in a 2-2 split is the Freaks.
Yeah, so the Freaks there, just making a little bit of noise so that if anybody was thinking about trying to drive or get close, you might think twice. That's why you're going to see a lot of players kind of blasting some bullets early into doors and other stuff like that. It's mostly just to kind of fluff up their feathers, make themselves look a little bigger than they are. Team Liquid desperately needing a game to go their way. We know that this could be their opportunity. Who knows how they want to attack this circle, if they're going to just kind of settle in on a 2-2 split on that eastern kind of south, well, it's mostly south-central location that they've got just south of the Stadium Lake. So I don't know what they're going to do, just kind of keeping my eyes on them. TDT can just get as close to stadium as they feel comfortable doing, set up a bit of a wide split formation, try to punish any rotates that try to go through that road. That road is very dangerous to drive on that's north of stadium. It is extremely exposed.
Yeah, and it's got a lot of high ground vantage points around it that could easily be usurped in kitchen positions. VP on a tear of their own. I mean, that was a great game for VP. They're going to be very far, like pretty much up against the zone wall over in the east in a 2-1 and very far northern one, as Nixie is going to be very close to DK, what, about 1.5 kilometers away from the rest of his squad, with all of, well, most of CTG in between them.
Well, Nixie's about to run into a couple players from DK potentially. Not sure if that's going to amount to anything or if he's just going to try stay hidden, or DK got out of their cars. I think they noticed that Nixie's up there. Maybe they saw his vehicle or something like that, and they thought they might need to try to take a fight. Looks like they actually just grabbed the vehicle of their own based on what I can see on the map.
After their performances in the last game, Twisted, taking a nice vacation, getting some scenery in, breathing. They're still got plenty of control over this. Nixie. PWDDD dead.
He was waiting for them to try to get in that glider, and he found his opportunity. That is brutal.
That's a maniacal laugh coming out from Nixie. I love it. Whenever VP is doing good and Nixie is absolutely vibing, it is scary.
Exactly. He got fired up. Even though they didn't win that last game, he was having a ball.
Yeah, I would not feel bad about losing that last round.
No.
Getting second in that one where you were just like running amok and really just kind of doing whatever you want to do, that's a game changer for mindset. Like, they know that they only need a little bit to qualify. Finding a point early inside of this game, going to be good. Oh, hey, look, I see you too. Oh, what's going on? That is a coach duo that is so strong. Oh, change the game. You might have put yourself in some trouble, as now they've slowed down, and the tail end of VP could be catching them in Corexi. Beamy and Luca Rux have been spotted by Change the Game, so interesting setup is, you can remember also,
what is going on?
Sparking of not.
Yep. Yeah, that's
Dirty.
just, I think that's just Nixie just kind of doing a little prep, watching some of the previous map streams and tendencies of what teams want to do in situations like this, and knew that he could punish a glider spawn, and did so very, very effectively. Not sure if he's going to get in the glider himself or what he's going to do, but
this is all weird over here, because we're nowhere near the circle, but we have changed the game, EK, and VP all kind of like stuck over here now as Tycon gets eliminated. And Corexi's going to go ahead and have a glider of his own that I guess they technically stole. VP, you mentioned it in the last game. They are all about stealing the vehicles, it feels like.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if you're given the opportunities, might as well play a little GTA.
Fine.
Yeah, exactly. This is great. I mean, this is a glider that's full health. They're just going to be able to do a little bit of scouting, figure out what exactly GK's doing in front of them. CTG did pull off of this, so that fight's not going to happen. FN Pochon is kind of somewhere in the vicinity as they stopped just to the north of where everybody's kind of rotating. So things getting a little bit awkward outside of the circle. Get so many teams outside of this first circle has made it really chaotic on trying to figure out where and when you can get in.
We talk about center meta a lot, but teams with everything that's going on with the VRDMs and everything else like that, it feels like everybody's like, no, get circle fast, get compounds, get safety as the new key component for later game successes. But we have Rock, BB, SP after their 2 casualties early, going to be coming in pretty late. Then due to the dust up over in the east, we've got those 3 teams that are going to be coming in pretty late as well. But we got Pochon that's going to need to be pretty careful, because I don't think that they're going to be expecting 2, maybe 3 teams coming up back behind them.
I agree with you 100%. Karan is kind of out there on his own, just watching some of these GK rotations. Is FN going to try to set up a trap, or are they just going to try to kind of stay ahead of him and drive around? Is my thought right now, is where my questions lie. Quizzy is taking some shots at Americano from his Pico, but looks like Americano just going to keep driving. It seems like FN has opted to try to get away from this. The problem is they left the trailing Karan for information, and he's got Corexi right on top of him, who's going to be able to feed that information over to the rest of VP.
He hops in a vehicle. VP doesn't look like they want too much with it, so with Corexi flying over, should feed that is going to be around Muhoban. And I think that VP looks like they're also doing a quick stop off. So Pochan, 3 members safe for now inside the safe zone. Geeky did opt into going more north, so really it's just the tail end of it. Carwin looks like he should now be fine. He does have himself that EMP field that he's got to be a bit careful of, as CTG is going to be crossing that right now. Everything else calming down. I mean, this is much slower than Erangel.
Yes, there's tons of space in this first circle.
Look at you, Team Liquid. I see you just being safe, but you don't need it. You're in a great spot already.
Well, this is kind of what I was expecting based on our first circle. They do like to drift towards Stadium, so it do be like that.
I love this circle. We were talking about this, 2 days ago? Yeah. Whenever you get a Stadium game, if you get this circle, it can go Stadium, which is great because Stadium fights are just amazing.
Oh, that game was great, yeah.
Even if you go more south, that field has a lot of pathing opportunities that teams can really try to exploit. It's going to be Team Liquid that looks like they were trying to do a bit of that, and they've got Twisted Minds right next to them. And oh, Liquid, you need points, and you are next to a team that is absolutely rocking this lobby right now. So that is going to be punished every single time that you go for a peek. But going back to the circle itself, if we see the shift away from Stadium more into the south, the hillsides just directly southeast of Stadium are a really cool place to fight. Leading into the due south hills, there's a lot thing going over here. And the fields themselves do, again, have those pathing opportunities. We've got Rock, Team Liquid, Twisted, and Petrichor Road already in great power positions inside the circle for the fields. Freaks has got themselves Stadium. AGAL just on the tip of the hillsides just south of that. And that is a great place for AGAL. Roaming that hillside could give them a ton of kills.
Yeah, potentially, but they lost a player early, and I had concerns about the way I saw them play a circle in a similar spot here on Rondo, where they should have cleared a flank, and they didn't, and they should have been a little more aggressive at making sure that their edge was safe, and they ended up paying the price because they left it open for BB team to come in and kind of kick them in the butt. So they need to be a little more diligent, especially with a player down. So it looks like instead they're just going to opt to hunker into a gas station, try to keep those vehicles alive if they can. Freaks are going to fan out over Stadium. You've got TDT in the southwestern part of all of that. You've got CTG making their late move. By the way, VP has 2 gliders, so they are going to be getting maybe a little extra info as they're trying to come through.
All of the information is ours. So with CTG doing this long wrap down next to Yulin, if they opt into coming in from the south, there is going to be a compound just to the west for them, but they have to be careful because there's a lot of tail-end teams coming up right back behind them. It does look like CTG is going to cut directly north, so come into the very southern section of the circle where that compound's going to be at. But it is also going to be Pochan coming back behind them, as Nixie is going to get some vision on them in just 1 second. He's a bit airborne and just to the south of them, so he's going to feed that information back over. This is very well scouted, so that means that VP is going to be coming in as pretty strong. But this is interesting because VP, we saw them go on an absolute bloodbath tear in the last game. With as much information, they're going to be coming in much smarter, but that means that they're not going to be in as much of a firefighting game.
Well, it's going to be tough. This circle has stuff to play in for sure, and there's actually a lot of opportunities to find some open compounds in space. It's just, are you going to be able to get there in time is kind of the big question for them. Geeky will have some room for themselves out on this western edge of the circle, just to the north of Jiao Tin, and they're going to be able to make a nice rotation. T5 maybe an opportunity to do something in this game. They've been a little quiet today. They were so good the other day. FN just driving in, and this is problematic.
They just roll right in Tiantian's face, but he holds the line together. Carwin finally does manage to get the knock onto him. So, do manage to retaliate back in, so they get a hold off for just 1 second. They got to be careful because James Game's got a lot of angles. Also going to be playing this pretty aggressive. They're roaming up top of the hillside. Aries does get the knock onto 1. Nade's going to roll in, follows up with a couple of shots. Pochan in Shans.
Yeah, I mean, they just blind sent it into this position, and CTG was already here holding the line.
Liquid is also just doing a directed send right into Jin G's positioning right next to Rock. That is a bloodbath point. They just run in hot and heavy. They've already lost Luke 12, but just runs around. Team Liquid's in a ton of trouble. Sparking slowly getting ticked down. Just Kurt, and that's going to be it for Team Liquid. This is bad news.
Oh, boy. After they were able to successfully crash Gen G and wipe them out in the previous game, this time it's Gen G's turn for a little revenge, and that's a big win for Gen G, who needed to get a few extra points to start feeling a little more comfortable. Falcons being gatekept by Twisted Minds, 2 of the best teams we have on the planet in PUBG Esports, trying to figure out a way to duke it out, but I think the Falcons are just going to have to make a rotate. Maybe seeing the back end of the lake going to be available with a little bit of space there. Is the Freaks kind of close? Actually, they might just wrap around them.
This is hard. I mean, even if you can kind of wrap into this and bully. I like this coming in from the north. Yeah, bully the split, force Twisted back together. I mean, that's the way you would play it smart. GK is also approaching from this BB split, but BB is in the process of regrouping, so GK should have timed that out pretty well. They should be pretty comfortable over here. So not too many other teams. This also gives them a great position to foot push into the hills just to the north that we were talking about. That does look like that's going to be a core component point to play from for the later stages of this game, no matter how this circle goes, because we've got roughly 3 different clusters. We've got the stadium cluster, we've got the center of the fields cluster, and then we've kind of got what's going on just on the outskirts of this hill. Nobody committed to the hills yet, so that means that there's no big firefights happening, but everybody kind of jockeying for position around it.
Aduzi's getting a lot of great info here from this glider. He's seeing that so much of these hills that are to the east of BB are wide open, so they can kind of figure out how they want to approach that, when they want to approach that. As long as he can stay up there, he's going to continue to just provide tons of great util. That's Fluky up there that TDT is shooting at. They're not able to really find anything onto him, though. He's pretty far out there. That's a good 400 meters or so. And he will kind of drift back in to see if he can get a little bit more info if possible, try to avoid some of these shots. And he's A-okay.
I mean, at this point, you're just like, guys, they're everywhere. I don't know. I'm getting shot by, like, every single angle. Just know, don't go forward, don't move. Pray the circle goes here because it's going to be bad no matter where we have to go. TDT just peppering in more shots. BB continuing the harassment. Again, nothing landing yet to make Fluky too scared, but circle's going to pop in just a few moments. With the regroup from Twisted down to the south, it does look like Falcons has leaned more into the northwest. We are focusing up directly onto that hill south of Stadium. That's a strong point to play. And it looks like T5 realizes that they've hopped in vehicles. They're sending it quick. Rock's going to be in the gatekeep position around all that cluster in the middle of the fields. It's going to be also change the game. They've got goals. They're going to be sending it in roughly the same spot that T5 is going to be going for. GK might also have to do the same thing. Twisted in vehicles. They're going to be roaming right up next to Rock. They're going to get a couple of shots coming in after them, but where are they going to stop off? They're just going to have to make the commitment. They're running right into the hillside, and that's going to be where T5 is already set up at.
They have to stop a little bit early. They found a ditch. It's not the safest, but it's there, and they're just going to be trying to hold the line here with T5 already taking that spot. It's going to be tough for them to get any further forward without doing it on foot. T5 busy kind of fighting battles in a couple different directions. Here goes the last 2 players of Sharper. Here goes VP. Zenith.
Zenith's just rolling around, and they're just not going to let him go. Whoa, Beamy. That just bullied him out of the vehicle, finishes him off. VP, though, they've got to send it by Twisted, where we just saw. They stopped in the middle of that ditch where the river goes through. Sharper just runs right through him. VP, same path, and going to be rolling right up on top of Twisted. Shot's going to come through. Everybody's going for the drive-by. Nixie's down. Jumps out. Perfectix holds it. New set's coming in. VP had a plan, and that plan did not work.
Man, Blue there. Absolutely nasty work. He's going to get a ton. Him and Perfectix doing great damage to just thwart that attempt. They did take some of their own, but he's pointing over.
I love you.
Yeah, look, they did it, not us, guys. You know, we were holding this. DN Freaks able to gatekeep the Falcons here a little bit. They're swarming around them. Shrimzy trying to find a way to regroup with the rest of his team as Kickstart holding the line, but getting lit up by grenades. The Blue has arrived as well, going for that first aid. Try to get back up to some level of stability. And the Freaks do lose DL, and they are trying to keep the Falcons pinned on the bad side of this hill.
Okay, Blue Zone. I mean, Falcons, they're not comfy yet. They're tied up with the Freaks, so this is an important firefight for them to at least survive through or get some distance away from. Multiple members of the Freaks right next to him. Salute's still way out in the blue next to Stadium, waiting to backstab. Shrimzy's already managed to hop inside of a vehicle. He's going to rotate away. Haven't spotted out Kickstart, and that's not going to be good for him. Salute also going to be able to come out back behind him. So, yes, Kickstart alive for the time being, but I was going to say the Blue Zone probably going to finish that one off. I believe that we've got Bean that's coming in for reinforcements flying through the air right now. I think that looks like, yeah, they just want to make sure that they secure this one up. Every single point matters, and that's good heads-up awareness. So make sure that you get the point specifically from the squad that you're tied up with for the time being.
Love the way BB team is playing this. Spreading out, taking a ton of real estate, getting info on what's going on up by that hill. You know, Aduzi was flying around there for a long time. Now he's grounded and putting those legs to good use. Circle Where are we going to go? Northeast here towards Petrichor Road. Twisted Minds keeps their dip in. Rock, Gen G, GK, CTG, BB team, TDT going to have to make moves. DNF as well. AGAL going to have to maybe play some defense here. It might be kind of a situation where eventually TDT has to either crash them or try to gatekeep them.
Well, we've got a death funnel that's going to be happening on the hillside where T5 is going to be the gatekeep position with Change the Game as well as GK, BB, all going to have to push into a pretty scary spot. Flame's got himself a fun toy to kind of roam around the circle from, so he could kind of lead the way, see if anybody's going to be taking shots. The smarter option is, of course, go after the weaker vehicles back behind it. Tosi going to be the one that receives those bullets. Instead, this is not managing to make it in the circle yet. Rock can't move either, though, and let's not forget about the fact that Twisted is looking right down that path. So let's throw in a blue zone nade and Twisted Mind crossfire both. Gen G, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G was on the bad side of the circle, so they had to make the move before Rock could. Santastico says, well, I can figure out where they went. I can just claim the 2 points. I don't know if he's going to get there in time before Petrichor Road does. Oh, well, there's a BRDM there, so there you go.
Unnecessary, but I like it anyway.
Why not? Why not?
Just looking for the last. Where's he at?
Well, now you have a BRDM for yourself.
Yeah.
Being alive still.
Hey, and they need that for this rotation.
Yeah, they do. They just got to avoid a backstab here from Bean. Oh, it's identified. Santastico sees him out in the bush. He's going to be able to relay that info over, and Santastico cleans it up.
Dude, I love the way that Rock's playing right now. 6 kills for them, 5 for Twisted. The fight for the top continues. Back over on the hillside, we've got Change the Game, gatekeeping GK, because Change the Game is being gate kept by T5. BB really wants to push over from the west, but no real clean options for them to deal with right now. Just easy. Hasty. Again, not needed, but you never know.
Yeah, you know, he put a little salt in the Gen G wound there.
Yeah, I mean, he might have been going for a res. They didn't know where the solo was. There's tons of reasons, or, you know, just style.
I like style. I'm all about style. Grenades landing on top of CTG. Smokes have to come out for GK. They got to keep pushing forward. CTG mostly trying to just dig in, keep GK at bay. Meanwhile, BB team's trying to find their way into this circle.
Rock actually has a crossfire position on GK, so they can't move at all. BL is going to go ahead and line that one up. Twisted does hear this, and they keep trying to peek up from that riverbed. They don't get clean sight lines onto Rock, so that's still opening up Rock and a bit more movement. Change the Game, though, still going to hunker down with those shots coming out from Spiral right next to him. They know exactly where he is. They just can't get the angles onto it. Close range does not connect. GK holds out for longer than I thought that they were going to, but now it's going to be shambles of their own coming up from Change the Game. They've got to run in as Twisted has moved right up along that hillside and should be able to spot out Change the Game. Rock on the other side of it. That is a brutal crossfire for Change the Game to have to deal with.
Well, now you got a decision here to make as TDT. What are you going to do? Are you just going to try to barrel down on top of AGAL, try to keep them from being able to get into this next one? Maybe give yourself a little breathing room? Do you try to make a mad dash while other teams are fighting? But Petrichor Road still has that compound to the east, so that's going to be kind of challenging potentially for them. You know, Petrichor Road is going to be able to just take a lot more free fire onto these other teams. That's a good grenade here from Maladoct, as he does find an opener. T5 starting to crumble here as BB team's finding their moment to strike and claiming a position in this circle for themselves.
This is really well read from BB team. They knew the fact that T5 was still trying to hold off what was going on with Change the Game. Twisted was kind of holding down some of the positions that were going on over here. So BB just leapfrogs up. They shift into the north, come in directly east after that. So they get an easy path, only having to deal with what was going to be going on with AGAL as TDT. But AGAL can't move because of TDT's positioning. The south, though, still clustered. BB is shifting back over, looks into this one. Rock also starting to make their push into Twisted's positioning. Down in that dip, every nade is just going to roll right on top of Twisted, and they've got to keep those feet moving, and they know it.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, though, of letting loose with some util of their own that's keeping them at bay. But this could be a strong push with the BRDM, but if it's Twisted there, you're a little concerned. They usually have a Panzer somewhere floating around in their mix, and they are so good at putting it to use.
And this is 1 versus 2 against each other. Solds eats the Panzerfaust, but Batulin's now down, slowly bleeding out. RBN up on top, no vision to be had. He's just going to drop down some more cover over there. Example's got to continue to dodge out these nades. It's just him and Lou. Change that. It's just Lou still up. Rock wants this push down, but they have to be careful. Petrichor Road way across the circle is taking shots at them, denying their ability to push down and finish out this fight.
Petrichor Road needs points. They're in 18th right now at 46. This is their game to really make a move in the standings potentially. So they would love to get some more connections to go from those long-range shots as Rock trying to finish the job on the team that's below them, and they do. That's going to be Twisted Minds out, and they're going to maintain their position at second, but they're still below Rock.
11 kills for Rock in this game. Beautifully read strategy, holding it together. These guys have come to EWC to play, and I love to see it. It just needs to continue past the group stage. If they keep playing like this, taking firefights with Twisted with no fear, sky is the limit for them. TDT hops out. They're in a crossfire now. BB high ground back behind them. They've got Petrichor Road across, but luckily AGAL makes a shift across at roughly the same time. That distracts BB.
Yeah, BB team now going to be kind of having to fight a battle on a couple different fronts, potentially at least trying to keep those teams at arm's length, which is going to open up just a little bit of breathing room for AGAL. They do lose Hisaki as he tries to get out of the gas station. There is nothing they can do for him. They're going to have to fight as just two, as Petrichor Road going to claim that point. A doozy gets a knock with the JS9 onto Jun. Besto going to be there to clean that up, so TDT hemorrhaging players as well.
This could be big for BB, though. They're in a great spot to get a lot of kills, and boy, do they need it. The last PGS champions, they want to make a name on EWC as well. 4 kills right now. They could maybe start the steamroll going. Petrichor Road right on the edge of the zone, but you can see in front of them, no cover, just a couple of trees leading right into that hillside. TDT going down could make this a lot easier. BB's focus is on AGAL. Very close. Destroy gets knocked onto one. Molotov goes down, and Moss running up that hillside once more. Got the nade prepped. Can he get into the right spot? Gonna go a bit too far. Built first, denies it, goes for a follow-up, but Destroy stops him in his tracks.
Dude, Destroy with the AK. Doing work, keeping AGL's hopes alive. Here comes Petrichor Road. They're swinging in the back. Chewy on point.
They need points. You mentioned it. It is 49, 45, 36. Whoever can walk into this can pick up a ton. Destroy can't commit into the res. Petrichor Road nipping at his heels, chasing after him. While this is going on, Rock is actually chasing into TDT's position.
Dude, Destroy just wiped a BB team. He's got 4 kills on this round. Petrichor Road cresting the hill. Santastico with a Groza gonna wipe out the remaining 2 players of TDT. This is gonna be a banger finish. 4 players for Petrichor Road, 4 other players in the lobby. One is absolutely destroying with an AK. So you gotta be ultra careful here as Petrichor Road. You do not want to lose this opportunity.
Got all the Doritos. Everybody just has to cluster on this hill. The field is entirely open. We are in phase number 7. The circles could be absolutely brutal. Rock's got the inside position for if it shifts away from this hillside. Destroy still needs to get into the circle himself, but he knows Petrichor Road is right on top of him. He's leaning more into that Rock position, shifted down into the south, and could pop off any moment while we can see Rock focused in on the very loud and moving Petrichor Road. Destroy takes some shots at Santastico and reveals himself.
Well, Destroy out in the blue. He's in trouble. 14 HP. I think just decides that that's the better option. Deny the points. Doesn't want to give him over to Petrichor Road. That's the real issue. He doesn't care too much about Rock. He doesn't want to give any more points over to Petrichor Road if possible.
Lines up 4v3. Petrichor Road, low side of it. Rock did have to surrender a lot of this circle to shift away from what we saw going on with Destroy. So now it's just straight up firefight. Exlift steps into BL's face, gets denied. Exlift goes down. Rock continuing to hold it together. RBN does go down, non at range. BL trying to be the new point man, but high ground. It's a good crossfire from Petrichor Road. Gotta be careful. 1 member now up for Rock, and it's BL. Can he clutch it up? There is just teammates scattered both sides everywhere. 1v1 between them. Who's going to take the round? Petrichor Road needs it, but Rock wants to hold on to first. Blue zone nade down. Ming Ming steps away. Can't really spot out anything just quite yet. Bill gets some vision. Exchanges between them. The tree eating a lot of the damage. Got to deny out. Get the kills. 15 now stacked for Rock.
This is an intense one. Ming Ming, one of the best riflers we have in the world, and he gets the job done. Massive win there for Ming Ming and Petrichor Road.
Petrichor Road needed it, and they got it. Finally securing some more points for themselves, following up off of a big game from Rock.
Oh, man. Dude, okay, so Rock is amazing, but gosh, Petrichor Road there, the huge sigh of relief from Chewy. That was on a knife's edge. That was dangerous because they need every single point they can get. They were not safe coming into this game. They were outside of that top 16, and Ming Ming gets it done.
That is why I love that circle. It is just so fun to watch. Yes, it's got some open areas, but there are ways to navigate it. The decision making between so many of these teams, how that they wanted to handle a very hard situation. Petrichor Road cuts a path for themselves in the leaderboard. I don't think it's enough yet, but it's a great start as we still have 3 games for them. They have to continue this trend though.
Well, their performances on Rondo are so amazing because they know when to be aggressive. Like, they find these great timings to strike and to really hammer teams when they're in bad positions. Need to see more of that.
Okay, 3 games left. Destiny's on the line. Who's going to make it to the grand finals? We'll find out in a few.
金这标，看你呢。3标还在，架你呢。看瞄到了，一枪，一直往你右上跑，还在右上，我脸上。Nice！
A very important win for one of our teams here. A very important win. We have got ourselves Petrichor Road, one of the hopes of China. And what a great rotation from them at the very end. Joining me, we have Avenger, we have Godspeed, we have Toffees to talk about this game. Rondo was definitely ready to get a Petrichor win on the board, Avenger.
Yeah, we just talked about it, saying, you know, 1 point in 2 games is not enough, and then they pull this out. That's a classic Petrichor Road here. It's good to see them kind of back in this. You also see the relief in their faces once they won that.
Yeah, also for AGAL, I mean, that pretty much punched their ticket, right? That was another great performance back to back to back. They had a slow start in this event, but I'll tell you what, they're back. Yeah.
Also, I want to give a shout out to Rock because we've talked about them, and I keep saying, I don't know if they can do this in the grand final. They ego pushed there. They took the fight head-to-head with Petrichor. Like, they have a confidence that I have never seen in these 4 lads before that maybe makes me think the finals might be better for them.
Yeah, that was one of those moments at the very end where you're like, okay, yeah, but that is Ming Ming on the other side. And he just kind of picks around the tree. It was like, oh, okay, well, we're done. Well, we're done. We'll take a look at the highlights from all of this game that did go down here, Avenger. Because, again, as Godspeed mentioned, All Gamers Global was getting some nice frags here, too.
Yeah, and Syntastico 8 kills in that game. I think Bielkama also got like 5. Like, it's such a good game for them, right? Just, again, you gotta push your ego here. You gotta push your confidence. You gotta build that so you can take that in. Because tomorrow, we have no day off. We're straight into the finals. If you're going off such a high note going into the finals, it's going to be massive for them.
And that's such a good point because, like you said, usually there is a day between the final day or two before we go into the grand finals. But for a team like Rock, for a team like AGAL, who struggled in the beginning, that's going to be a massive boon going forward tomorrow.
Here's the match rankings. We have another 22 points for Rock. Unbelievable performance from them, representing the Americas proudly. And then Petrichor Road with the 17. This is also very important points here, Toffees, right? Because for Petrichor Road, as Martin mentioned, really not much to the beginning of the day. They come in knowing that this is such a big tournament for them to win.
Yeah, the temptation is to talk about Rock because they get so many points, right? But AGAL is one of those teams walking in where we're like, ugh, what are they going to do? Also, Petrichor Road, expectations are high. They haven't performed so well. So, yes, those aren't the 2 teams that ended up at the top of that leaderboard, but they're the ones who needed it the most and had the most pressure on them in that end game. Rock didn't have any stress. The other 2 had a lot to worry about.
Another team, of course, trying to do America's proud here is good old Falcon. So let's head over to Bella.
Hi guys, I'm standing with Team Falcons. Tig, hello, good to see you, Tig. I know you guys came in prepared today. What's the goal for Falcons today? Are you guys aiming to secure a top spot on the leaderboard, or are you gonna try to make it to the finals first?
We were thinking about sniping a couple teams, but honestly, you know, we're not qualified ourselves, and most of our ops have kind of made it through already. So, yeah, the goal is just qualifying now.
Take it slowly at a time. All right, well, we know that Rock is having a fantastic first day and their second day. What are your thoughts? Do you see them as a threat?
I'm really proud of them, actually. I like that group of guys. They're super nice and humble, and it's always lovely to see a team from the Americas thriving. They do lack experience, and, you know, it's easy once you've already got the notion that you've qualified to keep playing well. So we'll see if they bring that same energy to finals.
It's a bird-to-bird war, I think. All right, well, what's the key for Team Falcons to finish out strong to make sure that you stay into the grand finals?
I think we just need to be more consistent and slow with our decision-making. We weren't very meticulous in a couple of games here. We're just kind of making rash decisions, acting too fast. So just take a breather and just vibe.
All right, just keep vibing. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just vibe. Infinite Riz.
I don't know if that's the play, because that's what Australia
did. Infinite Riz.
Whatever all the other silly Zoomer words are. You don't like that, Avenger?
Yeah, I love that. I say it all the time. But yeah, we gotta say this though. Like, as he said himself, it would be cool to see them snipe some of the teams, right? They only have 6 points so far today in 3 games. We have 3 more to go, right? So they gotta get their things in there. Make sure that in the finals, the amount of teams that we have around that 50 point on their 50s points mark is too many. They're in 55 right now. Like, we need to see them 10 more points in the next 3 games. Otherwise, they might miss out on the final.
I mean, if they get the same amount of points in the last 3 that they got in the first 3, I think that's a very real chance.
At least they're not T5 or Gen G that's gotten 3 so far.
No, that's not so great. Let's take a look at a head-to-head between our 2 top performers from this last game as well. Of course, Rock, we've kind of harked on how strong they've been looking, and going up against Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road still needs a bit of a catch-up here. Only 1 chicken dinner on the board, just this one gone past here, Godspeed, but they're on the road.
The crazy thing is, look at the kills, though. It's almost double the kills there of Petrichor. I mean, that is...
in the same amount of games played.
Exactly, in the same amount of games.
Crazy.
Only 1 more win. That's almost irrelevant here. It's the kills.
Well, I love how it takes it. Every player you ask when you talk about Rock, like, I'm really excited for those guys. Like, I really like them.
They're such nice guys.
They're such nice guys, which is awesome. They're so nice that every time Liquid goes out badly, Rock has a banger of a game to try to suck up as much points to the top as they possibly can.
Just bunching.
It's like they're trying to, oh gosh, darn it, Liquid died again. Come on, boys, come on.
It wasn't my bingo play that the first team to break triple digits here for the group stage is going to be Rock, though, but they have been slaying it. I was doubting, saying, are they going to be able to replicate that? But now 100 points, that's massive for them.
Even Tig said it. He's like, I hope they can replicate this in the finals because they're playing lights out right now. I mean, this is the best we've ever seen this team play. I mean, period.
Well, yeah, because they're essentially they've been grinding it out, trying to find this foursome. They go to PGS, and I didn't think I talked about them at all there. Then I talked about them a good amount, and then I came here and was like, oh, we'll mention them a few times. I didn't expect to talk about them every single segment, but it's impossible not to, because every highlight is Rock Esports finding a way to just keep getting kills. They slide in the middle, and then they pop up out of nowhere and destroy.
I've been unbelievably impressed by Mr.
Fantastico.
Fantastic.
But that's the thing. It's not just him. Yes, he is an absolute star so far for them at this event, but all 4 members of that team are actually coming to the table. You still have BL, you still have RBN, you still have Souls also coming to the plate, and that's really important, which is why they found so much success, Martin.
I'll add to that as well. Our current 2 frag leaders is Syntastico 22 kills and Beat Calmo 19 kills.
At 8.
After just 9 games played. That is so impressive.
That's wild.
All right, well, here's the overalls. As you said before, 103 points for Rock Esports. Twisted Minds, they're kind of a name that you would expect to really be the first ones to break the triple digits here. The Expendables is done with their games. They won't be moving. Likewise is Na'Vi. But moving down towards that bubble position, you heard it from Tiggleton before. They are not qualified yet here.
They're 16th right now.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, they're 16th right now, but they're 16th butted up against like Freaks who are only 1 point higher. Change the game is 1 point higher. So I don't think they're overly stressed. But yes, all of these teams need to start putting some rubber to road here. Seeing Freaks not qualified yet is also shocking to me.
I also hate to be that guy. But
be that.
Go on.
EMEA doing so well. What the hell is happening to Geeky? I mean, they look so disjointed in
Let's not talk about them. Twisted Minds.
No, go speak.
I feel that liquid right now.
I'm not rubbing it in. I just don't understand, because even in that last game, they just seem like nothing is clicking in these fights, and it just doesn't make sense.
That's fine. It's not clicking. Our current PGS defending champions, though, BB team is also down there.
Yeah.
So that's what's like. They disappoint me more than what we saw from Geeky, right? It's the first time for the lineup that is playing the full lineup here on the lands, but BB team just come off this lineup with this full roster here off winning PGS. Like, it's almost the same teams that they're playing against. How are they down there? Like, we're expecting so big things from these guys. Like, we know they're capable of it. They had some scrappy fights where, like, okay, some third parties that didn't work out, but like, they should be dominating teams like these.
I agree completely, because it's not like they just won PGS 8.
Right.
They also played PGS 7 fantastically as well, Toffees.
Yeah.
So where...
You know, if I remember correctly, last time we came here was off the back of Twisted Minds dominating at a PGS, and they failed to make the grand final at EWC 24. So I wonder if maybe there's a win the PGS curse before, or the idea of when you're at the front, you're just not evolving because you're going, hey, we just dominated. You know, we don't have to make that many changes.
That's actually the difficult thing about PUBG, right? Because everything is just so out there. You go into one of the sites like Twilight.gg, some of the like OP.gg, all these sites have so much information readily available just after the games. You can go and analyze, oh, they were on this rock, let's go there next round. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much counterplay, counter strategy that goes in and is so readily available just at the tip of your fingers just after the game. So you can just counter strat from game to game on the day.
I also just think, again, 12 games, you have so little chances to actually make it to the finals. You can't make as many mistakes, especially with C coming in. We talked about it yesterday when we first saw them against A. That's a strong lobby, and it's proving to be a problem for a lot of the other teams in B.
And just to reiterate what we said before, PGS points are on the line as well, never mind club championship points. And if you qualify for top 16, that starts accumulating you PGS points. 16th place, I think, is like 10 points, but then all the way up to 340 points. Did my notes. So it starts accumulating. We've already seen that be important in PGS 7 and 8. It will be important in 9 and 10 as well, but here there's a lot to gain.
And if the performance of teams that missed PGS and how they're doing here at EWC is an indicator, you need to be at the next set of PGSs if you want to be able to perform at 100%. PGC because of the way that it's set up. I mean, that is just... I can't say that. It's got to be what's happening with Liquid. That's got to be what's happening with some of these teams. So now, if that hasn't processed, you got to get to the PGS. You have to. You've got to get into the thick of it, and you got to get the points now because you need to be prepared for PGC.
Yeah. It's a good point. It's a good point. We are just waiting a few moments here before we get our next game ready to roll. So we've got a little bit more time to talk about how things are going. Any other teams you've got your eyes on, Martin, before we move on to Tego and then our Miramars?
I mean, our cutoff teams, right? We have to talk about it and change the game right there. Like Falcons, we have so many teams that are on the cusp that are, they need some few good games here. Gen G, a team that we did not expect kind of to be down there now, but after just 3 points in 3 games, they need to step their game up. Like, they need to get into 65 plus to feel comfortable. Otherwise, they're going to be, one of the teams that could be targeted, be like, oh, that's an easy third party, because they're worried. They're kind of playing with a lot of pressure on them.
I was going to say, what happened to Gen G? I forgot they were playing today. I mean, realistically,
3 points in 3 games, that's what happened.
Yeah. They've just been getting slaughtered in the early game.
And I think I think they're lacking the confidence, or they came in a defensive posture. They had a really good day one. They thought they'd play a little slower. It's just not working.
Same with T5. 3 points in 3 games. Like, what's happening? These guys dominated yesterday. They won games.
Well,
it's crazy.
Of course, on the cusp as well is currently Falcons. And not only have they been able to play Battleground games here as time has gone on, they've also been able to play some other games with good old Barney.
Looking to absolutely dominate this competition. Of course, I've got Team Falcons here joining me. Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks, and we are going to do some fun, quick-fire questions. Are you ready, guys?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure you're ready?
No.
This is about to get heated.
Okay. They have to ask me twice. I'm not ready.
Okay, out of your team, who is most likely to get a team kill with a nade?
It's me. I feel like it's me every time.
It has to. It's Kickstart.
It's Kickstart?
It's Kickstart. He's had the most team kills like the past 2 months. He's just been fragging the whole team.
I feel like Kick's on a hot streak recently, but like all time, like legacy team kill status, it's me.
I like how you're taking, then he's like, no, it's me, guys. It's me. Please pick me.
I agree with him all the time, but recently it's Kickstart.
Most likely to say, we've got this, guys, and then immediately get killed.
I think that would be H-Win. Because he's always the positive guy.
But the positive guy,
No, it is.
It's always a good thing.
Yeah, no, he normally has the best energy, like in terms of coming into a game, and then sometimes we just get completely rolled. But I mean, that's PUBG,
Who's most likely to push by themselves and get way too aggressive?
I think me, for sure. Guaranteed me, yeah. I'd be running it down, just straight down mid.
Who is most likely to rage quit?
Kickstart.
Definitely Kickstart.
No question.
For sure. He's very competitive.
Assassin.
I mean, I wouldn't. It's not a good day to be his desk. Every day.
Every day. Who gives the best food recommendations?
H-Win, no questions asked.
Yeah, for sure.
I like that.
Instant. This guy's like,
big thumbs up, bro.
Every single day he tells me, I just ordered food from here. You gotta try it.
It takes
always a dub.
Food.
Sometimes it's not a dub, but it's there.
It's there.
It's the passion that matters.
It is the passion. Who's most likely to smack talk another team?
Gotta be Tig, for sure.
I'm humble. I'm a nice guy. Come on. Yeah.
Who's most likely to clutch up in spectacular fashion? I'm talking a 1v3, end of the map.
I think Kick's.
I was gonna say H-Win, but I'm down for either.
Kick is definitely the most clutch player in our team. His whole career, I think he just has 10 highlights of him just absolutely rolling a lobby solo.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I've been Barney Banks. That's Team Falcons, and you're watching PUBG at the Esports World Cup. See you at the next one.
Good old Falcons, they've got an opportunity to keep themselves in that top 16. I've got quiet confidence about them being able to do so here when it comes to Tego and Miramar.
I mean, I have a quiet confidence about almost anything that I see them in, right? I still stand, I think Shrimzy is the best all-around player in the world. I think all around, we're not talking, basic mechanics, we're talking every aspect. The only thing the man doesn't do is IGL. Then they add Kickstart to that team with a group of guys who I think understand Kickstart and sort of embrace, like they said, you don't want to be Kickstart's desk because he's passionate. I think they embrace that passion, and it's just turned out to be a very fun roster. They all seem happy to be together, and I really like to see it.
They have really good chemistry, right? And that's what they've really been able to build here after obviously adding Kickstart, winning last year, defending back-to-back champions here, like huge expectations on them. I feel like they're just so comfortable in the way that they are at any given tournament, right? They're comfortable in the way that they play. They're confident in the way that they're able to perform here. Even just 6 points so far in 3 games. But again, they're just like, okay, if we had, 20 points in our first game, we're going to be going out hunting, but now our focus kind of shifts with let's just qualify.
Let's take a look at their numbers going up against All Gamers, right? Because All Gamers has come in as a team that we had high expectations of. I felt in day one especially they were a bit rusty when it came to LAN as a whole, but what do you make of these numbers, Godspeed?
Yeah, they were definitely rusty, but again, the way that AG was able to turn it around today, even in just the first couple of Erangel games, was pretty mind-blowing. But then you have the Falcons, right, who haven't got as many points. But again, you talked about how it's very hard to tilt that team. They've been together for so long. You heard it last year when they said that, we want to win this for Kick because, he had just joined the team. I think they're going to be just fine. I'm not sure if Tego's going to be the map, but I think Miramar definitely will be for them.
Yeah, 30 points day one here, but 37 points for 3 games for All Gamers Global compared to the 6 that Falcons had today. That's a huge turn up. Like, to be able to change that around, you're like, you've got your hand out there. You got your hand on the stove. You turn up. Him and the boys have been able to do so.
I also want to just point out, to see All Gamers Global and to see Falcons, 2 of our picks to potentially win this tournament, sitting at that sort of 40 kill count.
Sure.
After we just saw Rock at 70, again, just blows my mind how those guys are doing.
All right, well, you know what?
62, but yes.
Thank you.
Because we've taken a look at All Gamers, let's take a little bit of a closer look and have them do a little cheeky shootout with each other.
Nice.
Howdy, y'all. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned PUBG 1v1 shootout going on between AGL. Members decided that they're going to settle a duel between themselves. We got ourselves Tycon as well as Destroy to figure out who's going to be the better man at the end of the day. So let's go ahead and get this underway. There we go. Gets in a little bit of damage. Are we going to see the push around? Get some damage out finally on it, but not going to be enough. Counter side on it. Destroy trying to see if he can destroy Tycon right now, but just can't find the angle for it just quite yet. Peek still coming out. He's just going to try to run out. Goes for the peek around the side of it, just chase down. Tries to avoid the shots, continuing to tap in a bit more damage. It's getting closer by the second. Steps in, back and forth doing the 2, but it is going to be Destroy that takes round number 1. Round number 2 underway. Pull peeks out, gets a quick shot off, but doesn't connect. Destroy still holding angles on it. Cheeky little angle up on top, though. He's going to get red. The Tycon's already taken some damage on it. Sin still close between the 2 of them. The outside of it, giving it a little bit more time for it. Goes for a couple more shots and does manage to finish it off. Tycon takes round 2, so we are 1-1. Round number 3 underway. Quick shot off the start from Destroy. Takes some damage over on Tycon. Tycon still playing it aggressive. Playing it slow, tapping in some more damage down to about half life. Tycon still just going to hold the angle. Bold, brazen, just believes in his shooting skills, starting to get the damage off onto it. So now quick reload coming out from Destroy's side. That means Tycon's just down to 2 bullets, but the damage still continues to come out. Neck and neck between these 2. Good shots on both sides. Destroy on no life. Just playing it a bit slower now. Goes for aggressive push. Spots it out. Doesn't quite connect at the end, but there you go. Gets that last shot off. So Tycon wins the 1v1. Folks, at the end of the day, it is going to be Tycon that takes it 2-1 as we find ourselves who is going to be the greater man with the Winchester.
Well, thank you, Matrim, master of the shootout. And just to keep people informed at home as well as to what is currently going on, we have Zenith from FM Ponchon, who is actually subbing out, which is why we're kind of having to wait a little bit longer before we get into our next game here. A little bit of a shame, all things considered. FM Ponchon in a position where they're kind of trying to challenge on that bubble. And of course, lucky.
Is that?
Look who it is!
One of us.
It's not a bad player to sub in. This man still plays the game a lot. Like, he has insane amount of knowledge too. So again, but swapping out for Zenith, it's still a downgrade.
He's a good player, but he's still a bit of a normie when it comes to
when's the last time we played an international LAN, right?
Yeah, it's been a while. Never.
Right, exactly. But I love that they brought a coach. He's a passionate guy. He loves these guys. He's been with them or been around them for a long time. I just feel bad because this is the second time they've had a struggle here today, and they were, like you said, on the chase. Sure. They were going to make a move, and now all they can really do is try to survive. I mean, that's tough.
You could have said kerfuffle. I would have been okay with it.
I thought he was going to commit.
I thought he was going to commit.
They weren't really in a kerfuffle. It was just an unfortunate series of events. It was a lemony for Snicket.
So. Someone's going to put a curfew in this guy at some point.
And that's the thing about that as well is FN Ponchon have actually been in a good position in a lot of these games, right? They haven't necessarily gotten a lot of the kills and been able to convert, but they've been putting themselves in the positions to at least, especially in these last 3 games, actually get enough points to qualify. And so, again, I love Cheese, and the good thing is that he does play the game constantly, but, he's not Zenith.
No, so that might scupper their plans a little bit. We'll see if that kind of continues on here, Avenger. You've been racking your brain. You've been looking at some of the numbers. What you got?
I mean, again, the 9 points for those guys so far today, right? They had 45 going into today, so like you're like, okay, we need to get 20. They've got 9 so far. Like, that might not be enough if they continue that average, and now they have another kind of curveball thrown against them. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them, but yeah. I would hate to see that would be the reason, like Cheese steps in. I'm expecting him to at least drop 3 kills.
He's going to pop off.
Yeah, he's going to
Cheese is popping off. I'm calling it right now.
At least 3 kills.
I'm sending
Cheese,
it.
Yeah, sure.
3 kills. Another team that's been a little bit of a disappointment for me today is Freaks. I feel like they've come in a little bit slow. We saw one good game where they got some great fights. I think Heaven had a couple of kills put in the hopper there. But again, they're sort of in the same boat as the Falcons are, where I expected them to be so far ahead of where they actually are right now.
They're 11 points today.
Not great.
They've been getting stuck on the edge. And they have gotten 11 points. They have gotten some kills, but yeah, they're just getting stuck.
I think that something was interesting about DM Freaks is instantaneously they looked mortal in that fight versus Virtus Pro that we watched yesterday, right? Like you watch that go down, you hear how Virtus Pro instantly just pops off against it all, and then that's not normally how you see DN Freaks go down, I think.
Right. And I think it feels almost like, well, Virtus Pro is peaking at the right time. They've sort of got this honeymoon thing going on. They're vibing just right.
Yeah,
and on the other hand, I think DN Freaks and maybe even the Falcons and some other teams have come in here a little bit, latent, not prepared or expecting it to be as difficult as it was in the group stages, because we are seeing surprises coming out here, shocking everyone.
Well, of course, let's take a look at the kill leaders as well from everything that's been going down so far, because we had ourselves Mr. Centastico up at the top. Now, if you'd have told Centastico at the beginning of this tournament, you're going to be above Himas, you're going to be above Perfectix, you're going to be above all of these names, I think even he may have called you a liar, Godspeed, but here he is. Yes.
I mean, he would have, because I wouldn't have said that, because I also didn't expect them to be this high. But again, it just goes to show you how well they're playing, especially with the confidence they've been able to build. They did start slow, but only for like 1 or 2 games, and then they immediately built off that. We questioned whether they'd be able to come into day 2 at least do the same thing. They are. Now the big question is going to be, because they're guaranteed, I mean, they might even just win this group stage. Can they do it in the grand finals? That's the only question I still have for this team.
I mean, I will tell you what gives you a confidence boost. When we talked about this team, those 2 players on Pachao, 2 years grinding, saying we think we can do this, and then to see not one but both of them together ahead of Himas on that kill leaderboard has got to be in a lot of ways surreal. Like, I hope they're there taking pictures, right? Like, when they did well at PGS, I remember walking out there and they were hyped looking at that giant leaderboard, and I was like, do you guys want a photo in front of that? And they were like, please. And they were literally saying they're pointing when they were in first place because they were so unexpected to experience that. And here we are doing it again.
Yeah, there was I think they fell out of first place straight away after that.
They did, right away.
However, that was great. That was a great moment for them. So, Martin, since you're now a professional PNC caliber level coach, what would you be saying to Rock after this group stage going into the final? Because they're probably thinking in the back of their minds, okay, it's really nice that we're doing so well in the group stage.
Sure.
Can we make this also materialize in the final?
I mean, you got to go full reset, right? You have to be in a situation where it's like, guys, that was great. Now we got to do it all again.
Yeah.
We have to focus on what's ahead of us. And again, everyone is starting equal here. Like, you don't have an advantage of coming in today saying, we're already qualified, let's just play for fun. You can see how much they're smiling and laughing. Right?
Yeah.
That completely changes tomorrow. You're coming in, full reset. Let's play our game. Let's try to replicate what we know that we're capable of because we just did in the group stage.
I think it's hard to go full reset, right? Like, they're going to have this hype going into it. So I do think you're right. Keeping that calm is going to be tough. But on the other hand, it could be a huge advantage, especially if we see some of these favorite teams not make it up there. I think that final might be a little less of what is expected by the teams that are in there. So maybe that adrenaline pump on the first day could really take them to the next level.
Yeah, I would just also tell them, just act like you've been here before, right? Like, just they qualified in an incredible first place. Let's just say they do. And I don't want them to be overconfident, like, oh, we made it, we crushed groups, and now we're here, and then all of a sudden game 1 doesn't go their way, and then it's a downward slide. We've seen that before, and so just act like you've been here before.
Yeah, like peak Ming Ming, and then no, maybe.
But that's the attitude you want him to have, though, right? Like, to believe he can win it.
We were all sitting in the green room, too. I'm like, okay, Chen. And Min Ming's like, all right, relax. Okay, you're having a good event.
I will say, before he re-peaked Ming Ming, he he finalized that last flush.
That was smart. That was great.
He was like,
but that's the thing.
It is Big Bang.
They're making those good decisions, right?
Yes.
Even in an instance where they have the advantage, yeah, it's just great to see.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Thanks you to everybody listening to the Desk podcast once again for the day. We're going to head over to the stage here as Barney. It's good to go.
The mad scramble for points continues right here on the main stage, and only 3 maps remain. We're going to take you through some of the highlights that have happened so far today, of course. And who better to do that than Barney and Bella? It's BB Team.
Hi guys. Well, Rock had an amazing start to the day. They come in with the first chicken with 8 kills and 18 points. And well, Twisted Minds and Change the Game were right behind them, and they got 9 kills. They were ready to secure their spot early on. And what happened next, Barney? Fancy seeing you here.
Oh, hey, map number 2 started pretty slow, but then the carnage quickly ensued because Virtus Pro managed to secure 14 kills pretty early on, and then it came down to a 4v4. Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds, and with the help of the Panzerfaust in the back pocket, Twisted Minds managed to secure the chicken dinner, Bella. What happened to map 3?
Well, who better to rock on Rondo than Rock Esports? They had 16 kills. Unbelievable. They took that final fight against Pero, but it was Petrichor that took the final chicken with 7 kills and 17 points. They made a huge jump up the leaderboard.
They did indeed. It is almost time to continue. Don't forget, Bella, smile. Yeah, smiles
No
don't
sounds.
make sounds. The pressure is building and our fans are ready. They're getting louder than ever. It is time to head over to our casters because it's time to Tago.
My oh my, 3 games left to play and everything on the line as we get ready for these matches to come. Great talk there, both on the desk and another amazing podcast episode, and then
fantastic.
The BB team, Barney and Bella, setting us up for these matches, and these boys on screen right now. I mean, Rock, they have been not only, I think, outperforming maybe to their own expectation, but they sure has impressed literally all of us and possibly every single viewer at home as well.
I hope they have. I mean, they've just been every positive thing that is going their way. They're taking it and they're making the most out of everything that's kind of handed to them. But I mean, to the tune of over 100 points already is just, I don't think anybody expected, as he said. But I hope they remember this feeling, man.
Yes.
I hope they remember this feeling, and whenever we get into the grand finals, they can be ready. But there are a lot of teams here. There is a log jam of teams that would love to be in Rock's shoes right now, that would love to be feeling confident and comfortable, but right now they are sweating because it is time to go to Tago, and we've got 3 games remaining to determine who will be in our grand final.
And one of the scary things right now, if you look at the leaderboard, is under normal circumstances, you'd have the quote-unquote guaranteed to be already set up there within, let's say, the top 8 and be through and kind of doing what they want. And then the teams down below, you wouldn't really fear them too much. Yes, they're fighting for a spot in the finals, but you know, on paper, you're better than them, you should be fine. That's not the case at all here. Some of the teams coming into the tournament that we thought were going to be here guaranteed, they are by no means safe just yet.
No, not at all. And to be honest, that's starting to feel like the new normal.
I suppose so, yeah.
It's been a long time since it's felt like the top 16 were just written in stone before we even started, right? Like, there's going to be several teams that miss this cut line today that will be just pounding themselves in the head because they know that they are good enough to be in that grand final, but they're going to miss it just by a little bit.
Speaking of that, TD team getting kills on BB team, not the way you want to start things off here. Molduct is currently alongside one of the TD team players. I can't make out exactly who, but I'm pretty certain that we just saw a Doozy go down. And that ain't the first time we've seen BB lose a Doozy very early on. Of course, we do have blue chips and all that good stuff, so there's a world where he gets back alive in this match. But again, for BB team, a team that needs to get things going here with just 3 games left to play, you want to avoid all this chaos completely. They just can't seem to find their way out of it.
Looks like it's going to be Huang F. Yep, there you go. And the rest of his team has already left Hosan to come and join him. The rest of BB team also on their way. So neither of these teams really
wanting to get involved in this, but the spray from the ump going to fall just a little bit short. But now both of these teams know it is a full-on fight.
Two teams with a whole lot riding are coming out victorious here. TD team, as you can see on the leaderboard, currently ahead of BB by 11 points, so a little safer, but still, if you can get the wipe here and get rotating into the next circle, you're very happy if you're TD team.
They definitely need to collect a few more points, though. That you brought it up during the break. That gap between FN Poncheon and Full Sense is getting a little bit larger every game, as Full Sense will make use of that Panzerfaust, or Phil First, rather, not Full Sense. We'll make use of that Panzerfaust, but Zhu might be able to get this revive off as BB team trying to go for a reset here. They're going to try to go for the cross, and June is ready. Wong F will find Bestalosh, and now BB team is in a world of trouble.
Great understanding of the situation by TD team here. You have one guy holding the cross while the rest comes through, and as he's baiting the attention towards the rooftop, Shui can peek around the corner. Ironsight's AK, not the best gun to spray with, but when you have two guys right in front of you looking the other direction, you are good. Now Moldog does get a chance to respond, but not able to find the kill, and there you have it. Just like that, BB team eliminated.
And that leaves them now with only 2 games remaining to try to make a climb, an impossible climb up the leaderboard. Liquid, another team that we've all had our eyes on that have been struggling so far here today. They are going to run into Diffix, and the rest of GK look like they may be on their way, and you can even see Matulins on the north side of that mini-map keeping eyes on this.
And while the points are great, don't get me wrong, for TD team, they're not in just yet, and it's the same thing here. GK team Liquid, 2 teams that are both outside. They would want to play safe early. They'd want to play smart, but here we have it one more. Once again, the chaos commences as all of GK, all of Liquid pulls up on this one. Luke able to find the first, but Chewy from afar finds one in return. Now Diffix peeks around, finds one. Alo gets the knock in return. Multiple casualties comes through as Spiro finds one. Ixlip finds another. There's a red zone on top of all of it, and just like that, Sparking solo player left alive on the side of Liquid.
Just absolute madness. The one thing that all of these teams would have preferred to avoid in the early game is the one thing that they have found here in the first 5 minutes, as now another team, Petrichor Road, they have gotten the shots from range, and now they want to come and finish the food off their plate. Quizzy still alive for GK. Sparking gonna hide in the corner as long as he can, but he's got that M16. That is not the gun you want for a fight, and Ming Ming will finish them off.
And back-to-back games here for Liquid with practically nothing to show for. They have a tall mountain to climb, and they're gonna have to climb the entire thing over on Miramar come next game. But Petrichor, they dove on in, and they know there's more threats about Quizzy. The last hope for GK here on what could very well be their final Tago game of this tournament. He's able to find the first. Will try and get the point confirmed with it, because you know how much they need him, but Ixlip will come in and clean on up. In the end of it now, issue is Twisted Minds is here as well. The 4th team want a piece of the action. 51 alive at 5 minutes. This is unheard of.
And we've still got 2 games to go on Miramar. This is absolutely brutal. All the teams that have gone out are all the teams that did, I mean, just were in, are they in the hunt?
Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom.
Absolutely needed to stay alive. They needed Tago to try to find a little bit of footing here and get themselves ready for the final 2 games.
Silver lining, you know what? There's one player on the server right now with a slight smile on his face.
Oh, who's that?
Jeez. He's like, guys, I might not have to do all that much if all the teams below us just keep taking out one another. I gotta say, for FN Poncheon, they're sat 1 point currently out of a tie with Falcons, and they're playing on their most important day of the tournament with 2 subs. That is every odds going against them, but they're close to making it happen, so hopefully for them they can. Alongside Karan and Cheese, we'll see if they can do so.
You like to root for underdogs. Like to root for miracles. Let's start rooting for FN Poncheon, because they are backs up against the wall in the worst way right now, but they still have a shot. As we see Rock Esports, our current lobby leader, making their way across the map. You know, look at Petrichor Road though. That big win in the last game, and now all of a sudden, right off the bat, 6 kills. They've got 3 alive. Most likely, I mean, we'll see if they are able to get their revive off, get back up to full strength, but they are looking real good right now.
Definitely, yeah. Of course, we do have to keep in mind when looking at the leaderboard on the left-hand side, as you can see, the numbers don't just go 1 through 16. There is a jump from Twisted down to All Gamers Global, of course, not including the Group A teams that aren't playing here today. So a lot of them, with their 12 games having been played already, are sat up there in between. But no, definitely, I mean, as you're saying, Petrichor, a very great improvement with how they've been able to perform today, especially off of that previous game.
So many teams just between 50 and 60 points right now. They would love to be able to get over 60 going into Miramar to feel a little bit more comfortable. But that, when we see, I mean, you see 51 alive already. I mean, points are falling off the board very quickly.
Definitely.
And there you go, another one going to fall off there as Thunders get spot out by Deal.
And we haven't even had a chance to really talk about the circle yet, because there's been so much action taking place early on. It's an East Side Terminal Circle 1, and, well, what makes things even better now, because this tends to be a pretty pretty difficult circle to play for a lot of teams, as the center positions are usually taken very quickly. But as you can see here, 3 full teams eliminated already, 13 players out. There is so much space for the teams alive to play. I mean, Twisted Minds are sat circle center, well, underneath the red zone right now, sure, but in a 4-way split, that normally would not be possible at all under these circumstances. So the eliminations of teams early on does kind of throw a spanner in the wheels of what is usually the tempo of these sort of games, and something that the in-game leaders will have to take into account when trying to set up rotations and whatnot.
Nice supply drop there for Twisted Minds in the center there as well. See how long they stick with this, as you said, this 1-1-1-1 4-man split across the center. Right on that eastern edge example, taking a few shots at Freaks as they rotate by. Rock, meanwhile, coming in from the south side. They have nothing but open fields in front of them.
Nothing.
They've got plenty of time.
Definitely.
To figure out where they want to go.
Yeah, they'll be sat on the southern side, wait for the circles to come. We have seen, I mean, again, if anyone is circle superstitious, we've seen a lot of circles in and around this area for phase 1 go down towards Canyong, down around the low, like shallow water river that spans through down there. And I mean, if it is to happen, Rock, while they have been getting circles going their way and in their defense making a lot of what they've been given, they would definitely not be complaining about one more going their way down towards the southeast.
I don't think they would at all. Well, Falcons, they've got Kickstart in the air, the eyes in the sky. Most likely will spot it out Pathampong just off to their northeast, but that's about it. Falcons currently sitting on that cut line at 16th place with 55 points. It's been a slow start to the day for them. Still got plenty of time to get that thing going, though.
We heard Taken Strimsy say the player to most likely take out his teammates is Kick. So if he's in a glider, it's less... There's a smaller chance that he kills his teammate. Can you just go up in this glider and fly around for a bit? Because then you don't hit us. Exactly. That's that might be the play, or maybe not at all. That's a circle. Does center up a bit to the west. Red zone right down on Terminal, which also effectively covers like 90% of of hard cover and compounds. There's a lot of open hills in and around where Twisted is currently sat at zero, now trying to group up as well.
This is starting to feel like one of those just the east of Terminal finishes that we've seen Twisted win so many times before. They're so good at playing around this area. This is home field advantage essentially for them at this point, but still 51 players left in the lobby after what was a raucous start to the game.
Oh yes.
Slowed down here a little bit.
You can see here Virtus Pro trying to figure out where is the kind of the hole in the wall for us to squeeze through, trying to get anything circle center. There's all these fields you can't really just go full speed through, because with the dents and different divots, it's hard to maintain speed. Not only that, but you're also bumping all over the place. So for teams around you shooting at you, it's pretty easy pickings.
Where is Ming Ming going?
Vibing. He's down south.
Yeah.
You know, he's going for a res.
Oh, he might be.
Yeah, they lost one early.
That is
he's
true.
going Buksan Sa. That's where they went early. I'm surprised the fact that he's actually able to get there without anyone shooting at him.
We'll see if he's able to get back.
Exactly. Rock only just got into position, and that's kind of exactly where he went through. But he's going Buksan Sa down towards the south to get their last remaining player up. And now you can see Falcons here out towards the eastern side. They have a good rotation opportunity going north. But you have both Freaks and Therodon 5 up there, so it will be interesting to see how hard North they're going to up to rotate here with change the game right down below them too.
Yeah, honestly, the hard North wrap feels like it might be the best option for them.
Yeah.
Just crossing that river, especially with change the game doing a little bit of a 2-2 split camp over the bridge. Could be dangerous, especially now that Rock is starting to make their way on the western coast of the same river. Thereton 5, though, they're already up north. It looks like Deal taking some long-range probing shots, but nothing too terribly scary for Therodon 5 just yet. It's definitely been a slow start for them as well after what was an amazing, just a barn-burning day one for them. 60 points in one day. They've only managed to get 5 through 3 games.
I mean, this game plays pretty well into the playbook of Therodon 5. They like to play edge early on, and then they do that one rotation that that gets them circle center, whether it be E pick up or just, well, effectively full speed towards circle center, and then seems like they're slowly making their way towards it, but also well aware that in this particular circle center, there ain't really a whole lot to claim. And for now, they're actually pretty well off up towards the north, even if Chiefs is shooting at them. If there's one person in the PUBG community I never thought I'd get the chance to cast, let alone on a global stage, my man Cheese, we go way back. He's a very, very nice guy, an incredible coach for these boys
I
too.
think most of us in the talent squad have played games with Cheese late at night.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
Oh, he's a great guy. But I will be rooting for that first Cheese K.
Give us some highlights.
I know. Let's
give us some highlights.
Something. Well, we are going just off to the eastern terminal, just where we thought it was going to go. Twisted Minds already getting themselves in position as they get yet another crate drop right on top of them.
Definitely. Circle here is interesting. Freaks are going to have to try and group up down towards the road, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So who is going to be able to try and take over that hillside? That's going to be Clutch. You can see Virtus Pro as well, pulling up a picture call road. There's 3 guys in this vehicle. Make it 2 as Beamy is taken out early on. Corexi goes find 1, but Ixef takes up over Corexi. Able to find the second just like that. He's still solo player, though, needs to find the last one. Issue for him is Ming is miles down towards the south, so he won't find him anytime soon.
That's Scoom and Ibby are loving it, though.
And Chewy's flying in.
They lost 1. Yep, Chewy did manage to get back in as Ming Ming coming from the south side, and they're trying to get there quickly because they would love to be able to get rid of these guys before they're able to get the reses. There you go.
Yep.
Bye, Beamy.
Chewy is flying in.
Come on, Corexi.
I mean, where does Chewy even go? Ming Ming is trying to bait the attention, but there's already players out in these fields, as we were saying. Rock are in position now, exactly. Ming Ming realizing it's too late, it was too risky to try and go for the rest. Chewy's gonna land in the middle of nowhere between 3 different teams.
He's at least got cover. That might, oh, no, it doesn't. Corexi gonna find him. It's Chewy.
Yeah.
His return gets cut a little bit shorter than he would have liked. At least he got feet on the ground.
Yep.
That is a step in the right direction. And after all of that, VP only losing Beamy, they may still be able to get him back up. We'll have to keep an eye on here as Nixie going to go ahead and make sure that Chewy is finished off and that point goes into their bag.
There you go once again. Coach Corner. What was the jingle
Coach's Corner.
Sat in the corner, only for coaches. I don't know.
Now I can't remember.
You sung it so much. Oh, James is going to be sad now. He really wanted you to do it well as well.
I'm too keyed in. I'm too locked into what's going on. There's so much action going on. Is even off to the south now. TDT and Rock running into each other.
Exactly.
As Santastico going to go down to ZU.
It's a big fight too, because if VP sort of makes sure that all of TD Team and Rock gets eliminated, they should be pretty certain that there's no one playing in from behind. This is the worst position to try and push uphill towards the north, because if there's a snake out in the fields behind you, you're easy pickings. So if they can clear their entire south side, and more importantly, have other teams clear the south for them, and then, well, they can take them out, that's potentially a very good game for VP in the making.
Well, I think if you're TDT as well, you had to be kill feed watching earlier, and you see all the teams that are chasing you went out. So now you have an opportunity to put a little bit more distance between you and the teams that are nipping at your heels.
Yep.
Let's try to get as much as we can, but that's not going to help. June going to go down as Corexi is finding some work with that Dragunov.
Great hold in. You can see, look at Virtus Pro, look at their small Doritos. They're all looking south. They don't care about what's happening inside circle right now. There's nothing to play for them if they haven't secured their backs first. So smart on them to continuously look this way and make sure that either A, we take them all out, or B, we force them far enough to the west and east that they're forced to take fights with other teams that we can then potentially third party.
Well, TDT will lose June, but they did manage to get Wong F back through the revive, and he is inside circle. Now, where he goes from there is anyone's guess, but let's see if the rest of the boys can rejoin him. Yeah, VP, after surviving for so long, fighting off all comers on that southern side, they have to get on the move once again. And
yes,
it is not looking easy on that south side. Not a lot of routes that are open. As you see, TDT is finding out right now.
I mean, bullet magnets, they try to traverse this terrain. There's really nowhere for them to go either. They're going to spin out, spin around, chew it down to 1 HP. Will fall to the hands of Batulans as well. See if they can confirm those points as empty vehicles are being shot at too. And now just one player left alive. Wang F able to...
I don't think he's got any loot yet either.
I don't know. He's chilling. He's chilling.
He found a vehicle at least. That's something.
So he's got that going for him.
He's got that going
nice.
for him, which...
There you go. 1 HP. Does he have any loot at all?
Oh, my goodness. I don't think he does. Absolutely
no loot. Oh, there you go.
There you go. He's got a vest and some shotgun
and a 3x and a flashbang. You know what? I have it. Flashbang when they come in, punch them.
Exactly.
There you go. That's a strat. That is a strat. We'll see if it's going to be effective or not as this push comes through now. Gen G trying to, once again, make the push on through, but it's Virtus Pro, and they're loving this. Let them all go past them, because they're just, I mean, setting up third-party opportunities for VP effectively.
Yeah, I liked VP stopping down there, going for a little bit of a spray down, but now Luka Rux probe a little bit deeper into the circle, see if he can find an angle. And look at this, oh man. If they've got some utility that they can play with here, Gen G might be in a lot of trouble. 2 grenades in the pocket for Luka right now, but you also got to be careful because you're not alone. It's Rock over there. You might have FN as well that might have an angle, but Luka, he's just going to go ahead and get him with the headshot. Is Orca now going to go down to Rock.
They can play it so for a little bit. They're inside the circle up on this hillside, and again, they're allowing for other teams to apply pressure. But you know what? As this fight is going on, let's get a listen in to the boys from Virtus Pro and see how they handle this.
Love it.
Okay. I don't know. Listen, try and knock one of Rock, and you can go drive on them. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, in the smokes on orange. Yeah. Last guy. I'm good. I'm good. That. 3-man Rock East. They're trying to go over, huh? We can kill them for the
I'm taking their spot. I'm taking
behind us! I'm having. Oh man. Can you smoke? Into smoke for me.
I'm smoking. Wait.
3-man. Oh, play to kill Rock. Play to kill Rock.
I don't know where the bodies are. I don't have more smokes.
They're behind us. Twist behind us already. It could be all global gamers, by the way. I'm gonna be safe, Kirksey.
Yeah.
Yeah, been behind us, still in blue. I'm safe. But yeah, skip the water. They're gonna peek on your hill, by the way, Kirk, behind you. Yeah, or RC is holding. No, they're not gonna pick anytime. Or RC only 2 men now. Yeah. You need to rest me now.
VP in trouble, but you can hear how much is going on during a fight like this and how quickly they are to react. As soon as it's been called behind us, Lukaruk's 180 flick instantly takes down one. They get the bait smoke up on the hillside to try and alleviate some of the attention from the teams behind them. And look towards this map on the south side of your screen right now. South side, the bottom right of your screen. There are so many teams on that southern side where the north is completely free because it's an open hill going uphill as FN is taken out as well.
Oh yeah, it's really rough there with the blue right on their heels. Himas running, unfortunately, into a hornet's nest. He runs right into Twisted Minds. Will go down, but now Destroy and Tycon are over here dealing with VP, but that's going to be Rock Esports getting eliminated in 10th. Has changed the game. They were kind of on the cut line, and all of a sudden now they have found a lot of success here today as they have accumulated quite a few points for themselves and still finding more here on Tego as they will get the revive, get their man back up. Corexi, the last one alive for Virtus Pro, and he is trying to find. He knows Tycon is on one side. He knows Destroy is on the other side. Can he get at least one more of these, maybe take 2.
Oh, and there you go. Actually, now only, sorry, is FN eliminated. They do just outside of placement points, as you can see. That's going to push Falcons even further up. It's getting incredibly close on the leaderboard. 18th through 13th, just 9 points between them. A lot to fight for here. As Corexi, prone down out, is trying to heal, trying to see how many more placement points he could potentially get. It's Tycon doing the same thing, but now pushing forward.
Tell you what, all the action has been on this south side. Corexi will strike. We'll find Tycon and get another point here for VP as they pull themselves yet even more clear of that cut line, putting up into 9th. Destroy will try to see if he can maybe get this one away.
Yeah.
As all gamers, they're in a good spot, but Patapong actually going to be the one that gets them.
From the complete opposite side of the circle, the furthest north player takes out the furthest south player, and that, my friends, is what mountains can do for you.
Indeed it is. And we're in an interesting situation here where there's a lot of high ground on that north side.
Oh, yeah.
Twisted Minds, they are running into a spot of bother here, down to just 2. But Freaks has a compound on the south side. Falcons have started to flex out on the north. Theraton 5 has so much control, and that new circle pop is going to favor them the most, you have to think, as they can hold on to their high ground.
I mean, the entire northern half of the circle had 3 kills between all the teams represented up there. Goes to show that they have been chilling. Circles have been continuously coming their way up the mountain, and now is when they can get activated. Look at this. Plenty of util. Haven't even been hit yet as Falcons now spot them on the other side. Taken out Twisted Minds in 6th place as they will, you would imagine, spread out further and try to see if they can contain CTG towards the southeast.
Theraton 5, we said, had a great day 1, but it's been a slow day so far on day 2 for them. But now they are in a great position to try to find something here. Falcons desperately need a big game as they have found themselves on the north side, but now changed the game, starting to make their way over. But fortunately for Falcons, Ranger X and that bomb are just absolutely sick. He's got 26 rounds for that Sometimes having a care package drop right on top of you is a pretty nice thing.
Here they come. You can see, when we saw it from Ranger X's perspective just before, it's so hard to push through the open here when you have them up on the other side. Benbow is going to track that entire rotation, allow for his teammates to get something done. Issue is, Kickstart, well, what he doesn't need to do with the gun, he can do with the vehicle. Runs over Ares, gets the flush as well. And now the remaining 3 players from CTG actually going to collapse on this too. They know they can't fight inside circle because T5 has all of it under control. So sweep out, take them out on the SCF first. Let the util do the work for you. Finds 1, finds 2, finds the 3rd, and that's the 4th down 2. Change the game, blows Falcons apart.
And who said red zones were allowed to be portable? Change the game. Just peppering Falcons, and that is bad news for them, but they do manage to get a couple of points at least. They get to that 60 marker, but still work to do left on Miramar. Well, let's see who's going to win this one first. Theraton 5 still hold on to that high ground, change the game, still just kind of working their way around the edges. You still got a couple left from Sharper, although Ursapalui is going to get spotted out. Jedi now the last player left alive.
Well, I'm sure Ares was sad he was being used as bait there. There was actually a pretty heads-up play by all of CTG, allowing for them to wrap around them and then just lobbing them with nades when they got down on the other side. In the meantime, now again, T5, perfect high ground position here. Having said that, we are seeing some level 3 gear being distributed among the change the game players. Maybe they can get something done as T5 continues to apply pressure, this time towards Freaks.
Well, sometimes you get some presents. Heaven gonna get taken out, so now Freaks down to 3 as that high ground for I mean, look at this. Look at Theraton 5 just has complete control over everything going on below them. This is 6 kills for them so far, and you got to imagine a few more coming as they know exactly where everyone is, and the new circle pop means they don't have to move still.
And a team we have not really mentioned and all throughout this entire game is actually Sharper Esports. In this game in particular, where all the bottom teams died early on, they were the one team to survive, and not only that, they made something happen when their nearby competition on the leaderboard didn't. So while it's still an incredibly tall order to make it into the top 16, I mean, this is arguably some of the best they could get out of it. They're guaranteed 10 points over this game already.
Well, if you can, you can't win the tournament in one game, right?
For sure,
It takes a couple to put back to back. So maybe this might be
Who knows?
Something that gets their minds right for Miramar. But they still, as you said, got a long climb ahead of them. As Jedi will still stay alive. Theraton 5 will still hold on to their high ground. The Freaks will try to find a place where they can go to hide for the time being. Change the game now after getting a little bit of more loot for themselves, a little influx. Will play right on the edge and continue to try to keep those heads from peaking from Theraton 5. Jedi going to try to see if he can maybe steal one away before going down to the blue eventually. And there he goes. So Sharper Esports goes down in 4th place. And it is down to our top 3 teams. It's a 4v3v3 for the win.
Yep, it's an uphill battle for everyone, but T5, they'll just be set up here waiting. But, again, I mean, we saw it yesterday with the Na'Vi game, because they've been sitting up here shooting from afar for the entire game. Paddlepong is down to 8 bullets. If this becomes a close quarters engagement, I'm not sure they have the ammo needed to take out Freaks, let alone CTG. So we'll see what's going to end up happening here as they are set on this layer cake, one level above one another. And, well, there we have them, the boys down below. They're just waiting, stalling, hoping that this fight between T5 and Freaks will pop off and they can then third.
This is the problem for both. Well, Theraton 5 going to hop in the vehicles, try to get down a little bit more closer to center dot on this next zone shift. They will spot out Salute as they have, oh my gosh, they have so much. They got the P90s, they got the ARMs, they got level 3 gear. Anything you want, they got it. And that is going to take down Salute. And unfortunately for Freaks, there's not really much they can do. They can't just push up this hill without getting shot in the back by Change the Game. So Change the Game now, knowing that they're in a 3v2, we'll see if they can maybe take care of DNF and get a couple of more points over here before trying to take this fight to Theraton 5.
Exactly. It's effectively the same situation that we saw just before against Falcons. They're trying to dismantle them so they don't have to worry about their neighbor when fighting uphill. But it's not being easy right now. Human doing a great job of dodging these pieces of util coming through as Rosicet from afar takes down Winbo. They will find Hang 3 as well.
Oh
now
no!
It's just Chan left alive, forced to make the run for it.
Chan, that's heads up play there from Gilman to make sure he secures those 2 flushes. That's points that Freaks do need as they are holding on in that 13th place spot, 63 points. Gilman in the smoke as long as the smoke will allow him, but Tian will spot him out. And now it is all down to a 1v4. Don't give Tian too much time. There you go. Theraton 5. Well, they're not all gifted, but that one was pretty gifted, but they made the most of it. They took their high ground. They had all the loot in the world, and they just dominated the lobby.
Circles came their way, no doubt, and at this level of play, with the amount of games these teams are playing, you will get games where Circles do the majority of the work for you, but that's also the situation where you have to be able to maximize. You have to not only bring home the win, but get kills home with it. Theraton 5 did exactly that here.
That's we've seen them. It feels like Theraton 5, a Rondo especially for them, but the Rondo and Tego seem to be maps where they just feel a little bit more comfortable, and they feel. Obviously, they're getting a little bit of luck on that one, but 2 days now, they have amassed a bunch of points there playing those middle maps, but we have 2 more left, Toby, and that cut line is no more defined now than it was when we started.
Oh yes, it's, well, I mean, it doesn't exactly help it when 4 of the 5 bottom teams up to die before phase 2 pops. Hopefully that's not gonna happen again. Fingers crossed, because what was a tall order coming in to this Takeover game just became that much more difficult for some of these bottom teams that really need everything going their way coming into the final 2 Miramars in order to make the grand finals.
2 games left to secure your spot in the grand final of Esports World Cup, and it is still anyone's game. We have no idea what this top 16 is going to look like. There's a couple of teams that we know we'll see there, but teams like BB Team, not sure, buddy.
Exactly. This is the thing, right? I mean, it's actually kind of interesting looking at these players right now. BB Team didn't look like a team that were saying to each other, guys, we can do it. We still have a chance. Come on, man. There isn't that one guy right now who is trying to bring it home. But hopefully they can get a talk over as we hop to a break. They will need a break as we get ready for the last 2 Miramars to play.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
อย่าดังหมดนะระวังด้วยตัวรับ2ตัวเลยเฮียให้ไปเรียนมาเลยหาไม่เจอนะในสมองเว้ยอยู่ไกลในสมองนี่นอนตบวะอยู่สมองซ้ายมองรีบตบหมดแล้วตัวเดียวเลยถ่ายเลยเอ็นจีนะเว้ยล็อกซ้ายให้อยู่ไม่เห็นนะซ้ายอ่ะได้มาไม่เห็นวะดูไงวะยิงน็อกโคตรเยอะกูได้2 คิว9 คิวได้แล้ว
When will their unquenchable bloodlust be sated? Therathon 5 with yet more killing sprees left, right, and center. They're on a rampage here, especially with that cute dinosaur as well. We've got ourselves Avenger, we've got Godspeed, we've got Toffees here to talk about this. Another win for Therathon 5.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? 3 wins total for them. 3 wins for Twisted Mind so far. Like, it's just the same teams getting it over. It's the rich getting richer. I will say this, though. They only had 5 points prior to this, so they needed these 19 points to get in there.
I was about to say, they just really didn't do anything today until this big win.
I was about to say that they didn't do a lot, and neither did Freaks. And then both of them showed up in this game. It was almost like they heard us complain and took that personally, and they came out and put up some good numbers.
I was about to say that they had an ARM, and then they had even more ammo for the ARM. What do you think about that, Godspeed?
That's a lot of ammo for an ARM.
Yeah, it's cool.
I don't know what you want from me.
I'm going to say it's a good amount of ammo.
That was nice. I enjoyed it, you know.
So this is where we saw that Falcons try to make the push on CTG, which I think all of us were like, why? Why are you doing this? But I think they had not a lot of choices. And if you got to feed points potentially to someone, I'd choose CTG over Petrichor.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
they were pinched. At the end of the day, they did get a decent amount of points. I believe they're sitting right around 60 now. So again, with 2 games left at Miramar, they have to make sure that they don't have to be stellar games at this point. Just get 5, 6, 7, 8 points, and you're pretty much good to go.
For sure.
You just want to get ahead of Toyo and the game win.
Exactly.
Like 65 points right now, then like I feel like you're extremely safe. Right now, the 16th team is Gen G on 57.
I'll change the game, get themselves 15 points here. They're on 5, pretty much complete here for all of this. Sharp at Esports, much needed points with 10. However, do we feel it's too late?
Yeah. They're in 39 with 2 games to go. They need 25, 26 more. They've had a big day. They've had a big day today. They had a big day today, right? They started the day on 15, right? Like 39 now. That's 24 total for today. Is still not enough. They're competing at the very bottom with other teams that are struggling. So as we thought this bubble was going to be way more exciting, way more closer, but the teams that already had their 40s and their 50s points, they've been struggling. So our mid pack is like slower than I expected. Rock obviously stepped up and got a huge amount of points. Twisted stepped up. T5 now stepped up. So like the cutoff might be a little bit lower than we started with. I'm not saying Toyo might be safe, but I'm thinking GameStart-Win might be safe on 64.
Well, speaking of that mid-pack and everybody trying to qualify and through the bubble position, let's talk about the compound of death, because obviously this was a bit of a problem here, Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, so we've got Luke in there, and they say we're going to save you, buddy, as GK has already put in 2. Liquid commits, and I'm a little skeptical about the commit, but whatever. The problem is that as soon as it breaks out, we get exchange knocks, and Petrichor is close enough to see the kill feed, and that's when the wheels come off, right? Because right now, it's still sort of anybody's game, but the second the return knocks come out, you even saw Twisted Mind start to come in this direction.
The big problem is when you're fighting this early in a game before the first circle is popping, you still have teams that have, multiple minutes to wrap up a fight, loot, and then still come into the circle in a quite a good spot here. Although this area here, we didn't end exactly here, but still, it was a decent compound to fight for. But the third-party timing is just perfect here for Petrichor Load.
I would say not to mention also that it's also in an eventual red zone, right? So there's onus on these teams that are coming forwards to it to, okay, we need to get in there quick and start cleaning up quick just in case, things start exploding around us, Godspeed. That's also a problem.
Yeah, and even to Steve's point, right? Even if a team wasn't close enough or in the area, teams are rotating around, right? Because this is a very good position. So even if they weren't trying a third party, they're just going to see that as an opportunity and go for it.
And on top of that, what you bring up at the red zone actually made the push even easier for Petrichor because they knew they would already be in compounds. And that's why that blue to double blue meant they only had to push one building. So it was really, really clean.
All right, well, Third 5 moves up into third place here for this one. What's wrong? Anyway, look, I'm trying to be as quick as possible, guys. Okay, All Gamers Global in 7th place, looking brilliant. Change the game jumps into 71 points. That's huge for them. That's pretty much qualifying here, boys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're going.
Yeah, 57 here on the cutoff for Gen G, as we talked about. Still, again, Toyo not playing, GameStart-Win not playing. Those are the two teams that the teams are trying to get ahead. Right now, to say the 65 point is what the teams are aiming for to get in there. But still, like, we're going to have so much teams still in the 50s right now. Freaks, Poncheon, TDT.
With 2 games remaining, it's looking grim for Toyo and even GameStart-Win, right?
I think it's grim for some, maybe even more than them, because if you look all the way down to 19 where we're at 46, that is technically strike distance for hitting that 64, right? So there are teams that are all on that chase, and so I do think there's a chance that we see GSW as well as Toyo eliminated, but also that doesn't mean that just because you pass GSW, you're going to be going to the grand final, because there are just a ton of teams in that mid-pack 50s looking to make the jump.
In before, this is just the top 16 teams we have. Like, this is just the bottom 8. Like, nothing changes here. Like, from here, FN Pocheon, like TDT, that would be rough.
So bad for them.
Have you been keeping an eye on Gen G? How do you feel?
I was just about to say Gen G. I mean, again, they looked lost in that last game. I mean, proning pretty much in the middle of the road wasn't ideal. And so, I mean, they did have good Miramars. Right.
Sure.
So.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. They've still got an opportunity here. 2 more games to go. Let's actually head to Bella, who has Gen G for an interview.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with Gen G's Tosi. You had a great first day and you're back here at day 3 and things have changed a little bit. The teams are different and whatever is going on is just different. What are the changes are you feeling playing today? 일단 첫째 날에 너무 경기를 잘 풀어냈고 오늘 다시 이렇게 데이 3에 맞이하게 됐는데 조금의 분위기 변화가 큰 것 같아요. 체감하기엔 좀 어떤 변화가 있을까요?
오늘 좀 점수에 좀 쫓기기도 하고 저희가 좀 다급해져가지고 많이 좀 과감하게 못한 것 같습니다 오늘.
Well, I think it's the fact that we need to get our points and stay on top of that leaderboard as the pressure's gotten to us. And I think that's the biggest change we're feeling right now. Speaking of the leaderboard, I wanted to ask you, are you planning to stick to your original game plan or are you going to spice things up a little bit? 확실히 좀 리더보드 순위권에 이렇게 안 쫓길 수가 없는 상황이 됐어요. 조금은 과감하게 경기를 운영해볼 예정인지, 왜냐면 2맵밖에 안 남았거든요.
일단 2매치 남았는데 최대한 과감하게 하고 어제처럼 총도 많이 쏘고 교전도 많이 할 생각입니다.
Yeah, speaking of, we only have 2 maps left, so we're gonna do our bold moves, play spicy, and, you know, take all the fights that we can get. All right, best of luck to you, Tosi. Fighting.
All right, well, the fist bump this time, no smiles, especially with the numbers that they've been able to put up, right, as we take a look at the numbers overall. But Avenger, it's not been pretty for them today.
You know, today so far 3 points. They started the day on 54 points, right, and they're on 57. Currently 16th place. Team Miramar trying to catch up. And again, sure, they're a good Miramar team, but I was having higher hopes. After what we saw, you know, they were a pleasant surprise, as we talked about, right? But this is a disappointing surprise to what we saw compared to their first day.
Yeah, day one, I mean, I think all of us agreed, like, wow, Genji's just going to straight go through to the finals, but that's not been the case at all. And you heard him say, I mean, the pressure is starting to get to them, right? And that's an issue.
God, imagine the flub. If you have such a good day one like that, and you're only able to put this many points so far, it's not like they're even that far away from where the theoretical bubble is, Toffees.
I mean, they live in a state of pressure, being a fabled organization within PUBG, and that pressure, I think, after day one of everyone going, aha, we knew this was a roster that would work, I think it's pretty heavy.
That's the kicker as well, right? We see day one, we're like, finally, the GPT woes for this team, and the roster change after roster change after roster change might be over. If they don't do it in these next 2 games, Godspeed, I am devastated for them.
I mean, that's just going into the rest of the year too. Like, how devastating is that? It's going to play a part in their mental.
Their socials are going to be devastating. Like, the fans aren't going to put up.
People are already questioning that as it is, right? So
since they're the 16th team, guys, right? Like, who's going to take over though? Like, who's going to jump them? That's what I'm questioning, right? If Pochon now with a sub coming in, like, it's rough. TDT, BB Team, GK, Liquid. Like, who's going to actually be taking the spot? I wouldn't be too worried for them, to be honest. Like, there's quite a bit of a gap. There's some situations where it's like we need, you know, massive games from the likes of BB Team, Sharper, GK. Like, the teams on the cusp have, you know, a sub coming in. The team like TDT has been having rough games as well. Like, I don't really see another team that's able to step up unless you see like a crazy, you know, 15-20 point game in this next one for one of the other teams that are currently in our bottom 8.
And I think the real issue, especially going into these last 2 games, is teams are getting more desperate, which is making it even more difficult for these teams that are having rough rotations to get in, because the edge is a mess. We've seen it in pretty much all day. The edge has been a complete mess.
Well, we are taking a look now across our teams that are on the cusp, trying to make sure that they keep themselves alive. Only 2 more games remaining here, and it will be both Miramar. At least Miramar, Toffees, does pose a different challenge to some of these Battlegrounds, right? It's very, very mapped out. We know exactly where people need to go. Long-range fights, very important.
Long-range fights, I think it's also a more forgiving map, right? Like when we talked about the Orango, where like there are teams that just catch 9 and there's nothing you can do to sort of get them out of the compound. I do think teams like Genji will sort of be able to survive here because there will be folds, places they can find to play when they need to get away compounds. So I do think that is going to be very, very relevant going into this last set of games. That said, it is the final 2, and there is people ready to make trouble.
All right, well, boys, let's do it. We have got ourselves Miramar on the cards. The Dusty Dunes are coming along for the penultimate game. Only 2 more remain. Get those points on the board.
Sand, sand, and more sand as we head on over to Miramar. What better place to get this locale than here at EWC? So much on the line, and good questions being posed on the desk here as well, Poro, is yes, you have Genji down in the last currently spot in the grand finals, but who has what it takes to overtake their spot when you look down towards that bottom 8?
It has been a vicious battle all day long trying to secure that top 16 spot, but now we are on Miramar. It is last chance saloon for some of these squads, namely BB Team, Sharper Esports, Team Liquid. If you are going to have any shot at all at making that top 16, you need to have a big game now, and you gotta honestly have 2 big games back to back if you want to guarantee yourselves a spot. But you gotta start now. There is no more time left. It is time to deliver.
Show up or go home as we head on over to Miramar for the first of final 2 here at the Esports World Cup group stage. Just flying on through here, getting a great overview of Los Leones, which you'd have to imagine is going to be taken by at least 1, potentially 2 teams. As we can see, this plane path is going to cater to exactly that city. So great for the likes of Virtus Pro that they get to go all the way down towards the south.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of early game fighting on Tego.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen if we will see the same here, but it seems like that's kind of a thing we always see when we get to the final 2 games of group stages. The wheels kind of fall off a little bit and people start getting a little bit more aggressive. They start getting a little bit more willing to take high risk, high reward type plays.
Yes.
And we'll see if that continues. BB team down there on the south with Sharper.
Wait, is VP actually going to drop on TD team to try and prevent them from qualifying? They want Los Leones to themselves and they're already in. They have been landing way further south in the city previously here in the tournament. I haven't seen them this far north, but it could just be the initial jump out of the plane that had me bamboozled because I don't see them necessarily be complete. Now they should be flexing further south. I thought for a second maybe they're going to go for it, but it seems like they're going to allow them to stick around as a circle. Once again goes out towards the east. We had 2 eastern circles on day 1. The northern ones came on day 2, and now we go back east once more.
We'll cut you some slack for that one. Los Leones is very difficult to kind of figure out. But yeah, VP and TDT have been sharing that, albeit tenuously. There have been shots between the 2 in the city right off the drop, but it looks like they're going to play a little bit more safe right now. Falcons over in San Martin, they've got Team Liquid just off to their east. And again, Team Liquid desperately in need of some points here. BB team, Sharper Esports on the south side. But looks like Team Liquid may be in a little bit more trouble as they are definitely more surrounded right now.
And we kind of focused in on Gen G for a bit there earlier, and the desk did as well. They're in the 16th. Who can beat them? Well, if Falcons go back-to-back 0-point games, it might not be Gen G going to have to beat. Imagine that with the club championship on the line as well. If Falcons fail to make grand finals, that would be absolutely huge. And for Liquid in particular, who is ahead of them in the club championship, if they fall, they go, oh, no, what? Wait, Falcons didn't make it either. That would be a huge blessing.
Yeah, that club championship has a lot riding on what's happening here.
Oh, yes.
In these PUBG Grand Finals, but also, once again, still looking over there at FN Puncheon. Again, having to play with 2 subs.
Yep.
Although it looks like actually Zenith is back, so that is good news. So Cheese filled in for 1 game, and Zenith trying to come back and fight through whatever is ailing him right now is. Got to give him credit, man. That is rough.
Exactly. We know that Rex is under the weather. Zenith probably the same thing, but it's like, guys, we can't do this. I gotta, like, whatever it takes, give me whatever I need to stay alive, at least for the next 2 games, and then we'll take the grand finals when they come tomorrow. We want to make it, and Zenith is just not a player you want to miss out on when you're this close to making it to the grand finals.
And all credit in the world to Karan being able to come in here
definitely
on this last day with so much on the line and fill in. This is his first international experience.
Yep.
But fortunately, he's got players like Starlord, like Americano, like Zenith that have been here before. They know what it takes to help him get through. As we see Deal and the Freaks, they are about as close to dead center as you can get, except for maybe Petrichor Road, who's just off to their south.
I mean, we talk about superstars all the time, and we love talking about them, we love highlighting them, players love seeing them, but oftentimes, more often than not, it is the support players, it is the 5th guys, the backups, the subs, that when they come in are the ones to make sure you qualify in dire situations. They have one job, and that is to perform when asked to do so, and well, hopefully, quite often they can do that. Here's Gen G, get their ball rolling as well. Their first rotation as they come in on the northern side as well, right next to Team Liquid. Now, this would be a terrifying fight. And honestly, if you're Gen G and you engage in it early, I don't know if you commit or if you run away.
Looks like they should be avoiding each other for the most part. Or, I mean, if, we're fortunate that we're in that little area just to the south of El Azahar that there's just so much so many mountains, so many valleys.
Yep.
And they can avoid each other for the most part. Geekay, well, it's
are they trying to cut off SP? Oh, they're just joining them on the south.
It's not been a great tournament for Geekay. You know, obviously after PGS 7 and 8, they had the excuse of not having Diffix with them, but now they've had Diffix here, and
no excuses.
It has just not looked the same as it did in Europe.
Definitely not. But, well, as we were saying before, they're actually now finding each other. Gen G, Liquid. Liquid has fallen early, the earliest in the last game, and almost the earliest in the one before. Back-to-back 0-pointers. Now the Sandstorm comes in as well. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Maybe this is Gen G going, there is simply too much to lose in engaging on this. They're in vehicles. Orca is leaving. Bean is staying behind, though. Not sure if he's just not next to his vehicle. He's running for it. Guys, get the hell out of here. There is a championship, a grand final to lose if you fall here.
Yeah, neither of these teams really want to get involved. Yeah, not right now. Not in this part of the. Not at this part of the game. Not at this part of the circle. Because you know there's going to be a couple more teams coming in from the north side. So if you are going to take a fight, if you'd prefer to do it at a time and place of your choosing rather than in the open foothills of Miramar.
And also just, I mean, if you were All Gamers Global, if you were 3rd on 5, teams we know to dare take fights early on, and that's kind of part of their playstyle. I'll say, you know what, do what has worked for you in the past, go for it. But neither of these two teams ever fight in the early game. They're so good at clutching up games, bringing home wins, taking space in phase 4, phase 5. So seeing the likes of Liquid and Gen G fight this early on, that would go completely against what their normal strategy would be.
Fortunately for both, they're able to disconnect, get back on the move, although Gen G not really finding a great spot here. I don't know if this is a place just to scout out and figure out where people are, or yeah, I don't think Tosi wants to stick around there too long as Heaven raining those mini shots down. So at least Gen G knows that they are pulling into hostile territory right now. We'll see how far they can get through. Ooh, Bean, you gotta make sure you keep that thing level and going. Fortunately, has all 4 tires still as they will pull through. It looks like they'll pull into that northern, or just to the north of Impala.
I mean, Gen G taking shots by both FN and DN Freaks. Like, guys, come on, we're from the same country. Can you not help us just 1 second?
There is
Give us
no
some
love
space
lost
here. But hell no, they don't want to let them through that easily. They want to keep them down towards the bottom. And of course, for Evan Ponchon, they desperately want these points so that they too can make it into the grand finals.
FN Ponchon a little bit more split up and spread out than the Freaks, so wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of be a little bit more fight averse right now, just kind of gain information and figure out where they are, although it looks like Freaks may have spotted out Americano.
Yeah, definitely.
And they also know Karn should be able to let them know that Change the Game is working the coast just off to their east. So we'll see if they get everybody back together or continue to hold this 4-man information gathering split.
As we take a look here, Change the Game. A team, I think, according to many, is a big surprise to come out and perform like this. But go back and look at the Chinese qualify. Go back and look at China as a whole, as a region. The tournaments they've played, Wenbo, as of late, has been playing incredibly well. According to statistics, besting some of the very best players in all of China. And he, too, in this tournament, whenever CTG has had something going their way, it has oftentimes been spearheaded by Wenbo coming in there, getting the first knock, applying pressure, allowing for his troops to kind of wrap around the side, and then the experience of Chan added to it as well. I mean, while they never have performed at the best at globals, they've been here. They've been present. So when the entire lobby is shaky, they're able to maintain their cool. That gives them results like this.
All credit in the world due to them.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
You know, regional performance does not always equate.
Oh, of course not. No doubt. No.
Success in the international lobby, and they have definitely started off a little bit slow, but they found their footing today when the pressure is high. There you go. Vembo going to spot out one of the players from Gen G, get the initial knock. We'll see if the flush comes through.
And you see, now I see the Liquid I want to see. Good center 2-2 split early on here. Try and maintain some control. Have those cars parked smartly so they can get out quickly if something happens. They can collapse on the center compound, even though I know we call it
pretty
tire
wide.
pump. We call it tire pump for a reason, but they can collapse on it if need be. It's a smart, calculated Liquid playstyle that we've come to love so much. And hopefully, we'll see for them if they can make that happen here as well as Orca. Oh! Runs out of bullets, trying to pop him underneath the vehicle, but not able to do so. Mirado too low.
Yeah, seems like Change the Game also. After getting that initial knock onto Gen G, they've got one knocked up their own. So let's see where the circle decides to take us. And we're going up to the north. Okay, that is great news for FN Ponchon. And you can see they're already hopping in their vehicles and trying to collapse towards the center.
Not only great news for them, but great news to a lot of teams that are on the cusp of qualification. You have Gen.G in the game, you have Falcons up towards the north side as well, and as you're saying, FN Puncheon, perfect position to collapse. They have to go to Zenith's compound, and it has to happen right now. They're in a right four-way split. We've seen so many games in and around this ridge line down towards the south. That would be the prime place to go.
Somewhat bad news, though, for Team Liquid, BB Team, and Sharper, as they're all having, I mean, you saw that big wide 2 split from Team Liquid. They managed to get it back together, and it looks like they're going to pick off Himas. At least that's 1 point picked up, as BB Team and Sharper having come in from the south side, where there is just a lot of traffic, but not nearly as much as what Team Liquid is having to deal with on the west.
Nope, the big migration is taking place out towards the east, of course, with the coastline. It's really limited how much space you have to maneuver coming north. You can see Change the Game barely in position, and now both BB Team and Sharper Esports are wrapping in right behind him. In the meantime, Gen.G on the northern outskirts of Impala are trying to withstand here against TD Team, and what better team for them to eliminate than the teams right behind them on the Hunt Flame. Missing a shot with the bolt there, able to connect.
God.
Wow! Body shot, headshot, June goes down.
Misses the bolty and then hits the disgusting red dot spray, as TDT gonna lose 2 just like that.
Wow.
Wong F now, I think the last player left up. Yeah, I think Van, I'm not sure if he's anywhere near here to know. Zhu is already out. Wong F, the last player left alive, and he's just lying prone.
Do I cross the road? I have 2 smokes. Maybe you catch them crossing? Hope that you land the shots of your life and get a double. Gen.G, they don't know that he's here on the northern side. But the thing is, I mean, you can't play the placements. There is a rest station in Impala. So if he waits for them to leave, runs up, gets their buddies, then goes immediately. There are options, but I wouldn't want to be in Hwang F's shoes right now to make that decision.
Sure wouldn't, and they've got VP just off to their west.
Exactly, they hurt this.
And VP currently have 2 on foot and 2 in vehicles moving around here as we check back in with Sharper. They've been hugging the beach. They've got Exquisite out in the water.
He's been out there since Val Del Mar, I want to say.
Yeah.
He's sailed the entire map.
BB Team had the same thing as well, and they managed to find a foothold in that northeastern side of the circle, and it looks like Tycon will actually be able to get the chip from Himas.
Important player.
So AGAL will hopefully get all 4 back on their feet, but Twisted Minds is looking over in that direction already, and we've seen it a bunch of times now. We were wondering what the impact of the blue chip was going to be.
Yeah.
So many times we've seen one player will go for that revive, and while that revive is happening, another team will notice that the other 2 teams are the duo by themselves, and they get pushed.
Exactly.
And the player will get revived and be the only one left alive. So
an important knock and kill we saw earlier today happened off screen, but Alo got taken down mid-rotation by Lou from Twisted Minds, so that's not going to be a player they're going to get back on their feet. As the circle goes center once more. Liquid, we're down towards the southwest, now coming in on the hard north, as all these teams are going to have to try and figure out where in the world is there space for us to play, because look at FN Puncheon, how much space they're currently controlling, but there's no way they try and maintain this 2-2.
Yeah, that's
not through this shift.
That's an aggressive 2-2. They need to probably get that back together and figure out how they want to do it. But they're sticking around, they're holding it, so that's like that. It's high risk, high reward. It's gaining a lot of space for themselves here, as we see Rock trying to come in super late. And they're going to push through. Fortunately for them, Miramar offers a lot of paths, rotation options here to avoid the lines of sight, but Souls will get spotted out by Destroy.
BB Team getting points, desperate points for them, but not enough just yet as Sharper trying to pull up, and on the backside now, Rock trying to make space for themselves, but Petrichor is right over on the other side of this hillside, and they're actually going to aggressively peek on over.
Fantastical going to try to hold the line, but Ixlef will spot him out, and just like that, Guman is going to be the one that spots Biel, and our lobby leaders will go down in 15th place. As on the other coast, Geeke and Sharper down to 2 now. They do not need to go down this early.
Nope, would want to stay alive. They finally got points going their way in the previous game. Would want to get some more here, but we'll see. See what they can make happen.
They can't go down this early if they want to have any shot here.
I mean, they're 2 players up and they're trying to contain GK far out towards the eastern coast right now. They get one, but instantly thereafter, GK responds with the double. Here we get the replay as well from Flame. The double. Oh, that was just built in. And Tosi right before he gets around the corner. That could have been a rest. There could have been 3 guys on their feet, and then out there on the outskirts, they finally catch the guy in the open. There you have it. TD team out in 15.
But that's huge news for BB Team and Team Liquid. Although Team Liquid, it looks like they've lost one. They lost Alo
earlier. Yeah.
So they're trying to make a move right now, and it looks like they're going to go and split that FN 2-2 split, and we'll see where they decide to play. But again, TDT, Sharper, both being out, that's huge for BB Team and Team Liquid, because that is 2 teams that they are chasing.
The fact that the FN was actually able to maintain this 2-2 through this is very surprising to me, and it could actually become scary for Liquid that they are split the way that they are, because they are, I would imagine, fully expecting that this is 2 different teams. One team in the western compound, one team in the eastern, and if that was the case, it would take more to convince them to make moves. Unless if they're getting full shifted south, which won't happen due to the mountain down there in phase 4 coming up. So once they do group up, it could become dangerous for Liquid. We'll see though what's going to happen here. Circle should go towards the north, but of course it can waver both east and west with the shift coming up.
Petrichor Road kind of sniffing around. That western part of the split is, there you go, hard western shift, and it's actually good news for a lot of the teams in this lobby. Falcons, though, they got to get on the horses. BB Team, Geekay, change the game, all have to make their way in. Gen G already on foot. Freaks trying to push in. They're going to run right into Virtus Pro. You see Deal already going down.
Yep, VP and Freaks fighting this one through, of course, for now. Freaks are going to be in, so not the fight to look for this one, though, with Gen G right on the cusp. They're trying to make their way north, and as they've been avoiding Liquid all day long, now they're going straight back in their direction. Falcons taking a casualty. That's to Luke early on. No flush confirmed, though, as we do go back down towards Virtus Pro and DN Freaks.
Fights going on all over the map here. Freaks down to just 2 as they're getting peppered as well from Petrichor Road, as Heaven will go down. Salute now, the last player left alive, will drop down the smoke ball, try to slow things down, but VP, they smell blood in the water. They know who it is they're fighting. They know that they've got 1 player left alive on the Freaks, and they would love to be able to take him out and secure this compound for themselves.
Exactly. Salute down to low HP. He is outside the building, even if the X-ray might fool you a bit, but we're seeing Gen G both get kills and take casualties here. That nade should be good for Salute. No. Bounces a bit far. More damage coming through. Geekay on the receiving end of that. Flame falls down as well. That's him flushed, and points given over to Team Liquid. So it's going to be GK out, fully eliminated, 13th place for them, as the chaos once again unfolds towards the east. Lookarooks still trying to maintain control of exactly where Salute is playing from, because they don't want to let this guy stay alive in that compound.
Liquid picking up points there. BB Team picking up points there. Gen G down to just 2. As Virtus Pro finally cleans out Salute and secures themselves a spot. CTG changed the game, moving in from the south to try to clean up the last player from Gen G. Bean will go down, and that is Gen G Esports eliminated in 11th.
Breath of relief for Falcons, and even more so for FN Ponchon. Sat in a really good position in the circle right now. This could be their chance to come and climb over the top. We are soon to get into placement points as well. So even if they don't go on the aggressive, points should be almost guaranteed for FN Ponchon in this match, at least some. But Falcons, the ones currently on the chopping block in 16th place, have BB Team to deal with before they can cross into the circle.
It's an exchange of utility right now. No team, neither of these teams really wanting to commit to a full 4v4 fight on the edge, especially considering the fact that Team Liquid is kind of overseeing all of this from range. Change the game, also sniffing around in that direction, as BB Team will hop in their vehicles, try to find a path to get inside the zone. At the same time, the Falcons are doing just that, as they will find each other on the road, and they will trade shots across the top. They each have a ditch to play around in.
And they're actually both being suppressed by FN right now. I mean, the fact that they got just that little bit closer to the top plateau of this roadside means that they're within vision of the teams further over towards the other side. Doozy, watch out, there's a burning car on top of you. My man able to get out of dodge fast enough, but Phil first does fall in the in the chaos there. Best of luck to Ball as well. They're being pressured from multiple sides now.
That's the unfortunate part for both Falcons and BB, is that there are a number of teams that have angles down onto this. Theraton 5 changed the game, and even Petrichor Road taking shots as Team Liquid will just hop in their vehicle and get on out of this as the new circle has popped. They will find themselves a place to play early so they can at least try to defend themselves. CTG still outside the zone on that eastern side. Virtus Pro looking fantastic in the compound on the southern side.
This circle is horrendous for anyone that ain't Virtus Pro. The fact that they can sit down in the low ground and look up and take out these players that have absolutely no chance to focus the south because they know they have people right over the west to each ridge line. All these ridge lines run very vertically north to south, so very hard to really do a whole lot if you're set up here outside this next circle, which both BB, CTG, and Falcons currently are.
Twisted Minds down to just Lou as now AG has taken them low. Falcons try to disengage from the fight with BB team. They've only got 2 left alive. They're going to try to make through, and H-Win will get spotted out. It's all down to Kickstart. He manages to get to at least a stopping part, but Change the Game are just collapsing on this. A doozy, the last player left alive for BB team.
Most importantly, right now, Falcons are giving points over to the one team they cannot afford to feed. Good thing for them is they're able to respond, at least to some extent. Kickstart trying to make something happen against CTG, but you can see here Wenbo, Arias look towards him in a second. That guy's going to be on fire, but no need. Falcons down and out, just a single point in the second to last match, tied now with Gen G at 61.
Would you look at that? Yeah, tied at 61. FM Poncheon still 4 alive at 58 points. But their compound is out of the zone. They have to move, and they are starting to make their way through, but Petrichor Road in a perfect spot to keep an eye on them. Theraton 5 also overlooking them. He had the mortars. Mortars not finding anything, but look at that. Himas will finish off Lou, but let's listen in to FM Poncheon as they take this in hugely important fight.
이번 때리 진 사람 터치해줘야 돼. 터치해줘야 돼. 때려줬어. 터치해봐. 안 되면 오지마. 안 되면 버려. CTG 2번 점 찍었다 한 명. 확인했어. 우리가 정면 진행하면 돼. 확인했어. 아니면 뒷발배 킬고 끝내야 되겠다. 그래 되고. CTG 몇 명 죽었어? CTG 하나 죽었어. 그냥 CTG 싸우면 해도 되겠다. 다시 내려와. 봐봐. 뒷발부터 한번 보자. 확인. 한 명 고정해줘. 기도하면 내려와서. 밀었고 내려왔다. 그 뭐냐 저거. 야 앞에 픽트 CTG 쪽 하는 게 맞는 거 CTG 맞는 거 같아. 맞아. 보여줘. 2번까지 붙었다. 확인했어. 이렇게 해줘. 하면 포탑하고 안에 느려 얘들아. 팀워크 할게. 쳐다보고 있다. 연막 치고 하던 거 해야 돼. 연막 쳐야 될 듯? 쳐봐. 연막 쳐봐. 봐줄게. 연막 쳤어. 4번에 있다. 4번에. 확인. 바깥쪽 하나 쳐줄게. 내 시체 좀 먹을래 얘들아? 기다려봐. 나 멀리 길게 하나 쳐놨어 또. 나 공수 없다. 들어봐. 상인 사람. 내 시야 가린다는 느낌으로 해야 돼. 알겠지? 그리고 우리 3번 픽 들어가서 페로한테 찍힐 수도 있거든. 그냥 이거 3번 픽 한번 해보자. 트라이. 안 되면 그냥 인서클 하고.
이거 둘이 잠깐만 연막 뿌리면서 계속 해봐봐. 이거 지금 T5도 우리 쪽 간 보고 있으니까 내가 제지 시켜놓을게. 확인했어? 나 지금 3번 둘 걸어놨다. 확인했다. 지금 피킹 같이 하자 이거. 안 될 것 같은데? 그냥 인서클 해야 될 것 같은데? 이거 앞에 연막 치면서 앞에 페로 있어. 앞에 페로 있어. 페로 쟤네 CTG 얘들아. 나 킬템 있는 사람. 먹었다.
Star-Lord, with the help of Zenith, trying to come up with a plan on how in the world these boys are going to cross the road. One issue just came through is they lobbed a lot of utility to try and make that cross happen, but never made a move. So they've burned through a lot of smokes as now, I mean, all game was global, taking out Petrichor. That's going to allow for Theraton 5 to look the other way. Util's going to be real close, actually splitting FN Poncheon right in between them.
Oh, that's absolutely huge. They've opened up a window for FN Poncheon to make their way down, but Theraton 5 still on that same side of the road. They have to go. They have to make a move, and now CTG, they're starting to be the aggressors. Hangi is down, but Wenbo and Ari are already making the push into the road. It is a 3-way, 4-way fight on the north side, but FN Poncheon will go down.
Indecisiveness gets the better of them. They had a chance to make a play west and east, never committed to either of them, and in the end, they get smothered from both sides. T5 now trying to back off. They still have their BRDM to work with, but Wenbo is on their side of the street. lead. In the meantime, Virtus Pro, they've opted to leave the compound altogether. They backfilled over the side of CTG, now wrapping around the northern side with Liquid down the middle of the circle, finally starting to get something going.
Love to see that from Virtus Pro, trying to make moves as Theraton 5 will get taken down. CTG, it's down to just Wenbo, but he is collecting a boatload of points, 13 points. They flipped a switch at some point today and changed the game, has done literally that, as he has now found himself a BRDM, but Tycon has the Panzerfaust to end his reign of terror. But look at this, Virtus Pro, they left their compound, they wrapped along on the eastern side, they wanted to come back and get more points, but Team Liquid read that like a book. They've sent 2 down south, they've retaken that compound, left Purdy Curdy in the center, and Team Liquid, they've collected 4 kills so far, but man, if they can get a win here, how much will that do for their hopes of trying to make this grand final?
Liquid and VP swapping spots in phase 6 with 3 teams left alive. There's something you don't see every day. You can see Sparking, usually a very emotive player, but this time around he was said, deep breath. They know that, and that's the main issue right now, right? They can't be satisfied with a good game here. They know they have to go back and repeat it in the following match, but the more they can do at the finish of this match, the easier it's going to become the final game of groups.
Rexy, keeping eyes on that northern side. And, I mean, this is going to be a really tough one for them. All gamers, as they're sitting on great weapons. Obviously, they found themselves a nice BRDM for the late game. They're 4 strong. They have complete control over that western side. And now Luke and Sparking, well, they went down to this compound, but the circle pulled away from them. And now they've got to figure out some way to get from here and rejoin Purdy Curdy inside the zone, but they've got Destroy looking that way, Beamy looking that way. It is going to be tough sledding.
And that's the issue, right? Because it's easy enough to head down there when everyone else is looking towards the north, but now the north has quieted down, so now everyone's going, guys, did you hear someone in the compound too? Great, let's just sit here and wait, because they're the only 2 players that effectively have to make moves here. Yes, Correction Beamy not exactly inside circle yet, but they will be at any second. But here comes the rotation, driving on now. Purdy will fall, tried to make some space for his teammates to get the run on out, but not to happen. Good thing for him, I suppose, is that him distracting both teams allows for Sparking and Luke to make it towards the bottom of the hill.
They will stay alive, and now Virtus Pro and all gamers are looking squarely at each other. And Beamy was going to be the southern, basically the southern gatekeeper here for Luke and Sparking, but now he's been spotted out by all gamers and has to move and rejoin the rest of his team. So now this is a full-on AG versus VP fight with Team Liquid just trying to survive on that southern side, and maybe they can stay alive and a fight for this final 2, go for the win.
Exactly. Any point they can get here of just getting top 2 guaranteed and then potentially engage on a better team afterwards would be huge. But having said that, they also need to some extent to help out Virtus Pro. If they together can get All Gamers Global down low and then Liquid can engage on VP should they come out victorious, that would make their odds a lot better. And that's what they're doing right now. They're trying to take the fight towards the east. They're trying to move over towards the side of Nixie and Corexi. But remember, there's still one more circle left to pop. And if that one swings west, I don't see how either of these 2 teams make that happen with how solidly All Gamers Global are currently possessioned.
Yeah, this feels almost impossible with how amazing this team, All Gamers, is. With their 4 strong, still with so much utility to play with. It's asking a lot.
And this game is a great example of the revived mechanic that we have in the game now. The blue chip mechanic. Himas was down very early on, comes back in the game. Not only that, but gets a P90 in hand as well. He played a huge role in clearing out the northern side. Had then been down to 3 early on, All Gamers Global that is. This endgame could have looked completely different. But here we have it, the first up-close fight. Sparking down to low HP, taking the fight. Now to Nixie as well. Luke trying to assist over the sub. Does hit a headshot, but there's still cover for Nixie to use.
Sparking so low. And it's fortunate that he was able to stay alive in that trade with support from Luke, but Luke has to get on the move now. The circle slowly closing in behind them.
I mean, all Gamers Global are just taking space.
Look at his pocket. He has absolutely nothing. He's no heals, no bandages. He's got 35 HP, and that's about it. As Nixie just spamming the peek button here, gets him low, but still has not managed to. Oh, there it is. Corexi will be the one to spot out Luke. They know exactly where Sparking is. The flash comes through. He goes down. Haisaki will be the one that gets the credit, and now it's all down to the two from Virtus Pro. Corexi goes down, Nixie, and yeah, All Gamers just gonna swarm him, and that is gonna be a big win for them. But we have one game left.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if Liquid, that was about as much as you could ask for out of them.
Definitely.
Without getting the actual win.
Seeing how close it was in the beginning of the game for them to get an ugly fight with Gen G, they're able to get out of it now, able to get top 3, able to get kills to boot as well. They couldn't really have hoped for a whole lot more. All Gamers Globe in the meantime, winners of that match. Gen G smiles, Gen G VP smiles on their faces. So we go into the final match of groups with a lot on the line for these bottom teams.
A little bit terrifying, I think, for the rest of the lobby that All Gamers, you know, we haven't been singing their praises as much so far this tournament. It's been a slow start, but today they have put up a bunch of points, and that is they are getting that confidence going right into the grand final. That is spooky stuff. These guys are not, you don't want them feeling good about themselves going into the final.
Exactly. Vietnam has proven how strong they are. They continue to impress here globally as well. One more match left to play, but before that, a quick break.
It's Bella. I'm here at the STC Esports Arena with CJ to get a little update on what is happening down here. It's very, very loud. Fans are excited.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy here in the Rocket League at the STC Esports Arena, particularly for the club championship with obviously Team Liquid. They're sitting in the #1 spot, but they don't have a team here in the Rocket League. The other 4 teams in the top 5, including Falcons, are real contenders here for the Rocket League. These guys just won the major. They're one of the favorites, a top 2 finish, and they can overtake Team Liquid for that #1 spot. So Vitality in the running, they're world champs. I mean, it's anyone's game here for the Rocket League. The club champs, it's all up for grabs.
Wow, that is just full of excitement day. I am excited to see who will come out on top on your end of the line.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Ồ, em đẩy luôn nè. Đâu rồi. Em đẩy bên trái nha. Có một thằng trái nha. Lên. Hai phải, một má phải. Còn trái với một phải. Còn trái. Trái chấm. Mày. Mua tay chấm anh nè. Nó sửa nè. Tao phải luôn, đéo được kill nào. Không kill hả? 3 kill. Má đéo được kill nào. 3 kill mẹ hết rồi. 3 kill còn đâu kill nào. Hiểu.
Sounds like they've shaken the rust off here. All gamers global. You could hear the hype for them at the end as well. Brilliant stuff from them. They have been rocketing up the leaderboards here today. It looks like they're back.
It's the Tycon turn on.
The Tycon turn on,
okay.
yes. And all the rest of the team.
Himass heat up.
Ooh, not bad.
They're both hitting today.
I mean, Himass said himself he's very regretful, I believe is the word he used about his performance over, the year, and so he feels like he owes it to himself, his team, but also the fans to make sure he's bringing it back. And I mean, it's a hell of a way to bring it back.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe we'll say they slow played the first day to really get us hyped for day 2, right? They don't want to give us everything up front. So it's been fun to watch them. I think they have been exciting. They're not scared to take fights, which I think when you talk about some other teams that came in today struggling, man, they've played passive.
Well, very impressive. Very impressive by them. Really kind of dominating position towards the very end. Of course, Team Liquid tries to get towards the late game, and they actually did a pretty good job of getting towards the late game here, Godspeed. Is it enough points that they're going to have to go into the next game? Probably getting 20-some points?
They have to get at least 20 points. I believe they're at 45, 46, which again is doable, but you said it yourself, with the form that they've kind of had over the last 2 days, is it plausible? I'm honestly not sure. I'm always going to root for them, but it's hard to say yes. It's just hard to say yes to the way they've been playing.
Definitely feels like we're on the fence with it.
I mean, I picked them to win this event, and they have not lived up to that at all. So at this point, it's one of those things where, like, I just want to say I don't believe in them, and then maybe something good happens.
That's kind of how I feel,
yeah.
So let's just look at the match rankings and hope something cool happens next time around.
Yeah, 21 points goes the way of All Games Global. Congratulations there, of course, in the finals. Change the game here, Martin. 17 points. What a brilliant game for them.
They have had probably one of the best days I've ever seen coming out of a team. I think it's 61 points they're at now. Just broken by,
5th place.
All Gamers Global here. They are on 62 points for the day here. Very impressed with how they've been able to step out. I did not have a lot of expectations from them after their first day.
I had no expectations, to be completely honest.
Okay, fair.
No. Expectations.
They are changing the game. But also what we're going to see as we change over on the scoreboard right here is this is what matters most, where that 16-point cutoff is. 61 is tight. Falcons are up there, but not by very much. And Toyo, who I don't think they're at their hotel right now. I don't think they thought they'd be holding on this long, to be honest.
The big thing here is Falcons and Gen G, they need 2 points because the tiebreaker is placement points, and Toyo won 2 games. Extra 31 placement points, right? So we need to see 2 points from Falcons, 2 points from Gen G to push Toyo down. And then once we get to the lower half of the leaderboard here, we're talking FN Pochon, we're talking Team Liquid, we're talking all the teams at the bottom. They need to have massive games to jump up.
Because of how close it is, there's a world where GameStar Win actually does survive this.
Yeah.
I mean,
even Toyo.
Yeah, technically yes, but you'd expect these teams to at least go out, find 2 or 3 kills here or there, maybe some play. It is so close.
You say that, but Falcons have languished on the edge every single game.
Well, I think the big one for me is I feel really bad for FM Pocheon because they were in a position. This is why we thought Toyo was dropping for sure, because they were looking good. They're right off of that cusp, but they have just had unfortunate after unfortunate, having to sub twice basically in the same day. Having Rex out alone, and then on top of that, you get sort of Zenith have to go out for a game. I love Cheese, but he wasn't going to sort of get those points they needed, and that's tough for them because if they have a bad game here, they're done.
But even if Zenith comes back in, like, he may not be feeling well still, right? Like, that's another big factor of him not actually playing to the capability, and they're still playing technically 2 players down.
At least Zenith in this previous game had a few kills here and there, right? So you could see that even though he was not feeling so great before, he's kind of still able to put up those numbers a little bit here, Martin. So there is some hope.
I would say so, but like right now, I'm saying like what I feel like is the most likely going to happen is like FN Potion is going to knock out either Gen G, Toyo, or Falcons. But then again, we could also go over to the little talk we had prior to this. Falcons, if they get knocked out, they are out of the run for club championship, right? And Liquid is their closest competitor. Should they target them now? Even though we heard Ferdy Curtis say, "Yeah, we don't care too much. We just want to focus on our game," right? Because that would be the big 5-head move in terms of club championship.
So you brought this up during the break, and I thought this was the most insanely intelligent play to potentially go for if club championship is your target, but exactly as you said, it's such a quandary because it would be an insane play on multiple levels, even just beyond PUBG. That's kind of crazy.
It would also have to be a call that comes down from the front office, right? And the front office was sitting with us earlier and said, "I just really want these guys to focus on this game."
Yes.
I don't see Liquid and the fabled history that they have being willing to sort of make that call from the front office. But if they did, it would be 100% understandable.
I could see it happening if they weren't, again, possible to qualify, right? If they had like 25, 30 points and it's just like, okay, they're not going to qualify, fine. But they technically can get there with one good game here.
It's crazy how many times we've actually shown this.
I wasn't going to talk about it.
Because the thing is that we expected these guys to comfortably get into top 16, and they have been nowhere near that.
They were 4th here last year. They're 2nd in PGC. We expected them to blast through the group stage, right? But we have no double elimination. Right now, we're looking at them to take over Toyo on 62 or GameStop Rin on 64 or 20. I mean, we're talking 18, 19, 20 points for them to be anywhere close to being inside the top 16.
I just feel bad. Sparking's got that DMR tattooed on his forearm. He heard the nerfs are on the way. He started to freak out a little bit.
He's fine.
Maybe change it to a Dragonov or something like that.
It's fine. He'll keep the mini.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Again, it's just, it's a long shot and a prayer. It's totally possible. Liquid has done crazier things. The guys know how to play. But I think this is going to come down to how does FN Panchon make their moves? Are they able to sort of recover now that Zenith is back into the game? And more importantly, will the ball be dropped by a Falcons in this situation? Because, Falcons is going to be potentially targeted by everybody on the map because that is a team you don't want in the finals.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, I actually want to look at the overalls again, honestly. I want to look at that 16th place. I want to look at the teams below that as well who are in the running, right? Because this is the important part of it all. So we can take a look at 1 through 8. Obviously, we need to see that to be able to get on to the next one. Congratulations, you guys. You guys are in. Here is the bubble. Let's stick here for a moment. Toyo and GameStart win. Not playing today. They are sweating back at home. DM Freaks technically is not safe. Falcons definitely not safe. Genji not safe here, Martin.
I will say this, though. We have one team that are close right now. It's FN Poacher on the next time. That's 59. I think that's actually the only competitor. Yes. I don't see TDT coming in and getting 11 points in the next one, they need 12. TDT needs 12 points to take over Toyo.
They could, though.
We're going to have Falcons and Genji definitely get 1 or 2 more points. So they need 2 more points, both of those teams. They're going to be extremely aware of that.
For all of these teams who are at that cut line, it's now a race not to be on the bottom, right?
Exactly.
That's the goal. It's just not to be the one left behind.
Yeah, exactly. Be faster than the slowest guy.
Okay, but then do these teams again play not to lose instead of playing their game, right? That's the issue that we've seen. And for FN Pocheon, aside from the last game going out early, they've actually had really good position overall on the day.
And I watched Walking Dead. I know that when you want to survive the herd, you shoot someone in the leg, right? Ooh. There's a chance that you set a trap here. One of those teams goes ahead and plays a rotation or drops on a single player and does exactly that because all you have to do is beat the slowest guy, and if you can make one of them limp and you're in that race, maybe you get away with it.
I was about to ask who you'd sacrifice on this desk if we're all there, but you'd all pick me, so
it's true.
Yeah.
The thing is, we don't have to shoot you in the leg to beat you in a foot race.
I will beat yourself.
He's actually
easily beat you.
That's a content piece idea I want to be part of.
For the record, I think you're doing just fine. You can have that one all you want.
I will say, okay, back to seriousness though. As we saw, FN Ponchon, TDT there. I don't think it's completely out in the realms of possibility, Toffees, that even TDT could make this happen. Really.
Well, that's true. I think the point is that we'll know pretty quickly if this is a TDT or Liquid sort of run game, right? When we see those first couple of circles bop and how they handle it. And I think the other teams on the map are going to start to know very quickly whether or not they're a threat.
What about you?
I don't. My faith is just not in TDT. Seeing the way they've been playing, Liquid, I have more faith in, but even then, again, they're slipping. So yeah, TDT not for me.
They need 12 points to beat Toyo, right? That's what you're aiming for right now, because the teams that are playing, you can't really decide what they're doing. To be able to find them, you're looking for 60. You're looking through 60 players. Like it would have to be a very selective third party to them to kind of target Gen G or even Falcons at this point.
And it's not even just about catching Toyo, because you also have FN who's climbing as well, right? So it's one of those things. It's 12 points to catch the lowest fruit, but there's still people who are going to be passing that. So I do think TDT just doesn't have, for me, that explosive potential to come up with a huge game. They're sort of grinders, which is where I can maybe say, okay, Liquid possibly, because they do have pop-off potential. But again, 2 long shots.
I guarantee you this, though, like all these teams that are on the cusp, they are extremely aware of exactly what's going to be happening. Kill feed counting is going to be extremely important here. We're going to be saying, okay, Toyo has 62, but the tiebreaker, we're going to need 63. GameStart win to 64. 65 would be that next cutoff. Like, how is the other teams doing? How can we third-party teams like Gen G, FN Pocheon, and Falcons in this game here?
We saw yesterday, just yesterday, so it can happen in PUBG, Na'Vi. They were in a terrible spot. Last game happens, Godspeed. They blast out. And when we think in our heads, can we compare this kind of roster of like Liquid to a Na'Vi? I think a lot of people are probably saying, yes, this team absolutely has the same kind of chops.
I think we can. And as long as Liquid, depending on whether Circle is on them or not, as long as they can get somewhere central and stop having issues on the edge, which they have been all day, I think that's going to be probably their path to victory, right? Because we saw in that last game, in the end game, they were trying to flex out. They tried to go towards that Falcon fight. They ended up staving off of it and going more towards the west, but then they kind of got stuck. They need to put themselves in a position where they can have that big game you're talking about, where they can get those kills. More importantly, not get held out on the circle, which has happened so often in every game against them.
This was that game, though.
Yeah, it was.
It was, and that's the problem. And that's the issue. That was that game, and they pulled off of the fight they potentially could have got points on.
The interesting thing for me in the late game was the, not scramble necessarily, but the move down toward the south, right? Where they realized maybe Sparking didn't have enough. I don't know what was the move was.
There was no utility.
He had stun grenades and no first aid.
And no first aid. So I do think they thought maybe they get down there, find a little something.
Maybe.
And then where Kurt was up above them, I think maintained that ridge line. So they thought they could just sort of push back up to the ridge that they probably would have held. I think it was a desperation move, but I think, to be honest, almost everything we've seen from them at this point today has felt a lot like a desperation move. And that's not unfair. Like, they had a tough first day. When you show up on day 2 with 20-something points in the hopper, everything is going to feel desperate. Unfortunately, it just never came together.
What about those teams, Martin, that need to shore up their defenses, their walls, be stalwart here? You've got Falcons there. You've got Gen G there, who we thought Gen G's had an unbelievably rough day. Falcons should be able to do that. I mean, sure, so should Gen G after day 1 of their groups.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking 2 and 4 points to take over Toyo and GameStart win. That's exactly the focus for these guys, right? Like, it's going to be an easy... If you can commit as Falcons, if you can commit to a fight and guarantee yourself, let's say you see a 2-2 split, you will take all 4 guys to that compound, clear out that compound with 2, boom, you're above Toyo. Then you're actually not worried about that point anymore.
Or just set up for rotation camps. Again, like you said, they only need 2, 3, 4 more points, right? Set up for a rotation. You don't have to win the game if you're Gen G or if you're Falcons. Go for something that's given, the third parties, the timings, right? And they should have that timing, especially on Miramar.
I'll say this, though, since I'm already kind of giving Americas a hard time here with the Liquid thing. I'm angry that we're talking about the teams in the race, and it's TDT, expected, Gen G, expected. Sure. Why are the Falcons in this situation? This is not a team, a roster, a pedigree, a back-to-back that should be hoping, I hope I pick up 5 points and get to the final. This is
12 points today, by the way.
Exactly. And that is,
12
for
points
me,
today. Gen G 7.
deeply unacceptable, which is only because they're one of the best teams in the world. And to be sitting like this at one of the biggest events of the year that they say is their event is shocking.
I'm trying to recall back to group stages.
49. 49 points ahead in group stage. Right now they have 12. They're the second least points in the game today. GK has 13. FN Pocheon's 14. TDT 15. BB Team 16. Like, it's been... Team Liquid 21 points. They've had 9 more points than Falcons today. Like, it's been a bad day for them, but because they had a bad day yesterday, they are also kind of struggling today, right?
So. Also, if you compare it to, for Falcons, if you compare it to PGS 7, PGS 8, so it was like almost they could set no foot wrong there, right? Yeah. Like, we're constantly getting in themselves to podium position. But anyway, gentlemen, I'm getting word we're ready to go. One final game here will determine on the bubble who's going. There's so many teams still in the running. Let's head over to the commentators.
Here we go. Final match of the group stages at EWC for PUBG Battlegrounds. So much on the line, making it through to the grand finals. The prize pool entailed the club championship points, Poro, as well, for all of these teams to fight for.
So many implications in one game. Not even just for this tournament, for the rest of the year. As I mean, I don't even know what these guys can do at this point that they haven't done yet. It is just, it's all about willpower now.
Yes.
Do you want to win? Who wants it more? And can you just stay alive? And we're going to sort it all out on Miramar, which is arguably one of the favorite maps of all these teams.
I love Cheese, but seeing him back behind the players for the final match is something
I'm sure he likes being there too.
Even more. I love the points that we have brought up on the desk here coming into this match about all the implications of what happens should Falcons go out. Is it worthwhile, seemingly long con plan for Liquid to try and go out and bring them down with them now that they're in the lead for the club championship? One thing that I want to add to that conversation is Virtus Pro are very much in the hunt for club championship as well, and they're in the grand finals already. So yes, Liquid playing from ahead could go down and trying to pull them down with them, but you have a team that's already in that needs Falcons to go out with nothing to be able to make that happen. So maybe the call from up high is on the shoulders of VP, not Team Liquid. We'll see what's going to happen here as the players have taken to the sky. It's an Eastern plane once more here on Miramar.
Well, I guarantee you those Team Liquid players don't give a damn about that club championship right now. All they want to do is collect as many points as possible and get themselves into this grand final, a spot they feel, and many feel, that they deserve, that they have been, it's just been a little bit of a rough sled so far this year, but they can turn that all around here with a big performance in the final game, clutch it out.
You know what I'm seeing that I haven't seen at all between these groups just yet? TD Team. They're scared of Virtus Pro. I don't know if Scoom came over to them and said, guys, we have been sharing Las Leones so far. It's been fun, but come here now, and we're going for you. Same thing down towards South Falcons.
Falcons avoiding
play it safe, and what a blessing from an Ultra down here towards the south as they get the Southern Shift.
No, that is absolutely huge for Falcons. You could tell they know that they're right on the cusp. They know that they are a target, and they are going to avoid any early game shenanigans. But unfortunately for Sharper and for Change the Game has definitely changed their game so far here today. And Sharper Esports, they still have a shot, but they need something huge here in the final. But starting things off with a big kill, that could get the ball rolling.
Huge starts in the early game, but how much do you dare sprint downhill to Porto Paraiso and get a couple of kills, potentially taking casualty as well? But Jedi, I will hold my tongue as he continues to perform. Ares falls here. Hang to just exactly, or Hang Yi, I should say, just exactly got back on his feet. And here we go. Commitment all the way through, they know. I mean, there's really nothing to lose at this point. All you can do is make top 16, or you go home.
Absolutely not. Yep. And they will go ahead and send it on over. Thunder's already in here with the Panzer Faust. Does he know he's
Back
there?
wall? Close wall? Instantly?
Oh, nice. Okay, there you go. Easy peasy. 2 points picked up for Sharper. Well, they're going to need a lot more than that, but that's a great way to start.
Definitely. It comes slow to kick things off, but for Change the Game, they still have Wenbo on play. You cannot be taken lightly in this one alongside Chan Chan. Two of the leaders of the operation here on this Chinese roster. As we hop on over to Falcons again, jumped far down towards the south, opting to split west. Now they're only now getting loot. Atrin is running into this barn with nothing. 3 minutes in, so they've been playing it safe. They're coming in towards the western side, and you know what's great about this split? If you are to take a look at the map as well, of course, if you don't have it up, keep it up, or get it up, I should say. Having such an eastern plane, they know that no one's going to be rapping on them, at least for the next 5-7 minutes. No one's going to be playing all the way restaurant. Rock might do it late.
Absolutely nothing there for King.
I mean, hey, he's literally flying with no loot. He is flying around. He saw a glider, went into it. He has yet to pick up a weapon. But again, as I'm saying, the plane was so far towards the east that there's no one on their side of the circle, at least for the next couple of minutes, and they're well aware of it.
I mean, I like that, though. Prioritize the glider. Get yourself somebody up in the air.
Yes.
And make sure that once you do get looted, you can at least kind of keep track of what's going on around you. And We'll see if they continue to use that strategy here. As you said, there's just nothing but space for them over here on this southeastern side for the time being. And I'll be honest with you, I don't even know if anybody will really even think about wrapping this far down. It looks like Team Liquid, though, they very quickly finished their looting up in Hacienda.
Now, there is a tale that is told time and time again at PUBG tournaments, and that is if NA is good at one thing, that is eliminating other NA teams. And as soon as I saw Liquid driving over the power grid plateau, I was thinking, hard Western rap. Liquid goes out. Falcons fall alongside them. And just like that, we're back to the true, tried and tested NA cannibalizing their region.
Unfortunately, it quite often is a tale as old as time. But,
they should be cutting in earlier. You have to imagine.
Well, we hope. Well,
they're still going west.
They are. They still. I imagine that they still have some looting left to do because they were on the move really quickly.
Yes.
After dropping there in Hacienda, but we see them spotting up and getting a few more vehicles here. Meanwhile, FM Poncheon still desperately trying to hold on to their spot, or not hold on to their spot, trying to catch their spot. Trying to catch Falcons, trying to catch Gen G coming in from that.
Safe.
Yeah, you're fine.
Style points.
You're good. Okay. Coming in
we
from
lift the sign like the 10 out of 10 as a jury on like the Olympics.
Yeah, give him a 6.
A 6? He didn't stick the landing?
Nah,
fair enough.
It was
a little bumpy.
Wheels, nothing.
Continue as you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, they're coming in from that northeastern side where they fortunately do have a lot of real estate available. And if they decide to keep kind of hugging the coast and playing around Puerto, or if they decide to go a little bit cut closer to Los Leones, those high cliffs to the southeast of Los Leones still wide open right now.
Definitely.
That's definitely a place that I think that they might consider playing.
I mean, and while America is as good at taking out one another, you have a very good likelihood that the first opponent FM Poncheon will be seeing is in fact DN Freaks, so could be getting scary early on here as well. Two other teams that have been doing nothing but getting into skirmishes in the early game is Gen G and GK. There's a reason GK is down the leaderboard, because while they've been fighting early, they've been on the losing end of the vast majority of those. And here we go once more. It's literally miles outside the circle, and they don't seem too entangled right now. As a matter of fact, Diffex is far off towards the south. PUDD is miles up towards the north. There's no good reason for GK to be doing this.
Well, and to be honest,
get out of here.
No good reason really for Gen G to be doing this either. I mean, this is kind of the same situation they were in this last game with Liquid.
True.
You know, we're outside of the zone. We've still got a lot on the line here. Let's not get caught up in some ridiculous early game fight. Even if we do need the points, let's try to survive a little bit later and get them there.
But at least for Gen G, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. They only saw one vehicle.
Sure.
It was completely alone. So in that case, 4 guys waiting, maybe even fully actually set up one ambush.
Yeah.
One car comes in, you take shots at it. It makes perfect sense.
If you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't.
Exactly. We got to see the golden triangles, the keys just before as well. By the end of this game, 8 of them will be crushed. And right now, well, I would say 5 or 6 of them we already know who it's going to be, but there are still some change-ups that could definitely take place here. Not everything is set as stone, but it will be just 20-some minutes from now.
Somebody's going to get their heart broken at this one.
Oh, yes.
You just know it. You just feel it, that somebody is going to end up going out that they thought they were secure. It looks like FM Poncheon have made their way into the zone, and they have cut very close there to DN Freaks, and so much so that they're trading shots back and forth, but nothing too serious just yet, it seems.
I hate that it brings a smile on my face, and this could not have been timed any better. Liquid are wrapping full west on this.
Oh yeah.
There is no way at this point I feel like they don't come down coastline wrapping. I mean, do they maybe go in over land? Now, they're going to hear the Twisted Minds vehicles in just a moment. You can't see it here, but if you have the map open, you can see that Twisted Minds is wrapping just on their eastern side. They should be hearing and seeing one another real soon, especially when we're delaying the rotation with cars driving into one another.
And they've left Luke in that high ground on Chumacera, so they are Team Liquid currently not even a full 4-man squad, so they do run into Twisted Minds. And yeah, you can see Twisted starting to steer their vehicles over in this direction, trying to get into a favorable spot here if they are going to take that high ground, if they're going to take this fight. And they're stopping. And you hear the shots already coming out from Alo. I think he spotted out Batulins.
Yep, they better know. Sparking and Luke stopped on the opposite side of the valley here, trying to give the info across.
Well, now they're
for
on
Liquid,
5
and now they have to make a leap as fast as can be. As you say, they're on 5 are coming in on this side of the circle too. Liquid has everything to lose. I mean, very similar situation to what we saw with Gen G in the previous game. You don't know everything that's happening around you. This is a fight you're going into at a disadvantage if you opt to engage in it. So much wiser to disengage and make your way towards the circle instead.
Falcons kind of spreading out a little bit on that southwestern coast. And they're going to be starting to hear these vehicles from Twisted Minds, from Team Liquid, starting to come in from their west. It looks like BBT might have an angle onto H1, so that might force Falcons to reposition once again. As you see a number of teams, so much space up to the north. If this hard shifts north, Toby, this is going to be
a lost ending.
Brutal.
Ooh,
okay,
this
we're
is
gonna
even
go.
worse.
That is a lot of water. That is a lot of unplayable area, and you see everybody already in their vehicles on the move. Once again, Sharper Esports in the dead center. FN Pocheon about to join them.
It's a race along the coastline to try and claim what little real estate there's available here. TD team, a team that needs everything going their way to qualify. They're going to be sat circle center. They have Sharper Esports next to them. Now Falcons are wrapping the southern side, trailed by Team Liquid. Issue is Liquid are running into Twisted Minds once again, and behind them are T5. So if Liquid and Twisted Minds don't get out of this traffic jam very soon, this could be trouble, and now they know exactly who's here. Sparking, first to fall in a situation where Liquid could not afford to take casualties.
Knocked and flushed as well. Purdy Curdy will at least grab his chip, and they'll start trying to get on the move once again, but yeah, he was able to grab it. It looked like he was able to get to the box, and they're going to move back once again. They're going to try to escape by retreating west, but unfortunately, Theraton 5 is coming in at the exact moment.
You have Rock joining in just a minute's time as well, depending on how they opt to path it. Purdy has to go down in the water. Not sure if his tire was popped, but Alo's going to try and come for him, but he gets stuck on a stone. Everything that could possibly go against Liquid is doing it right now. In the meantime, FN Ponchon taking casualties as well. They too are trying to fight their way on in, as Alo is risking absolutely everything to save Purdy. Good thing for him, Lou has to reload. You need to get out of here as fast as you possibly can. Come on, Alo, get out of this 5. Beat. Get off this shoreline as fast as you can, but here they come on the backside. Luke, though, able to get the double.
What a huge double knock from Luke 12. He does get it down in the end to Ranger X, and now Liquid in absolute shambles on the coast. They've got Patampong right underneath. Alo will try to go for the push, but he's already low. Patampong will win that 1v1. It's all down to Purdy Curdy, and he goes down. Team Liquid is eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
What a horrible turn of events, from running into each other earlier on to then meet down here in the crossroads once again. And all you can do if you're Falcons sat on the inside of this is wait and go, well, I'm glad we didn't have to deal with any of that, because that looked chaotic, and it sure as hell was.
Unbelievable, the series of events that led up to Liquid going out early. It's just everything that could have gone wrong went wrong.
Oh, yes.
As we see Twisted Minds now, they know that Theradon 5 is back there as well. And they will scrap with each other. Currently both in second and third place, so they are comfortable. No need to really worry about one of them qualifying. Falcons, they're going to go ahead and leave everything that's going on to the west off to their own devices, and they will continue to make their way into the circle.
And a little bit of a breath of relief for both Falcons and Gen G. One team on the hunt out of the equation, upping their odds drastically of qualifying through to the grand finals. New circle's going to pop in just 10 seconds time as Kickstart this time around with weapon in hand.
There you go.
Able to take to the sky once more and scout forward, see where his teammates can go shoot this circle, which we would assume go further towards the east. We're staying coastal.
Wow, we're still staying coastal.
This is insane.
Still so much unplayable area. And look at it. Okay, FN Ponchon, that's the next team that we have to keep an eye on, holding the northern side of that circle. They're going to see Gen G make their way past. Gen G under fire from GK and from FN.
Yeah.
This is really rough sledding for them. They cannot afford to lose a tire. They don't want to lose any players, as Bean will try to heal himself up.
And where do you up to stop, right? You have a shack here. Is that really what you're committing to? Hoping that things go your way. You know the next circle is going to go in lane, so you got 2 circles for free, but now the compound up above you starts shooting at you as well. That's Sharper Esports able to find Orca. Big loss here early on, and there should be no way they're able to get him back up alive.
Nope. Jedi will finish that one off as well. Sharper Esports, they've got a long way to go. It's going to take almost I hesitate to say
another 14
miracle.
kills and a win.
It would be an absolute miracle for Sharper if they're able to pull this off.
Yep.
But they've started off so far so good. But FN Potion still holding down that north side. Geeke starting to stretch out along that coastal side on the east as TDT now starting to push into Virtus Pro.
And it's Virtus Pro who wants to deal with TDT. Again, they both land and loot Los Leones. They don't want to have to deal with them in the grand finals. My eyes, though, for now are down towards the southern side. Falcons has what seems to be set up a camp. Outside circle, and Twisted Minds is a couple of 100 meters away from springing that trap. It's going to happen anytime now. But Tulins, mid-air, is potentially going to do a glider battle with Kickstart while the remaining team opts to drive forward. You know what? I think he saw them. They're diverting. They're going north inland.
I
Tulins might have called that.
I wonder if Kickstart actually saw Twisted coming out, and that's why this camp was set up, as Gen G will push in to change the game. They find Tian, and now Wenbo is the last one alive in this long house. They've got they managed to get the res on a Hangi, but he's out in the blue on the north side of Puerto. So there's no one here to help Wembo as this push comes through.
Not at all. Divix now looking down in this direction as well. And what worse could be?
They get Batu.
Gen G to fall. If that's the case, they get Batu out of the vehicle. But Twisted Minds are collapsing on this. They're collapsing on this fight down towards the coastline.
Oh, so many influential fights going on right now. As we see Falcons, the Kickstart will send his vehicle into the water as Batu will get flushed out. Tickleton goes for the high ground, and now Team Falcons just play in the walls. They know that they've got to win this fight. They cannot afford to lose a man.
Again, club championship points on the line, and between two of the biggest local orcs, this would be huge for Twisted Minds to take out Falcons, but it's not looking that way right now. Strimsy able to get the first one down. Twisted Minds already lost Batulin, so it's just the two of Example and Lou trying to fend off the entirety of Team Falcons.
Rosa for Shrimsy going to be huge here as Example now. The last player left alive as we see Rock will get eliminated by Petrichor Road, but all this is happening in the blue. As you said, you can see how hard it's ticking. Example, we'll see if he can maybe get at least 1 point off of this, but this fight may have just secured Falcons a spot in the grand final. They get them finished off.
Very well could. They get their fourth kill, but look at their health. They have nothing to work with. Good thing for them is Twisted Minds actually looted this game, so sprint out, get as much as you can, and get inside this next circle. But as I said, H-Win down to blue. Once again, they have 2 players down, I believe, with it. Phase 4, you can't heal through it unless you got a jammer pack. So we'll see now what's going to happen as Bean pushes on forward, finds himself 1 more point. They fight down at the edge, down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Goes continuing.
Gen G trying to collect more points, and right now Toyo is sweating as they watch this happen right in front of their faces in real time. Nixie is down as Virtus Pro trading shots and trading knocks with TD Team, and there you go. TD Team goes down, and it is not going to be enough to get them into the top 16.
Exactly. FN Punch on, unless if something miraculous happens down the bottom of the leaderboard, the last team with a chance to upset the grand final standings, as we see here. All Gamers Global wanting to push up, wanting to dismantle. Virtus Pro, of course, a fight for pride, at least for now, as Himas runs on forward. Nixie shuts him down. Haisagi able to spot the vehicle rotating across the road with Lugarux going down to Lloyds. He can't get out of the car and will be taken down.
Look at the kill feed lighting up like a Christmas tree. While all this is happening, FN Potion are down to just Zenith and Americano. They got a duo, and they still have, how many points do they need to get into 16th place? They are at 59 right now. You can see Gen G holding on at 63. I think they need at least 61, 62 to get in there. But regardless, they're working as a duo. They've got Freaks just off to their west in the same compound. But whatever they need to do, they're going to have to do it with only 2 men going forward.
Toyo is at 62 points.
Okay.
So that will be the tie set with them. We'll see if they can do it 3 more points for FN would get them in a tie, potentially qualification. They're close to placement points now as well. Especially, I mean, especially with how fast these teams are getting eliminated. They are getting closer and closer to placement points, but they're on the very northern edge of the circle. The odds of that compound being inside next circle is close to none.
And then don't forget, you still long shot. A long shot by all means, but Sharper Esports dead center circle with all 4 players still alive. They could force people to sweat just a little bit more, but right now all eyes have to be on FN Potion. And Falcons, I think they have lost H-Win, but I think they've secured their spot. I think they're comfortable at this point. Gen G would love a few more points just to be sure.
Definitely. My eyes again up towards FN Potion. They are making the rotation of a lifetime right now. Americano in vehicle,
right
instantly getting shot at by Sharper as well as we go over to destroy. Now here we are, Americano. All you gotta do is somehow get inside the circle, prone down, wait things out again, because there's so many fights happening around them that placement points are almost guaranteed if you can survive this next circle come through.
And meanwhile, BB team, it was going to be a super long shot for them too, and it looks like they are about to get taken down by Petrichor Road and Virtus Pro as Americano will survive for right now. Now Zenith is still back in the compound on the north.
Yes.
So they have split up. They like their odds better by going forward as 2 singles. Still first will try to get the res onto Bestalosh, and BB team's tournament hopes may be dashed here very quickly.
Reigning PGS champions have had nothing but trouble trying to make something happen today and on their day 1, and here comes Virtus Pro, their fellow EMEA team, and trying to shut down what remaining hopes they had of making grand finals here at Esports World Cup.
Virtus Pro starting to earn themselves a reputation as dream killers.
Definitely.
We see Zenith will get popped by Rossetted, so all of FN Potion's hopes are put on the shoulders of Americano, and he is getting swarmed right now by Geek K, as Diffix will be the first one to take a shot, and there you go, FN Potion is out. So they will not make it, and Toyo can breathe a sigh of relief.
I don't like to see myself as a biased caster, but with how much adversity they had to fight through in order to be a double subs on the day, you have to imagine had Rex been here, they would have been through. But that's the difference in one player playing or not, potentially. Of course, we don't know what would have happened, but nonetheless, FN Ponchon will fall 3 points short of qualification. And for now, Toyo is somehow in as we hop down to SP with FN Freaks just completely dismantling them. They are now out of this game, and what's unlikely continues to become more and more impossible. Now we look at BB Team and GK, and I can't even do the math if that's even theoretically possible, but if we are to try and remain with any sort of hope in this for an exciting final, then BB, GK, it's up to you to somehow change what will be the 16 teams in the grand finals.
I tell you what, though, if nothing else, a number of our teams that were favorites coming in that maybe kind of under-delivered on the first day have definitely found their footing here on their second day of play. DN Freaks definitely looking a little bit stronger here today than they were on day number 1. Petrichor Road also in the same boat as they now lose Ike's left. Salute going to find him from range, and Geek still have 3 alive. They're still causing problems here on the western or eastern side rather, but the circle is going to shift back over towards the west, falls right on top of Bestalosh and Phil first.
Yep. Falcons able to find one of BB, just making what Cinderella story we had lined up from the bottom of the leaderboard from impossible to, well, I don't know what goes beyond that, but nonetheless.
That slipper didn't fit, unfortunately.
Exactly. Exactly, and I think while there's probably not smiles on the faces of Falcons, because they too wish they had had a better performance through groups, at least a bit of a sigh of relief that they are through to the grand finals as Salute falls down. Quissy able to find one. Heaven now taken down by Ike's left as well.
Petrichor Road playing a little bit of tower defense with Mr. Ming Ming, and Ike's left. Chewy off to the right will spot out Human, and now it's all down to deal for the Freaks, but all is pretty comfortable for the rest of them. They are secure in that grand final as Petrichor Road now just playing a little bit of cleanup.
Yep, deal. Answer in hand. Knows that Chewy's around the corner somewhere. We'll see if he makes something happen with the big boomstick in hand. As he peeks around. Boom.
There it is.
Counterplay? None.
Who counterplay? She doesn't go to this school.
Nah. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that here. Deal will receive a nade in return, though. Steps out the door. Instantly met by Ming, though. Nice 1-2 push. Petrichor up to 11 kills. I mean, they're just playing cleanup duty in this lobby right now. We'll see if maybe GK can do something to take down this Chinese powerhouse.
Yeah, let's see what you got, GK. It's been a long, hard road so far during these group stages, but at least come here and find a little bit of something to hang your hat on if you take this 3v2 with Petrichor Road. Meanwhile, BB team does get eliminated in the end as Falcons now taking over all of that center zone. Got to give a lot of credit to Falcons. They were in a very, very sweaty situation here going into this final game, but they did exactly what they needed to do, and they clutched up in a big way.
Exactly. I mean, blessed with the southern shifts, no doubt, because they all dropped, and they had to be, I mean, they were forced down towards that southern side, right, alongside other teams that had everything to fight for. Lucky to have the circle come to them, and then, of course, the ones in the losing end of it, Liquid and the likes. Tough rotations for them to make something happen. GK down and out they go. Gen G, Falcons, Petrichor Road fighting for a participation trophy here in the last 3 teams up and for the group stages here at EWC.
Well, you know what? I'm going to take it as a little bit more than that, though. Okay. You've got 2 teams here in Gen G and Falcons that came into this game tied at 61 points.
True.
On the cut line.
True.
Knowing that they needed to have a big performance here in the final game.
Yes.
And they absolutely clutched it out. They did exactly what they needed to do. Now, Gen G only sitting on 2 kills, but now they're in the top 3 with 3 alive and eyes on a win here to secure that spot. But that is great for the confidence going into that grand final.
And to add on top of that, I mean, as they talked about in this as well, we are used to having a group stage, an off day to catch your breath, to talk things over, and then grand finals. Here we're going straight into it. You know what? Let's get a listen into the boys in green. Falcons, see if they can bring this one home.
This is the guy in orange. He should
have
killed one.
I don't know. Boys, come with me. Just let's go and kill it. Fucking clean setup.
It just looks giga retarded.
Yeah, I know. They're playing like this though. They want to call so bad.
Head peek can see everything.
I'm just chilling right here. I'm
Let's I'm trying to play high ground.
You guys should commit to this wrap.
We should keep pushing right
here.
Like
W key the fuck out of them.
Yep.
The double wise windows.
Wait, Para's driving towards us.
They go slow. They should be on your ridge on blues, right?
Yeah, I'm coming to you guys because my ridge is bad.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't see them at all on peak.
Should clear from the double white.
I agree.
Let's just we have a nice ridge to chill on here, right here.
As soon as double white's out, you push. Yep.
Yep.
They have a giga head ridge. They also have orange, bro. It's not in, so we could play a little slow.
Yeah.
You just don't want to be pinched.
He can still be in the double white, not peak. Can I repair anything? I have a repair kit.
Yeah, I have my vest.
X left's still alive, so he'll run it down at you, by the way.
It's X left and Ming.
Yeah.
Are they griefing? X left's probably in the shack behind us on blue already.
I don't see anything, guys.
Yeah, me either. Full rat.
Matt's got nom.
You want to just peek this ridge? Just say fuck it. You guys can walk to green.
I swear I could listen to Falcons comms all day long. Giga ridges, giga
He's running it down. He's running
it down. Everything you could ever hope to hear.
Giga unfiltered in-game comms, and you know what? I'm all for it. I am all for it. That is the raw Falcons. That is the raw Falcons that we get to see here.
Yeah, I'm making a giga push right now on a Tosi.
Giga pushes come through. We'll see if they got the Giga aim. Beansure does nade right on top of Strimsy. He's shut down instantly as now Tick tries to respond and return. Giga's going to be the one from down low to get the good angle around the ridgeline.
Oh, and while all that was happening, Flame actually was keeping eyes on Petrichor Road. Yep. They thought that they could make an escape from their compound and come in third party this, but Flame in a perfect position to take advantage as now he is the last player left alive for Gen G. Falcons will get the Giga Res, and they will come in with 3 strong from the south side. A 3v1v1 for the win.
They needed the bare minimum to stay afloat. They came in and said, no, we want it all. We want to bring it home here on our home turf at EWC. We want to show the world that this was not just a fluke. We are still capable of bringing home good games here at EWC. And, well, Falcons have done it here once more, looking to get themselves potentially on a level 10 will. Make it a 10-kill one.
There you go. Ming taken down by Flame. Falcons, it's all just academic at this point. They know exactly where he is, and they will hold on the top of the hill, wait for him to show himself. But lest you thought that a three-peat was going to be off the table. No, sir. The Falcons with 9 kills now trying to secure the final win here on Miramar.
Is Ming Ming just going to giga grief, or is he actually going to try and see if he can play this one out? He's giga griefing, at least according to Tick. We'll see if that's going to be the case and not flash lopped on Nova. What are they going to do to try and bring this one? They know where he is. Tick is still holding the ridge line. I'm not sure what the communication is like right now. Other than giga griefing, of course.
Of course, yeah. You don't want to give away the free kill, right? Obviously.
True.
Ming Ming want to give them anything for free. Make them work for it here. Tickleton holding their side angle. More utility coming through. Ming Ming will just continue to dance around. His kickstart will just
grief nade.
That nade griefed him by going outside of the thing. Ming Ming. Oh my goodness, come on, man. End this thing. We have so much to talk about. And Ming Ming is giga griefing the entire broadcast.
You know what? This is the last scrim he's going to get before grand finals. Might as well make something of it as kickstart peaks over.
I swear if he walks out of the blue right now, I will run out to that stage and strangle that
kid. He gets the med kit off, back to full HP. We get a try once again. Come one by one, give him a chance, and he's now fully flashed, tanking the blue. He's doing what he can here, but Falcons ain't gonna make it easy for him. Headshot now connected. Is he gonna die to blue? Is that what we've been waiting for? And yes! And I can see Poro. He's taking off his headset. He's running towards the stage. And Falcons get themselves the win.
Huge win for the Falcons here. Clutch moment for a team that had so much on the line going into this final game. They did exactly what they needed to do, and they managed to secure their spot in the final as Ike's left. Wouldn't look happy about
that is the face.
You're good, buddy. You made it.
No. That's the face of a player that always wants more. We talked perfection yesterday. This is a player that has become accustomed to being the best of his region, but he is yet to become the best in the world. He knows that it takes more. He knows that they need to be able to go out and finish games like this one on top. He wants more, and I want to see that same Ike stuff come into the grand finals wanting everything he can possibly get.
Absolutely. Well, the fans in the studio love it. We love it. I know the desk loves it, but we have our top 16. We have our grand final lobby all set. And as you said, there is no time to rest.
Oh, no.
They've got to immediately get into their rooms here tonight and start planning for what is sure to be an absolute barn-burning grand final. 12 games, Toby. 12 games to decide who is going to take the huge purse here at EWC.
And with the smiles on the faces and the teams qualified through, 8 keys will be crushed. And look at the face of Starlord in defeat. Oh, you gotta feel bad for them. The double sub on the day to have to come through. Can't make it happen. Gen G able to stay afloat, but a tough one for them too. No one really, as we're looking here, looking overly satisfied. But you know what? Keys have to be crushed at the end of the day. So we're gonna go down to Barney and let him get that one going.
Ladies and gentlemen, our group stage is now over. 3 days of grit, determination, and perseverance has led us to this moment. And I've got some pretty cool guys here to my right, because I've got, of course, ROC Esports. I've got RBN. I've got Solds, Santastico, and BL. Congratulations, guys. This is the fun part, okay? Because this is the part, as the team at the top of the leaderboard after the group stage, you get to crush the 8 keys of the teams who came in that bottom section of the group stage. Are you excited? Yeah. Good, you should be. Right, let's just get this underway, because RBN, I'm gonna get you to turn the key, and you will flick the switch. Santastico, you can press the button, and of course, BL, you can wave. You can say bye-bye. Okay, you ready? Okay, RBN, let's kick things off. I want you to turn the key and start the engines. There you go, you're gonna feel it. You'll feel it. Hold on. Okay, now, flick that switch. Let's go, Solds. Now you'll see the iris open up in here. Hold on. You'll see the iris open up. Look at all those teeth, the menacing teeth in our crusher. And in 3, 2, 1, send them down. Ooh. How did that feel?
This
feel good. Yeah, I bet it felt good, and I bet you guys can't wait to do that in the grand finals. But of course, we're going to have to wait for that, of course. 16 teams now fill our lobby. We already have them set and ready to go over the next 2 days of competition. It's going to pop off here on the main stage. If you think that what you've seen so far has been spicy, you just wait for the next 2 days. But for now, we're going to send it back to the studio so they can break down everything they saw on the final day of the group stage. Congratulations, guys.
8 keys gone absolute destruction here for the group stage, and that means we now know our 16 teams. But for some of our teams, it is devastation. They will be going home. They are done here for PUBG at the Esports World Cup. Sad faces of FN Ponchon. They've had such a rough day of it here. Martin, Toffees, Godspeed joining me as a whole. And multiple of these teams just absolutely devastated, Toffees.
FN, you could see the look in their face. They came up against a tough situation today after a great start. These are guys who started out on farm teams together. They all spent time on D+ Kia back in the day, found each other finally and made a run. And I think came into today thinking, this is it. We finally found it. And just against their sickness, it takes 2 players down. It's crazy.
That is devastating, man, because it really wasn't their fault, right? They were fighting in positions even, but for FN Yanshan, yeah, my heart goes out to that team specifically. That's a heartbreaker.
No, definitely. Of course, as you look at DM Freaks here, they will be in that grand finals. They have made it here and just kind of quietly contemplating how things are going to go into the next game and the next games, which will be a best of 12 in that grand final. That said, let's talk about this match that went down, Avenger, because we saw moments where we were kind of focusing on those bubble teams. A few of those bubble teams knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, as my friend Poro said, it was a barn burner of a match. And I gotta say, it was a rough one, right? You saw so many teams that were, you're in a situation where so many teams are already qualified and there's teams scrambling to try to get their 10, 15, 20 points that they actually needed, right? It's just such a difficult and a heartbreaking match to be watching from some of the teams.
Yeah, and for me, it was amazing to watch the Falcons. I mean, they set up a trap. They played aggressive, and they didn't wait for the game to come to them, right? They went out, they found the points. On top of that, they made it all the way to the end, but it started with that aggression early to make sure they got that camp on Twisted.
Oh, Petrichor Rogue gets 20 points here. Falcons gets 19. The interesting thing was it did feel like there was a bit of targeting from Twisted Minds, as you're mentioning, against Falcons. That was absolutely not in the wheelhouse of Falcons. Was like, no problem, we'll take that.
Listen, we started the day talking about brains versus bronze. We ended the day watching the actual throwdown between the two.
True.
And I think that is a great bookend to this story. And I think it also speaks to the Falcons that, yes, they struggled, but ultimately they were never scared to take that fight.
All right, here's the overall rankings. Rock, of course, finishes at number 1. You just saw them destroy some of the keys here for some of the teams that are eliminated. Therathon 5 in second place. Congratulations to them. All Gamers Global. What a glow up from them in day 2 of their group stage.
Yeah, 67 points. Actually the best game and day for anyone here. So amazing to see them kind of come back. We had huge expectations for them coming in here. First showing for quite a while for this lineup here in a global stage, right? So that's massive. I will say this, though. It's been the tightest top end of the leaderboard that it's ever been. Toyo make it. They have 2 wins, James. 31 and 31 points on both sides and kills on placement points.
I was sure they were going to go, but they scrape by here. Godspeed, I think you were sure they were going to go as well.
I didn't think 62. I thought it'd be closer to 65. I think we all did, and they scraped by the skin of their teeth. But man, they're going to the finals.
We should have had a box for them here so we could see their reaction.
Oh, I wish. Yeah.
When they actually qualified, that would have been amazing.
Yes, but here, unfortunately, are the eliminated teams. FN Ponchon, so close yet so far, Toffees.
It is, and again, it's one of those things where just situations beyond your control. That is a tough situation to be in, but hey, that's esports. Sometimes it's your day, and sometimes it's not. I think the guys will handle it well. They'll at least can look at it and say, we did our best. You can't control what happened. Like, we're going to bounce back, get to PGS, and show that we are the roster that we sort of showed on day 1.
Yeah, we lost quite a few great teams, let's be honest. Yeah, obviously, we've talked ad nauseum about Liquid. Unfortunately, they will not be in the grand finals. But BB team, our current reigning PGS champion here, Martin, had a disaster over 2 days of group stage.
Yeah, 43 points here. That's just unheard of, honestly. Like, you just dominated PGS. You won the last one. You had a 4th place in the previous one. That is kind of the performance level that we would be expecting from a team that's coming in here. Like, 43 is just not enough. And the guys are going to be heartbroken, obviously. They had huge expectations coming into this.
I'm just going to call it a PGS curse at this point. The fact that it's back-to-back years where our PGS defending winner shows up and gets knocked out in EWC's group stages is pretty fascinating to me.
I think in another team that we talked about a lot, especially in the beginning, was GK, man. I really was not expecting, especially with how well EMA did yesterday.
Right.
I thought coming into today, BB and GK would be able to kind of make up for it, but man, they just struggled all day.
Yeah, we had a huge game of talking to. Like, we have quite the expectations of Divx having to come in here and have quite the impact.
Big hopes.
Because we saw what they were capable of at PGS. They managed to get into one of the finals, the last one, right? So, like, there's a huge difference to coming in for Divx to kind of step up here. Also, heartbreak for them to come in here too.
It raises questions for me when we go back to regionals, which are basically next month, right? Like, what happens there, Toffees, all things considered?
Well, so say this is a gut check for both EMEA and Americas to see some of our top teams that we expected, in your case, at least one, and in our case, absolutely Liquid, to make that advance. And we have a lot of our resources in terms of player talent invested in these teams, and to see them not pass, I think is, as I said, a big gut check and a shakeup.
Yeah, and especially when you look at, you talk about Diffix coming over from Na'Vi now to a team. Na'Vi qualified, and GK didn't, so that's got to burn as well. And you got to think about how that sets their mentality going into their regionals, as they're not going to be playing in this grand finals.
Well, let's take a look at the Gadir top plays from everything that's gone on today. And whilst we look at that, another team that I do want to mention down towards the bottom as well here is, of course, Buriram not being able to make it. They came out at #1 from their qualifier, Martin, in a very stacked region. Admittedly, some of those teams moved through from the power rankings, though.
It's just a different beast. Esports World Cup. It's just a whole different level, and everyone just brings their A game, and the meta slightly shifts as well, right? They're also going to have not as many top teams that you go up against. They might have been able to, farm some of the teams that they know they're stronger than. Here, only 33 points, less than a third actually, than our winning team of the group stage, right? So it's just not even close to being able to qualify.
But that's the thing about Buriram. How many times do they qualify for these internationals? Buriram, and then they don't actually perform right at this level. So unfortunately, I hate to say this, but it's not really a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, if they're Buriram, but they're far from united. The way that they're playing is over the top, is far too aggressive. That push on Liquid, I think it was game 2 or 3, was just it was a push with grenades to get 2 kills that gave their entire life away to everybody.
It was a choice.
It was a choice. They made a lot of choices.
But that said, we're taking a look at these highlights, and it's a lot of change the game, right?
62 points today.
Yeah, a massive day for them.
Insane. Like 5 points less than all gamers global. Like they had tons of kills here. There are some situations where it's like, okay, on this one here, that's the 16 teams.
Here it is. All right, the 16 teams advancing to the grand final. It will be a 2-day grand final here at the Esports World Cup. Best of 12. And when you look at that lobby, honestly, you can't pick a winner. It's so hard to pick who is going to walk away with this title, Toffees. It could be anyone's.
Well, the problem for me is there's some real boppers at the top, but there's also some real, I'm just going to say lemons potentially at the bottom. And I think that shakes up the whole lobby. There's teams that people didn't prepare or expect to be in here. Right. They're going to cause a lot of trouble.
And again, it goes back.
Challenge tonight is going to be fun to watch.
Oh my goodness, a lot of shakeup.
And it goes back to what we're talking about with Toyo, or even game start win, right? Like getting those positions and not getting the most, extracting the most points out of those in this lobby. When we go into the grand finals, Twist is going to be looking to do that. That Falcons is going to be looking to do that, right? These that All Gamers is going to be looking for that, especially with the crazy day that they had today.
So then you got teams like 17 coming back into the fray who, looked good over their 2 days of play. So I do think we're going to see sort of a very big deviation early on, where the top pack is going to be strong going into the final day probably, but I expect to see it kind of separate out by game 3 or 4.
And of course, emotions riding high, not only in defeat, but also in victory as well for all of these teams. Let's see who was able to get the Sony MVP of the day and figure out who that's going to... Actually, do I do a prediction? No, I don't. It's already coming up.
Wenbo.
Holy! That's a huge MVP, because it's not a name that really rises to your attention, but what a performance for him.
It's a great picture, too. I mean, it is. I think it's shocking. I think they're probably shocked to honestly be up here in an MVP situation. I think they're going to look at their score for today and be like, yeah, that's cool. Didn't expect to show up and get that many points. But it was. They were in the right place at the right time a lot of times. Some of the Falcon pushes and stuff that they got to clean up points on, I'm not saying it was the right place in terms of game sense. It was like they happened to be standing in the right spot.
He had 5 mates rotated past. Just lobbing it over there. No, but I gotta say though that I've been impressed with what they've been able to do today. Like I didn't have high expectations of them, but still, he dropped 18 kills today. By the way, guys, second closest one is Iceth on 14, 13 for him as like you're out fragging him as an Iceth by 4 and 5 kills. But here, this is what I'm talking about. He had 5 nades just lobbing it over there. He's able to get so many utility kills. He had a massive amount of clutches today.
18 kills as a solo player in 6 games. I don't think you realize how disgustingly impressive that really is.
Well, I don't understand what world we're living in, where it's CTG, it's Rock. These are the teams that are outperforming the Himasses of the world and the Shrimsies of the world. It's just a total shakeup.
Are we amidst the big shakeup is the question.
Yeah, I want to know, though, when they go back, how do they replicate this in Grand Finals? That's the big question mark. How are they going to replicate the kills? How are they going to replicate the rotations, especially again, because it's a different lobby. It's a different lobby.
I got to say this as well, guys. Like, we talked about it at the start of the day. Like, are we going to see the continuation of the Tycon turn on and the Himas heat up, as you continue to say here? They dropped 13 and 11 kills today, by the way. Tycon 11, Himas 13. Very impressed with kind of the step up compared to the 30 total points they had on their day one, right? It was kind of only, it was Himas throughout the day, and Tycon had like 7 kills only on the 2 games of Mirror, right? So they're able to step up today. So massive game, obviously, for them.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here today. That does it for our group stage. Tomorrow we are back for the finals. I'm pumped, you're pumped, they're pumped. But now let's finish things off over on the stage.
We couldn't let you all leave without chatting with our Sony MVP of the day, of course. It's Wembois from Change the Game. An impressive performance, to say the least. 18 kills today, and on your first day of the group stage, you also managed to secure 8 kills, bringing your total to 26. Do you feel like you had a particularly strong performance? And how do you feel the past 2 days of competition went for you and your team?
好的，首先恭喜你啊，也是在这2天的比赛打得非常好。那昨天呢，其实是第一天8个淘汰，那今天其实单日拿下了 MVP 18个淘汰，2天的比赛一共是26个淘汰。那整体对于自己的这个比赛的表现有没有什么看法呢？
其实感觉自己表现的挺好吧，除了第一天啊，第一天大家都怎么说呢？没有适应吧，没有适应这个世界赛的节奏。然后第2天大家都慢慢找回了一些状态，然后打得不错，今天。
So I basically feel that I performed pretty well, except for the first day, because first day we are not adapting to the pace of the international competition stage. But today we're just coming back to our pace, and I think we've done a good job.
You have done a great job, and obviously your team finishing in 6th place overall in the group stage. How are you guys going to fix any issues that you potentially came up against going into the grand finals, which obviously starts tomorrow? Are there any things that you can fix, do you think, overnight?
那其实明天要打到我们的这个决赛呢，现在目前是第6的位置。你觉得在这2天的比赛中有没有什么问题？然后呢，今天之后有没有想要去解决的一些问题？该怎么样去应对这些问题呢？
问题肯定是有的。就我们队伍其实也是4个人都是第一次打世界赛嘛，然后关于配合这方面啊，细节上处理的可能没有那些老牌的强队啊，就是世界赛的常客也好，没有那些那么细致。然后肯定就是今天回去会慢慢改正，然后明天后2天争取在决赛上能拿到一个好成绩吧。
Actually, for us four, we all have the first experiences in international stage, so we're not having that like collaborations compared to this old teams like regular teams in the international stage. But just coming back today, we're just gonna improve our improvements and also just do like better in our details. And we're expecting to have more better grades in the finals.
I love that. We cannot wait to see you guys in the finals. Wemba, thank you so much for joining me. Lisa, thank you so much as well for helping out here on the main stage. But for now, right now, the group stage is now over. We're going to be handing over to the grand finals, which begins tomorrow. Our top 16 teams out here on the main stage going toe-to-toe. I cannot wait for it, and I bet you can't either. Thank you so much to all of the production, to all of the players, and to all of the talent who have been incredibly hard-working over the past few days. But thank you so much to all of you at home for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams. We'll see you tomorrow, same place for the grand finals. See you then.
They say they're never getting in my way, and even if I make mistakes, I will always season through, 'cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me. Can never stop what's building up.